Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was in Sailor Moon universe and had two wives, Makoto and Lita, movie? I will take you back, you bastard, even if I have to break every bone in your body. The orange jumpsuit, blonde hair, blue eye, whisker mark face boy thought charging up a Rasengan in his hand. I made a promise to Sakura-chan and I never go back on my word. He thought pulling on a tale of Kyuubi's yokai making his appearance more fox-like. I will bring you back, bastard. The blonde boy known as Naruto Uzumaki charged towards his best friend Sasuke Uchiha. Dobi, I already told you I won't go back. I have to get stronger to avenge my clan, and to do this I will go to Orochimaru. The Avenger yelled, charging at Chidori in his hands. Activating his curse seal to level 2, the normal sounds of thousand flapping birds of the Chidori changed into more chaotic sound of thousand flapping birds, turning his normal blue Chidori into a raging black one. Charging his blonde friend in hope in getting the final level of his already blazing Sharingan, the Mangekyo. Launching towards each other with their attack rays, they prepare their final strike. Rasengan, the fox boy, screamed at the top of his lungs. Chidori the Avenger repeating the same action. Their attacks connected with a thunderous roar. Shock waves of power were felt all over Fire Country. Sekni change. Fire Country forest point of view change, Kakashi. This power is unreal. How can two genins have this much power? I have to hurry before I'm too late. Naruto, hold on a little longer, you better not die or sensei will never forgive me, I thought with dread building up inside of me. Pakun, how much further? I demanded, looking at my nin dog. Not much further, Kakashi, we should be there in about 10 minutes, I heard Pakun say, jumping from another tree. He turns to face me and I look at him expecting him to say something. Kakashi, do you think? He pauses for a second. Do you think that lazy pineapple hairstyle kid is going to touch my paw soon, cuz you know it is soft? He finishes holding up his paw. I give him a deadpan look and sweat dropping, thinking how I got stuck with such a crazy dog. Not saying anything, I rush on ahead to the area where I feel the most chakra being used. Scene change. Valley of the End point of view change, Naruto. Damn it, just a little more power, thinking hazardously. I draw more on Kyuubi's power, drawing another tale of power. Stop drawing on my power, you're going to get us both killed, a voice exploded from my mind. What, who said that? I say out loud, earning a "What the censored are you talking about?" look from Sasuke as he tried to push me back with his Chidori. Who else would it be? I did say, my power. Dumb ass, now think your words. I will not having people believe my container is insane, Kyuubi replied, and I can feel it shaking its head at me. KY. Kyuubi, what the hell do you want? I stuttered but came back strong. Well, tried to. Like I said, stop drawing on my power, your body can't handle the strain of my great power, Kyuubi replied arrogantly. No, why do you care? It is my body after all, I told the stupid furball like he can tell me what to do. Well, let me quote you. If I die, you die. Or didn't you say something like that first visited me? The giant furball yelled at me, again. Sorry, but I can't. I have to win this even if I do destroy my body, I said, pushing more power into my attack, forcing Sasuke's Chidori back. Why won't you die, Dobi? Sasuke yelled, pushing more power into his Chidori once again. Point of view change. Kyuubi, that's what you think. I will not die because of your foolish mistakes, mortal. I thought pulling my chakra away from the foolish mortal before he got us both killed. But as I pulled my chakra out of the boy, he forced more out. Che fool thinks he can beat me at the tug and pull game. Let's see how long he lasts. I thought, thinking that I would have an easy win, but the kid just doesn't give up. Fine fool, take this, I yelled, taking back as much power as I could. Point of view change. Naruto, what the hell are you doing, you stupid furball? I said to the stupid giant furball that's trying to take back his power. I will not lose to you or the bastard, so give me your power, I thought, screaming out in my thoughts, taking as much as Kyuubi's power that I can get while in turn drawing on a new power I never felt before. Point of view change. Sasuke, what's up with the Dobi? How does he have this much power? No matter, I will win, I thought, determinedly pushing more power into my already unstable Chidori. Still, that is something I never would have thought possible. The dead last of Ninja Academy on equal grounds as me and Uchiha. Not that I will ever tell him that. Not like I ever will either, cuz he's going to die by my hands. He will die, I chanted over and over in my mind, hoping it will be true. Just as I finish my mantra, his attack gets stronger and a golden crescent moon symbol shines on his forehead in a blinding light. Then a great explosion, and just before everything goes dark, I have one thought on my mind. How did he get so much power? Sekni change. Naruto's miniscape point of view change, Naruto. What the hell just happened? What was that explosion? Why is my mind a sewer? Those are the thoughts that are going through my mind as I navigate my way to Kyuubi's cell through sewer that I call a mind. I make my way to the furball's cage, staring into his giant evil red eyes. Hey furball, what the hell happened? I demanded to the oversized ball of fur. Shut up, you will show me respect, boy, Kyuubi roared at me, making fall on my ass in the process. Getting to my feet, I yell back, pointing my finger at the Kyuubi to get my point across. Ah, why don't you shut up? We're probably on this mess because of you, I said in total victory, nodding my head to myself for my act of bravery. Kyuubi looks at me with a look that I've seen many times in my life, the look of stupidity. Shut up, you idiot boy, and I will explain, and if you interrupt me one more time I will make you feel extreme pain. Kyuubi threatened me, releasing a hell of a lot of killer intent that make me freeze in the spot and shuts me up before I can say anything to retort. Now, as I was saying, when the both of us were tugging at my power because somebody refused not to use it when I told him not to, most of my chakra got infused into you, the fox says, and before he can say anything else I interrupt him. Wait, when you say I absorbed your chakra, how much are you saying, fox? I say, showing my serious side that I don't show often. When I say that I feel unimaginable pain shooting through my body and I scream at the top of my lungs. Just as soon as the pain starts it stops, but to me it felt like years. Panting, I look at Kyuubi for an explanation. He, I told you if you interrupt me I make you feel extreme pain, the Kyuubi says, laughing at sadist laugh. Now where was I before I was interrupted? Here Kyuubi gives me a pointed glare that I completely ignore, and then I hear something along the lines of, damn, humans got the balls not to listen to the king of demons. Now when my chakra infused with yours you drew on another power source that's been locked inside of you that threw us into another universe. But to put it even more simple for your little mind to understand. A new power. Inside. Of. You. Pulled. us. Into. Another. Universe. Where. I feel. Power. Similar. To. Yours. That resides here, the Kyuubi says, drawing on the words like I'm slow or something. So what are we going to do then, Kyuubi? Can we get back? I ask with a glimmer of hope. Don't know, but while you're here there are a few things that you're going to have to do, Kyuubi says, squashing my hopes of going back home. Yeah, and what is that, you stupid fur ball? I say, a little bitter. First, you're going to have to get money. The best way to do that is to steal, and I know you can do it cause you did it plenty of times when you were young and you're a ninja, so you won't get caught. Second, get into a school when it starts again because it's still a few weeks of summer left. Don't give me that look, kid, you have to go, and I've been to different dimensions before and this is one of the many where they have school during the fall, winter, and spring. Expect summer. Third, keep your ninja talents to yourself. We don't want you getting any attention to yourself while you're here, at least not yet. Lastly, I want you to find yourself a girlfriend and get yourself laid, the Kyuubi says with a perverted giggle at the end. I look at Kyuubi like he's stupid. I say, okay, the first three of your things to get done even if I don't want to go to school again. But the last thing, no, you perverted fox. I don't know how many times I have to tell everybody that I'm not a pervert, I shouted, charging a Rasengan in my hand. So you're gay then, the stupid fox says with a deadpan look. I sweat drop and yell, no, then get one then, you stupid mortal, because there's no way I was going to be stuck in a container. Here I tone him out and leave my mindscape. Second change. Moon Kingdom Palace point of view change. Normal. So you have arrived now, yours and the sailor Senshi true destinies will truly begin, says a beautiful silver hair woman with her hair done in an Odango style with her hair reaching down to the ground. She has a golden crescent moon symbol shining her forehead. Her silver eyes that show wisdom and love to all who looks into them. Her pink lips plastered on her light tan color skin, dresses in a white dress with a crescent moon symbol on the top of her dress. This figure is known to as Queen Selene of the Moon Kingdom. She stands there looking at the blue sphere known as Earth with a gentle smile on her lips. Your destiny will finally be realized, she speaks softly, barely above a whisper, and walks back into her castle. Explosions, that's what Naruto heard when he left his mindscape. Looking around and spotting where the direction the explosions were coming from, Naruto took to the rooftops. Coming to the scene, Naruto sees a strange sight. He saw 5 girls in sailor fukus fighting a purple demon throwing explosives at the running girls. What the hell is this, he thought, sweat dropping, staring at the scene from the rooftop he was on. Putting a little chakra to his ears and eyes as he watches the battle from the safety of a nearby building's rooftop. Damn it, why the hell are we running? We should be fighting, the girl in the red and white sailor fuku yelled. She soon stops and called out her attack, burning Madala. The attack hit its mark, making the demon fly back, crashing into a building, the same one Naruto himself was in. Now it's my turn. This time a girl in a green and white fuku said with a lighting rod sticking out of her tiara. Sparkling wide pressure, she yelled, throwing a concentrated lighting sphere at the monster, electrocuting it. Alright, it seems like I'm up next, a girl in an orange and white fuku said. Venus love me chain, she calls out, hitting the demon with a chain of a golden color. I guess it's my turn now, the girl in the blue and white fuku said calmly. Shine aqua illusion, she cries, shooting off a powerful water blast at the demon, completely soaking it. You're up next, Sailor Moon, the raven-hair girl called out to the girl in a blue, white and red Sailor Fuku. Right, she called out, summoning a red scepter to her hand. Moon Princess Halation, she called out, vanquishing the demon from existence. Finally I can go home and go to bed, Sailor Moon said, slumping her shoulders and walking away, transforming back into Sakino Usagi. I'm with you there, sister, Venus said, mimicking Usagi's slumping figure and transforming back into Eino Makino. Now girls, make sure you don't sleep in too late, we have to study for the new school year, Sailor Mercury told them in a mother-like tone, also transforming into her original form of Mizuno Amy. No way, I hate studying, shouted Usagi and Makino in unison, earning a glare from Sailor Mars, who cancelled her transformation and became Hino Ray. If you don't study you will fall behind by the time school starts. Plus don't forget about our summer homework, she scolded both of them, making their shoulders slump even further to the ground. Ah, don't worry Usagi, I'll make you a batch of cookies tomorrow while we study, Sailor Jupiter said, smiling sweetly at Usagi, earning a yay from said girl while transforming into Kino Makoto. Okay, I'll be there for the yummy cookies. Are you with me, Minako-chan? Usagi asked in an anticipated gaze. Minako put on a mock-thinking face, earning a giggle from Usagi. Sure Usagi-chan. For the cookies, she shouted, thrusting her fist in the air, with Usagi mimicking her pose, walking home singing a song about cookies. The other girls shook their head at the two antics, also started their walk home. They were never aware of their silent observer station on top of a nearby rooftop. Well, that sure was strange, Kyubi, Naruto remarked, leaving the scene and looking for a place to rest for the night. That it was Kit, Kyubi replied, but the added, hey Kit, maybe you can make one of those girls your mate, Kyubi finished with a smirk on its face. No way, Ero Kitsune, I don't even know them even though they are beautiful, Naruto replied, blushing a little. See, I don't see the problem, just make one of them your mate like you said, though they are beautiful, and the fact that they can also fight makes it a plus. Now get to it, Kyubi persuaded, but also decided to add. And remember Kit, this is a new world and a new life, don't mess it up because you would have never got a chance like this in Konoha. As much as he didn't want to admit, the fox was right and there would be no way for him to have a girl in Konoha with all the villagers damning him his happiness. Finally complying with the Kyubi's wishes, he decides to find himself a mate, but first things first, he has to find himself a home. Time skip. 4 months later. It wasn't easy for the first month for Naruto. First he had to find himself a place to live. The only place that would be suitable for him to live was an old building on the outside of town in a big clearing where he would be able to train without drawing any attention to himself. He got the place for free from the previous owners since they were retiring and nobody was renting any rooms. For the next few weeks he had to go and steal a few things to help fix up his new home. The things he stole were money, furniture and building supplies. He had no trouble doing it because he had years of practice from when the villagers from his village would break into his home and break things. The amount of money he stole was enough to last him about 5 years on without getting a job. So he bought himself some new clothes, shoes and lots of food for his new home. After a few hundred cage buncheons, his new home was completed and looking brand new. The place he was living at was a big apartment complex, but since it was now his, he turns it into a large mansion. The place itself was painted in a dark blue color with black doors. It has 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a large kitchen, an indoor dojo, and a living room. On the outside he made himself his own training grounds. He set up some training logs to practice his taijutsu. He made his own pond with a few earth and water jutsus he learned from Kyubi. It's been 3 months since school started and Naruto still have not went yet. Said boy was currently sleeping in his bed, snoring really loudly, waking Kyubi out of his semi-peaceful sleep. Get your lazy ass up and go to school, fleshbag, Kyubi shouted, making Naruto jump out of bed and land face first in the floor. Damn, why did you have to do that for, you stupid fur ball, Naruto complained to the demon, rubbing his sore head. Take your ass to school, you're not going to avoid it any longer, the demon scolded its container, making said container to mope about having to go to school. But I don't want to, can't I just stay here and train some more? School is so boring, especially if it's not about ninjas, Naruto whined, sitting on the floor with his arms crossed, pouting. Giving a big sigh and a massive sweat drop to Naruto's behavior, Kyuubi pulled out the big guns that would make sure that Naruto went to school. If you go to school, I will teach you a new jutsu, Kyuubi said, knowing it would work, and like clockwork it did. Faster than Naruto could eat ramen, he grabbed his school clothes from the closet that he bought a few weeks prior and left to get himself registered at Juban Junior High. Scene change. Juban High. After getting registered in school, Naruto made his way to class. M's Haruna, room 301 feet. He thought with a gloomy look. He looked down at his school uniform. He was wearing a black school uniform shirt that was buttoned up all the way to the top with a black undershirt. He matching black pants and shoes. He had his Konoha forehead protector around his waist with a black strap like a belt, but was hidden by his school shirt. Sighing, he arrived at his destination. Knocking on the door, he waited for someone to answer. He didn't have to wait long before it opened. The person who opens the door was a red-haired woman with green eyes and had on a red dress suit with matching red high-heel shoes. "Oh, you must be the new student. Please come in and introduce yourself," she tells him politely, assuring him to follow her. Following in with a bored expression on his face, Naruto looks over the class before falling on some familiar faces of the sailor Senshi. His eyes widen momentarily before returning to their bored look that he mastered from watching Kakashi for so long. "Class, today we have a new student who would be joining us today. Please introduce yourself," she asked him while taking a seat behind her desk. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you all," he said, taking a bow with little enthusiasm. The classes begin to whisper among themselves, and with his ninja training he is easily able to hear them as if they were right next to him. He ignores them all, but one conversation caught his attention between two blondes that he recognizes as Sailor Moon and Sailor Venus. "Hey, he's cute, right, Usagi-chan?" Minako whispered to Usagi, unaware that Naruto was listening and blushing a little at the comment. The other girl, Usagi, stares at him but say nothing to acknowledge Minako's question, that is until said girl pinched her in the arm. "Ow, why you pinch me?" Usagi whined with tears in her eyes to Minako loudly, drawing attention of the entire class onto the both of them. Looking at the class, both girls blush in embarrassment and put their heads on their tables to hide their faces in unison. From the back, Makoto also watched Naruto, and she had to admit that he was cute, especially with the whisker marks on his cheeks. She can also tell by the way he carries himself that he practiced in some sort of martial arts. She would have to ask him about it later when she got the chance and challenge him to a sparring match. Amy looked from her book for a brief moment before looking back down at it with a huge blush on her face. "He is very cute. I hope we get partner up together in the next class project," she thought, trying to hide her blush, but unfortunate for her, Naruto caught this look and decided to have fun with her. When she looked up again to look at him, he winked at her, turning her previous blush 3 shades darker. Those who caught the action between the two were stunned, while Naruto looked on with a small smile. On the outside, he was laughing mentally on the inside along with Kyuubi. Seeing enough, Ms. Haruna told everyone to quiet down while she found Naruto a seat. "Okay, Naruto, I want you to take a seat behind Usagi," she said, causing said girl to make a small eep. "Usagi, please raise your hand so Naruto may know who you are," Ms. Haruna told Usagi, who complied, raising her hand, causing Naruto to look at her and they stare into her eyes as if he was in a trance. Coughing slightly to get his attention, Ms. Haruna tells him to take his seat. Doing as she says, Naruto walks to his seat, ignoring the other people, whispers as he does so. He sat there in his chair with his hands propping up his head while thinking that today was going to be a long day. Time skip. Lunch. At lunch, Naruto was sitting alone waiting for his instant ramen to get done with an annoyed expression on his face. "I hate this. Why does it always take 3 minutes for the ramen to get ready?" Naruto thought to himself, never noticing 4 girls walking to his table. 3 minutes went by and Naruto still didn't notice the girls before he finally broke his chopsticks and looked up to see 4 girls at his table with annoyed expressions on their faces. Scratching the back of his head nervously, Naruto speaks up. "Sorry about that, I never really notice anything when I'm waiting for my ramen to get done," he started before choosing his next words carefully. "Would you like to sit down and join me for lunch?" he asked politely while continuing to scratch the back of his head nervously. The girls look at him before Makoto spoke. "Sure, well, join you, but you should really pay attention to your surroundings. All fighters know that," she lectured, sitting in the chair, making him go wide-eyed. "How did you know that I'm a fighter?" he asked quietly, hoping they didn't find about him being a ninja. "Oh, I can tell by the way you carry yourself. All fighters are able to recognize others this way," she told him, making him sigh a sigh of relief. "So what martial arts do you do?" She asked him, trying to pry information out of him. I fight in the Goken, strong fist, style, he told her with a foxy smile on his face that made the surrounding girls blush, except Usagi, who didn't show any kind of romantic interest in him. What kind of style is that? I never heard of it. Makoto asked with confusion on her face, knowing that he said too much. Naruto tries to think up an excuse and coming up with the perfect. He tells her the truth, well, half-truth. It's a taijutsu style from a hidden village, so you wouldn't know about it, he tells her, hoping that she would end the conversation there, but his hopes were shot down by her next question. So how did you know about it then? She asked him, pushing for more information. Thinking quickly, he told her, I used to live there before I moved here and I can't tell where the village is at because it would be like betraying the village. Makoto looked a little put off before she asked him one more question. I would like to see this style, how about we spar after school? She asked, giving the puppy eye no jutsu that he hates so much. Knowing he can't say no to that look, he gave in. Okay, we can spar after school at my place. Looking at the other girls, he really doesn't want them to be left out, so he asked them if they wanted to go. Would you girls like to come too? He asked them. Sure, I'll come, but I have to bring Chibiusa along with me, Usagi tells him. Sure, I'll join, I have nothing better to do, Minako says with a shrug. Everyone turns to Amy, waiting for her answer. Well, we have to study and they're the test tomorrow, she said quickly while never looking up from her book, as she would have seen the horrified expressions on Naruto, Usagi, and Minako's face when she mentioned studying and the word test all in one sentence. Never mind that, Amy-chan, just come with us, I'm sure Naruto-san would let us study at his place tonight. Makoto tried to persuade Amy while Minako and Usagi were chanting, come on Amy, over and over again until she finally agreed, but not before they told Rei their change of plans. After everything was settled and Naruto handed out directions to his house, everyone ate their lunch. As Naruto sat there slurping his ramen, he thought back when Kyuubi first told him he would be using the same fighting style as Fuzzy Brows. Flashback. 3 months ago in Naruto's Mindscape. Alright kid, I will be teaching you a taijutsu style that I'm sure you remember. What style would that be? Fuzzball, the Goken. You idiot, it's the taijutsu style of the one you call Fuzzy Brows. Remember now, Kyuubi said, trying real hard not to explode at the stupid boy. Wow, so I'm going to learn how to do the lotus and how to open the chakra gates that Kakashi-sensei talked about at the Chunin exams, Naruto said, jumping up and down in excitement. The same one, and the only way for you to master this is to gain speed and power. Speed and power? Naruto asked, confused. Yes, and to gain this you will need to wear weights, Kyuubi started but was interrupted by Naruto. What? But I don't have any weights, you stupid fuzzball, Naruto shouted at the demon, pointing his finger at him, only to stop when he felt a wave of Kyuubi's killer intent wash over him. Shut up and listen, if you interrupt me again I will make you suffer, you stupid boy. Seeing that he effectively shut up Naruto, Kyuubi continued with his explanation. Now I'm going to give you some weights made out of my chakra, and before you say anything about me trying to control you, I'm not. These weights will look like ordinary wristbands and ankle bands but will be red in color. All you have to do is push chakra into them and a number will appear engraved into the bands to tell you how much weight you have on each band. Now for your training schedule 1, want you to punch and kick one of your training logs 5,000 times with each limb. When you're done with that, I want you to run around the training grounds 200 times. Then I want you to fight 200 cage bunshin on top of the pond. Last but not least, when you're all done I will summon you back here and I will give you a scroll on the taijutsu style. Oh, and I want you to start off with 50 pounds on each limb, Kyuubi told him with a dark chuckle while Naruto just stared at the ground with tears dripping down his face before her screamed out no, effectively blowing Kyuubi's eardrums. Flashback. End scene change. With Usagi and Chibiusa after school. Usagi, where are we going? Chibiusa asked with an annoyed expression on her face. We're going to a friend's house now, keep quiet, Usagi said, frustrated because she couldn't find Naruto's house. So who's this friend of yours, Usagi? Chibiusa asked with her hands folded behind her head, looking bored. Well, at lunch Makoto wanted to talk to the new boy about martial arts and one thing led to another, so now they're going to spar today at his house, Usagi said, still looking at the directions on her piece of paper that Naruto handed her earlier. And what's this guy's name? Chibiusa asked, getting frustrated with not having her answer answered the first time. Oh sorry, it's Uzumaki Naruto, she said, making Chibiusa stop in her tracks with wide eyes. When Usagi looked back to see why Chibiusa stopped, she was shocked to see tears forming in her eyes. Chibiusa, what's wrong? Usagi asked, trying to comfort the small crying girl. It's nothing, Usagi, just got something in my eye, she said, rubbing her eyes. Usagi looked at the girl with calculating eyes. She knew that Chibiusa was telling her a lie but decided not push it. Okay, let's go, I think we're almost there, Usagi said cheerfully before walking off with Chibiusa following right behind her. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Amy, Rei, and Makoto join their traveling group. She had one thing on her mind. Naruto. As soon as the other girls doing Usagi things went whole lot easier for the search for Naruto's house. Why, you may ask? It's because Usagi was not reading the directions anymore. Rei was, and they found the place pretty quick. When they arrived, the only thing they could say was wow. Not one of them would have imagined somebody would live in a place like this. A huge 2-story blue mansion with a large black gate around the whole area separating it from any outsiders for miles. The girls stared in awe at the place until a voice broke them out of it. Are you just going to stand out there and look at the place, or are you going to come in? The girls turned around so fast that Naruto thought they got whiplash. The Naruto was leaning against the gate with a milk carton in his hand, staring at the girls with a blank expression on his face for about 5 minutes and ushered them to follow him. He led them into his house where he told them to wait in the living room while he brought out some food that he made. The girls walked through the house in awe until they reached the living room and sat down on some of his sofas or lean against the wall in Makoto's case. They all waited for about 5 minutes until Naruto walked into the room with some chocolate cookies with milk and placed them on the table in front of the girls. Said girls dived into the cookies with gusto, or should I say Usagi and Minako dived in while the other girls shown some manners and ate one cookie at a time. Seeing 2 new faces, or one because he seen Sailor Mars before he introduces himself. Hi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, it's nice to meet you, and you two are? He asked towards Rei and Chibiusa. Both girls stopped eating cookies and looked at him and blushed for not introducing themselves earlier. I'm Hino Rei, it's nice to meet you Naruto-san, she said, shaking his hand while keeping down a blush. Chibiusa stared at the two, giggling quietly to herself before also introducing herself. My name is Chibiusa and these are some good cookies Naruto-san, Chibiusa said happily, getting an yes really good shout in unison from Usagi and Minako. Makoto walks up to Naruto to ask him where he learned to make cookies so well. Hey Naruto, where you learned to bake cookies so well? These are even better than mine, Makoto asked innocently, trying to see if she could some of his recipes in her own cookies, but when she seen his downcast look she knew she hit a sore spot. Sorry, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, Makoto told him. No, it's alright, I'll tell you, he told her. You see, I was an orphan and I never knew my parents, so I had to get by somehow. At first I ate nothing but ramen. Don't get me wrong, I love ramen, but I knew I had to eat other things besides that. So I taught myself how to cook at a young age and I learned to love it, so I do it whenever I can, Naruto told her, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Baking is one of my favorites, I love making cookies and cakes, he finished, finally opening his eyes and resting them on Chibiusa, happily eating his cookies with a smile on her face. Chibiusa-chan, would you like to come and help me bring out the cakes I made earlier? He asked the little girl, who gave him a happy nod. She followed him to the kitchen, making idle conversation on the way there with him. As soon as she entered the kitchen she smelled a very sweet aroma. It was so sweet she had drool coming out the corners of her mouth with stars in her eyes when she looked at his chocolate cakes. Naruto laughed seeing her reaction to the food he made. Come on Chibiusa-chan, help me with these cakes, Naruto said, snapping her out of her cake dreams. Huh? She said, turning to face him, only stare directly into his blue cerulean eyes with her pink ones. Without even realizing it she began to cry and rushed to hug him. Not expecting a reaction like this, Naruto bends down and returns the hug to the crying girl. Chibiusa-chan, why are you crying? He asked, trying to comfort her the best he could. He reaches up and grabs one of the cakes he made, then hands it to her. Here, eat this, it may make you feel better, he told her, hoping that she would stop crying soon. She takes the cake out of his hands and soon begins to eat it. When she was done, Naruto tried again to find out why she was crying. Now Chibiusa-chan, would you like to tell me why you were crying? He asked. She nodded her head and wiped away the last of her tears that was still on her face. You look so much like my uncle Naruto-san, she told him, picking up a plate of cakes and walking to the kitchen door. Sorry, I acted like that earlier, it's just that you look so much like him, it's scary, she said, waiting for Naruto to grab his cakes, and walked out the door, following him. What happened to him, Chibiusa-chan? He asked her, but when he did he had to mentally kick himself for asking such a personal question to a girl who was just crying in his arms just a few minutes ago. Sorry, never mind, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, he told her, having a sense of déjà vu. No, it's okay, I guess I can tell you, she hesitated before speaking again. My uncle, he died protecting me, she told him with a hunted look in her eyes before entering the room where the other girls were putting on a big happy smile. Naruto didn't say anything else on the subject because he knew that he would be pushing a painful memory back to the surface and be further hurting the girl if he did so. After a few minutes of eating and talking about how good Naruto's cakes were, it was time for Naruto and Makoto's sparring match. Naruto went to go change into his training clothes and he told Makoto that she could change her clothes in one of his rooms. "So Naruto, are you ready for our spar?" Makoto said, coming out of one of Naruto's room wearing a white tank top with green shorts and a pair of white training shoes on. "Yeah, come on and follow me to the training grounds," Naruto said, walking off to the training grounds right behind his mansion. He was dressed in a black shirt with an orange spiral on the back. He wore black shinobi pants that he made with a pair of black shinobi sandals and had his Konoha forehead protection around his waist. "Oh, alright, so how big is your training grounds?" Makoto said, trying to hide her blush that was appearing on her face when she saw Naruto's new look. "Man, Naruto's hot, I hope he can fight as good as he looks," was the only thing that was on her mind, along with 3 others had similar thoughts running through theirs. As they reached the grounds, they were surprised by the amount of damage the place seems to be in. There were fire scorch marks on the ground, trees broke in half, and some trees with a spiral markings on them. The girls turned to him with a questionable glance. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto told them it was all part of his training. The girls nodded at his answer but knew he was hiding something from them, but decided not to question him. Walking out into the grassy field, both Naruto and Makoto stood about 10 feet away from each other while the others watched from the sidelines. "Are you ready, Makoto-chan?" Naruto asked, settling in the Goken ready stance. "Yes, I am. I hope you prove a good fight, Naruto," Makoto said, also getting into a ready stance. As if by some unseen start clock, they both rushed towards each other. Makoto went in with a simple punch to Naruto's face. He saw this and ducked under it and hit her with a strike to her gut, making her slide back a few feet. Looking at Naruto set back into his ready stance, Makoto rushed towards him again, this time attempting to do a sweep kick. Naruto jumped over kick and kicked her in the face. She flipped and rushed back at him with a burst of speed, catching him off guard, hitting him in the face with a well-placed back kick. The girls were watching the spar in excitement, and Minako brought out some popcorn from out of nowhere, sharing it with Usagi. Scene change. Usagi and girls: "Wow, Naruto is really good, right, Usagi?" Minako asked, grabbing another handful of popcorn. "Yes, he is. I'm surprised he can keep up with Makoto-chan though," Usagi said in between bites, spitting popcorn out while she was talking. "Usagi, please talk when there's no food in your mouth. It's make you look like a fat pig," Chibiusa said, glaring at Usagi, who just ignored her and continued to devour more popcorn while watching the fight. Scene change. Naruto and Makoto's spar. Makoto had just got done landing a back kick to Naruto's head, making him fly back to the ground. Not wanting to lose this chance, she dashed at him again, preparing to give him a flipping axe kick. When she was close enough, she flipped into the air and delivered a powerful axe kick to Naruto's midsection, making him cough up some blood. Landing a few feet away from him with a smirk on her face, thinking she won, but soon thought better of it when she saw Naruto get back up. Back with the girls, they were watching with awe. Scene change. Usagi and girls: "Wow, did you see that kick Makoto did?" Usagi said, shaking Minako by the shoulders while making said girl very dizzy. "Yes, I did, Usagi, please stop shaking me," she said to Usagi, who only now realized what she was doing and blushed, then turned away from her. "Makoto is amazing. I hope Naruto-san didn't get hurt too badly by that move," Chibiusa said worriedly. But that worry soon turned to shock when she saw Naruto get up seemingly unharmed. "Wow," was all she and the other could say. Scene change. "Spar, ah, that really hurt. Now it's my turn," Naruto said, and he ran at Makoto at a speed that her eyes could barely keep up with. He appeared in front of her and shouted Konoha Daizenpu, leaping at her, kicking at her face, which she ducked under only to get hit with another kick that Naruto sent at her, making her fly back a few yards away from him. "Damn, he's good, but I won't go down without a fight," Makoto thought, panting heavily. When she caught her breath, she rushed towards Naruto again, this time with more speed than her previous attempts. She was unconsciously tapping into her Sailor Senshi powers, making her forehead flash with the symbol of Jupiter for only a brief second. Not many caught this, but those who did were watching her closely, especially her opponent, who thought all this felt familiar for some reason. Not expecting her to gain so much speed, Naruto was caught off guard again when she gave him an uppercut to the face, making him fly into the air only to be knocked back down with an axe kick by Makoto as she appeared above him. Rapidly approaching the ground, Naruto flipped himself and applied chakra to his feet to lessen the damage to his legs that he was sure to get from his fall. On the sidelines, the girls were staring with mouths wide open in shock at what they just saw. Scene change. Usagi and girls never knew Makoto could do moves like that, Usagi said with wide eyes. I mean she never did any of that when we're fighting all those Yoma, she finished, finally closing her mouth with a thoughtful look on her face. Yes, and did you see her planet symbol flash on her forehead for just a second before it disappeared again? Minako said in a completely serious tone, and her face showing that same serious, no longer showing her happy-go-lucky features that she was showing earlier. Yes, I saw it also. I wonder what it means. Amy questioned with her face also completely serious, watching the match between Naruto and Makoto. What are you talking about? I didn't see anything on Makoto's forehead, Usagi said with confusion on her face, earning a heated glare from Rei. Damn it, watch the match closely Odango Atama and you'll see what we're talking about, Rei said, who had also seen the symbol of Jupiter flashed on Makoto's head. Don't call me that, Rei, Usagi shouted at the raven-hair girl while said girl flashed her a raspberry. While they were fighting with each other, the other girls turned back to watch the spar. Soon after, both girls resumed their watching as well. Meanwhile, with the Naruto, he was talking with his inner demon while trying to dodge blows from Makoto's onslaught of punches and kicks. Scene change. Spar. What was that symbol that flashed on her head, Kyuubi? Naruto asked Kyuubi while jumping over another leg sweep by Makoto. I've seen a symbol like that once before with others similar to it, Kyuubi told him while watching Naruto's fight through the sewer water in his mind. He just watched as Naruto got hit by a kick to the gut, making him double over in pain before Makoto followed up with a backhand to his face. The kid is getting his ass handed to him by this girl. She would prove a perfect mate for him, Kyuubi thought with a perverted chuckle that Naruto heard, and decided to ask him about it later after he asked him his other questions first. So what symbol did she have, fur ball? Naruto asked, annoyed as he delivered another punch to Makoto's face and rushed at her with a spin kick to her stomach, making her gasp for air. Jumping back a few feet, Naruto caught his breath before Makoto rushed at him and continued her fierce onslaught of punches and kicks. The symbol that flashed on your mate's forehead was the symbol of the planet Jupiter, Kyuubi explained, pulling out some popcorn that he made appear in Naruto's mind and begin to eat. So why did it flash on her forehead then, and why does all this seem familiar to me? He paused in his question to think over what Kyuubi just told him before slightly blushing, confusing Makoto, who stopped briefly before shrugging and continuing her attack. Did you just call her my mate, you stupid furball? He asked, ducking under a kick sent by Makoto, only to flip out of the way of her uppercut that she sent at him, missing his face by mere centimeters. I guess she has some kind of connection to that particular planet. Maybe that's why they call her Sailor Jupiter, Kyuubi remarked sarcastically at Naruto, who gave a mental glare at Kyuubi. Also, I'm going to look into a few things through your mind to see why you seem to be familiar with this situation, Kyuubi said, beginning his search through Naruto's mind. Oh, and have fun fighting your mate, Kyuubi added with a perverted chuckle before he went silent. Dodging another one of Makoto's strikes that seemed to have picked up seed struck him in the face. She's getting faster, I have to end this now, Naruto thought, jumping a few feet away from her. Makoto was panting hard with her planet symbol coming back to life, this time shining brighter and staying on her forehead. Why does this feel so familiar? It's like I fought like this before, and these moves I'm doing, these are not the things I learned from my sensei, she thought in confusion. And where did all this speed and power come from? I was never this fast before, not even in my senshi form. She was brought out of her thoughts when she saw Naruto vanish from her sight. Makoto was looking around until she felt a kick hit her chin, making her fly into the sky. She also saw Naruto reappear right behind her and said Kage Buyo, shadowing her form. The girls were all speechless at what Naruto had just done, and Rei was the first to break out of her stupor. Scene change. Usagi and girls, that was amazing, how did he do that? Rei said with stars in her eyes, staring at Naruto and Makoto's floating forms in the sky. Yeah, it was, Amy said, agreeing with her. But did you all take a good look at Makoto's forehead? She asked, getting a nod from all the present girls. I think Makoto may have remembered something in her past life. She stopped when she looked at the other girls who were giving her looks of disbelief. Sighing at her friend's cluelessness, she explained her reasoning. Do you remember when we Usagi and Mamoru-san were fighting together in Tokyo Tower and Usagi was revealed to be our moon princess in our past life? She asked them. They all nodded and Usagi looked at the ground, thinking about how Mamoru could have broken up with her. Shaking her head from her thoughts, she looked back up at Amy, waiting for her to continue her explanation. Now when she was gaining her memories, the crescent moon symbol was present at the time, shining brightly on her forehead, also giving us some of our past memories in the process, she explained to them, seeing that they were beginning to understand. She finishes. Now this is why I believe she is gaining some of her memories back, she told them. Then Rei spoke next. So she is remembering some of her past life during her fight with Naruto-san. Rei asked for clarification. Seeing Amy nod, she quitted down. So Makoto-san is gaining her memories from her past life and using it on Naruto-san, right? Chibiusa asked, clearing, bringing the other senshi to look at her because they honestly forgotten that she was there. Yeah, that's exactly what it means, Chibiusa-chan, Minako said, keeping her eyes on Makoto and Naruto's still airborne forms. Turning back to the fight, they see Naruto making his move. Scene change. Spar? Okay, I'm up here now, what can I do? I can't use the Ura Renge, because that could kill her, Naruto thought until he remembered Sasuke's fight from the prelims in the Chunin exam. I guess I can just use the bastard's move, but I won't like it, Naruto thought with a scowl on his face, thinking about using Sasuke's move for help. Shaking his thoughts away, he got to work. Naruto starts off with a simple kick to Makoto's left side, which she easily blocks with both hands. With both of her hands preoccupied, Naruto backhands her to the face, followed up with a punch to the gut, making her fall to ground at a fast rate. Just as they hit the ground, Naruto delivers a spinning kick with his left heel in the center of Makoto's stomach, making her cough up blood before she went unconscious. After he did that, he slid back on all fours, took a few quick breaths before her, walked over to Makoto's still form and picked her up and walked back to the house with the girls following behind him. When they reached the house, Naruto led them to the living room and laid Makoto on one of the couches. There he soon left to bring them some tea while the girls talked to each other, waiting for Makoto to wake up from the world of unconsciousness. After Naruto served the girls some tea, he went out back to his training grounds to summon a toad to deliver a letter to Konoha. He figured that it's been long enough and they were most likely worried about him or has already placed him on the memorial stone. So biting his thumb with his fangs, Naruto go through some hand seals for the required jutsu and slamming his hands on the ground. Kachiyose no jutsu, he shouted, and in an explosion of smoke a familiar orange and black toad is standing in front of Naruto, looking at him in shock before he pounces on him, giving him the best hug a toad could give. After prying Gamakichi off of him after the first few minutes of the hug, the toad spoke to him. Bro, everyone thought you were dead after your fight with the Uchiha. Since he was the only one to come back with Kakashi, Gamakichi told him after he regained his composure. So the bastard got back, that's good, Naruto said with a smile on his face, thinking how he didn't break his promise to Sakura. So have they put me on the memorial stone yet? Naruto asked his summon. They did, and Tsunade was depressed over it for months. She was going to give up being Hokage, but Jiraiya told her not to, saying that isn't what you would have wanted. Gamakichi informed him. Yeah, that isn't something I would have wanted. Alright, so tell me, how's everybody on the Rookie 9 and Guys team been after my death, Gamakichi? He asked, trying to find out more information on his friends. They all took it hard, Naruto. The Hyuga girl was really depressed over it, saying how she never got to tell you about her feelings. At this, Naruto went wide-eyed but said nothing, and Gamakichi continued. She locked herself up in her room for weeks, refusing to see anybody, but that Inuzuka boy has gotten pretty close to her and I think they're dating now. The Aburame boy was pretty upset about it but wouldn't let it show. His teammates said that he was affected greatly but wouldn't let it show. Their sensei Kurenai was also very upset. She cried for your death like the Hyuga girl but got over it pretty fast. That Tenten girl was upset but not as much since she didn't really know you, and she was upset that she would never get a chance to do it. She held a real interest in you after you helped that Hyuga boy get that stick out of his ass during the Chunin exams. The Hyuga boy Neji was shocked to hear that you died during your fight with the Uchiha. He, along with the Nara, that Gaara kid, and Inuzuka boy had to be held back from killing him. The Nara boy was upset. He said that he saw you like an annoying little brother and he was hating himself over his decision of splitting up the team, saying it was his fault you were gone. The Akamichi boy was cried that he wouldn't be able to hang with his ramen eating buddy anymore. The Yamanaka girl Ino surprisingly took it the worst next to your friend Sakura and Tsunade. Nobody understood why she cried so hard after she was told you died, because everyone thought she hated you or pretty much disliked you since the days at the academy and you never really knew each other. That's what I was told, so who knows? Your teammates took it hard. That Sakura girl, she cried. She also blamed your death on herself, saying how if she never made you make that promise you would still be there with them. Kakashi, he almost stopped being a ninja. He didn't want to teach anymore, but Tsunade used the same thing Jiraiya used on her on him. The Uchiha, he was also depressed but he wouldn't let it show. He would brood for most of the day, then go to the memorial stone, then train. From what I heard, that was his everyday routine for the last 4 months so far. The village plan a party for your demise, but every one of the Rookie 9, the senseis, Iruka, Team Guy, and both Sanin put a stop to that celebration. Since you died, Tsunade thought that it wouldn't matter if she kept your secret about your tenant. any longer, so she told them about Kyuubi being sealed inside of you. For the most part they didn't care but felt guilt because how some of their parents told them not to hang out with you because of a reason you had no control over, Gamakichi informed Naruto while holding out his webfin to him. Got a snack? He asked to the shell-shocked Naruto. Naruto created a cage bunshin and had it go and get a cake from his kitchen while he talked with Gamakichi. If Naruto would have been more aware of his surroundings, he would have seen a young girl by the name of Chibiusa watching everything from behind a tree. With Chibiusa, I knew he was strong from the stories he used to tell me when I was younger, but I never really believed him when he told me he was ninja, she thought in silent awe before an evil idea made its way into her mind. Maybe I can get him to teach me to be a ninja and use those moves he used earlier, she thought with a grin. Yes, blackmailing is a powerful tool. I must thank Usagi for this powerful technique, she thought, leaving back for the house to corner the clone Naruto into training her. When she reached the house, she walked in and headed straight for the kitchen where the Naruto clone was at. When she reached the kitchen, the clone Naruto was just making his way out when he was stopped by a smiling Chibiusa. The clone didn't know why, but it felt really uncomfortable seeing her smile at him like that. Naruto-san, can we talk? I want to ask you something? She asked him, pulling off the puppy eye no jutsu that he hates so much. Sure, Chibiusa-chan. What did you want to talk about? Naruto asked, looking at her with curiosity but had a feeling of dread building in him but pushed it to the side. Naruto-san, I want you to train me to fight like you. She asked him, hoping he would say yes and she wouldn't have to use her blackmail, but where was the fun in that? Sorry, Chibiusa-chan, but I can't do that. He was cut off by Chibiusa, who waved her finger in the air indicating that she wasn't taking no for an answer. So she decides to pull her trump card. You know, Naruto-san, earlier when you left us in your living room I decided to follow you, and was I surprised with what I saw, she said with an evil grin forming on her face, making that same feeling of dread come back tenfolds to the Naruto clone. You don't mean that you... He didn't get a chance to finish because Chibiusa held up her hand to stop him from talking. Yes, I saw everything from the time you summoned the talking frog to when said frog asked for a snack, she told him, grinning from ear to ear. You heard everything, even the thing about Kyuubi being in me, he asked her with his head hung low, thinking of how she would stop being his friend because he had a demon sealed in him. Chibiusa soon realized that Naruto probably thought she didn't like him anymore, so she walked up to him and gave him the best hug that she could give since she was a little shorter than him. Not expecting this, Naruto pushes her away gently and looked at her with confusion in his eyes. Naruto-san, I don't care if you have a demon inside of you. I may have only met you today, but I know the difference between a demon, monster, or whatever you want to call it, and a human, she told him with a gentle smile on her face. Naruto looked at her with a small smile on his face before he made a decision that would change the course of history. Thanks, Chibiusa-chan, he told her, walking a few steps away from the younger girl, then stop and look behind him directly at her with a large foxy grin on his face. Chibiusa, you start your training tomorrow. Meet me here at 5 in the morning and tell no one that I'm training you, he tells her and walks off before she could say anything to him. Looks like I'm going to be trained after all, until she realized what time he said to meet him. 5 is way to EARILY, she shouted angrily, causing a certain foxboy to laugh his ass off and 4 confused girls who heard her shout. With Naruto has just finished catching up with Gamakichi when his clone came back with the cake in hands, sporting a huge grin on his face. Noticing this but not saying anything, he just decides to dispel it. When her did, he's shocked to learn that Chibiusa followed him and learn his secret, but also happy that she had accepted him. Then he smiles an evil grin because now that she's his student he could make her pay for trying to blackmail him. He started laughing evilly, slightly scaring the eating Gamakichi. Bro, why the hell are you laughing like that? Gamakichi asked, finishing off his cake. Oh, just got a student I can train, he told him with an evil grin on his face. Then reaching in his packet he handed Gamakichi a scroll. I need you to give this scroll to Tsunade-ba on everything I need, and explaining what I've been up to is in here, he informed his summon. Got it, bro, I'll be back for more cake, he said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto sat there for a few minutes before walking back to the house to check on Makoto's condition. Konoha. Hokage's office. Tsunade was currently sitting at her desk drinking a big bottle of sake, trying to avoid doing the dreaded paperwork. She then quickly hid the bottle because she heard someone opening the door to her office. She then pretended to do paperwork, already knowing it was Shizune who had entered. Shizune walked up to her with a glare set on her face. Tsunade-sama, why were you drinking on the job again? She shouted at her with a hard glare, making Tsunade almost flinch. What, but how did you know I was drinking? I could have swore I hid that thing fast enough before you enter, she mumbled under her breath. Shizune, still glaring at her, answer her question for her. Because you just told me, she said with a small smirk on her face, causing Tsunade to look at her in embarrassment and shock because she fell for such an old trick. Right when she was about to defend herself, an explosion of smoke entered her office, making her and Shizune shield their eyes. When the smoke cleared, there stood Gamakichi on Tsunade's desk holding a scroll in his hand.
"Yo Tsunade, I got a scroll for you from Naruto," he told her, earning a gasp from Shizune and said Hokage before she started strangling the poor toad.
What do you mean scroll? His body was never found after his fight with Sasuke, and if what you said is true, then why in the hell hasn't the brat came back yet? She shouted, continued to shake the toad, who only muttered one word. Scroll, he said before he was dropped carelessly by Tsunade, who tore open the scroll to read what was inside and hoped the toad was telling the truth, because if he wasn't, she would be having toad-style soup for dinner. Shaking herself from her murderous thoughts, she proceeded to read what was in the scroll. Dear Tsunade Bon, sorry I haven't contacted you earlier, I kind of forgot. But anyway, during the fight with the bastard I got sent through a portal to another dimension where I am now living happily. I'm going to school, but it's so boring and they talk nothing about shinobi, which makes it even more boring. Even though it was only my first day of class, since I tried to put it off as long as possible.
But never mind that, I need some stuff like kunai, jutsu scrolls, and more shinobi gear.
Also, could you send over 3 people over here? I don't know how you could do it, but since I could still summon Gamakichi, I think you may be able to use something along the lines of that. The reason why I need 3 is because I'm going to be needing some training partners, plus I don't know why, but I feel like something big is going to happen soon and it would be best that some more ninja would be here to help. I may just be paranoid, but it's a feeling I just can't shake. Remember, if you ever need to talk to me, send a mail through Gamakichi, just make sure you feed him a snack as payment. It was nice talking to you, Bon, and tell everybody Uzumaki Naruto said hi to them. From former Rokudame Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, damn brat, still calling by that name, she mumbled under her breath, then turned towards Shizune, who was looking at her with confusion. Shizune, call in all the rookie 9. Their senseis, Team Guy and the Sand siblings, she told her before she left to go get said shinobi. Tsunade then turned towards Gamakichi, who still had chocolate frosting on his mouth, extending his hand. Snack, was all he said, causing Tsunade's eyebrow to twitch before calling in one of her Anbu to go and get the toad some chips. Time skip. 4 hours. Everyone expect one was all gathered in the Hokage's office. They were quietly talking to each other, waiting for Kakashi to appear. When he finally did, her felt killing intent coming from everyone in the room. He just shrugged it off and said his usual greeting. Sorry I'm late, there was this old lady that got stuck in a tree and I had to help get her down, being the good shinobi that I am, he said in his usual bored manner, pulling out his Icha Paradise book, earning sweat drops from everyone present in the room and glares from every female in the room. Now that Kakashi has finally made his appearance, I will now tell you why you're here, she told them, barely containing her anger because of Kakashi being so late. What is it you want to tell us, Tsunade-sama? Tenten asked, spinning a kunai around her finger, looking at her idol with a curious look. Yeah, I was out training. This has better be something important, Kiba said under his breath, but unfortunate from him, Tsunade heard this and quicker than most could see, Tsunade had punched him through her wall, sending him landing in Konoha's hot springs on the woman's side, where he got a painful beating from all the women there. Hinata stood there looking at the spot. Kiba was just at shaking her head and blushing in embarrassment at Kiba's misfortune. Now is there anybody else who would like to say something? Tsunade said in a deadly calm tone that sent shivers down everybody's spines. Seeing that nobody else was going to say anything, she told them the news on Naruto. The reason why you're all here is because I had just received an important message from someone very important to all of us, she told them in a serious tone but held some happiness in them. The others looked at her with confusion and curiosity until Shikamaru asked her what was on everybody's mind. Godem-sama, who is this person that seems to have a connection to all of us? He asked her in his usual lazy tone. Oh, he is very important, and the person is. She trailed off, not to make it seem more dramatic. No, she heard very loud munching sounds coming from behind her. She turned to see Gamakichi happily eating a bag of chips. He looks up when he feels some killing intent on him. Looking around, he spots a furious-looking Tsunade cracking her knuckles, glaring at him. Yeah, what do you want? I'm eating, he said, hopping on her desk, causing everyone to stare at the frog. This frog was easily recognizable by Sasuke, Temari, and Gaara from their fight during the Sound Invasion. Why is that toad here? Gaara asked in an emotionless voice, looking at the toad with a semi-glare on his face. Said Toad looked at him before recognition hit him. You're that guy that bro fought in the forest. Gamakichi said, taking another handful of chips, completely ignoring Tsunade, who releasing more and more killing intent by the second. Bro? Temari, Ino, and Sasuke spoke in unison. Yeah, Naruto, he sent me to deliver a message to you guys. He spoke. He was about to continue when he felt sand covering his body and lifting him in the air. Gaara was about to finish his jutsu when Tsunade called out to him. Gaara stopped the little toad as telling the truth. She yelled out at him, causing him to drop the toad, who hopped off to hide behind Tsunade, and Gaara turned his attention from Gamakichi to Tsunade. Explain now, he said simply. Everybody else was wide-eyed at what they just heard. Right as I was saying earlier today, I got a message from Uzumaki Naruto. She told them in a serious tone to tell them that she was all business. When everyone heard her confirm what the toad said, they all began to talk at once. What? Where is Naruto? He's still alive. That bastard wrote but never came home. Naruto-kun is still alive? I knew Naruto-kun's flames of youth could not be demnish. That's right, my youthful student Naruto's flames of youth has always burned bright. Then I would just have to have mine burn even brighter than his, and if I cannot IWLL run to Suna and back 100 times. Yes, Lee, and if you can't do that I will run to Snow Country and back 300s time. Then they proceeded to hug each other, setting up an unbreakable genjutsu of a sunset. Lee. Gai-sensei Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sanaha. Lee began but was stopped when he and Gai both felt sand covering their bodies and lifting them in the air by Gaara, who had a look of pure murder on his face. He was just about to kill them when once again Tsunade stopped him. Gaara, I know how much you want to kill them, as do the rest of us, but you must not kill an ally shinobi in cold blood, she shouted at him, making him drop the two hugging green beast. Tsunade then turned her wrath on said two. Now you two do not do that again in front of me, or I will set up a new law stating that if you do, everyone will have the right to ban and or burn any green jumpsuit that they see in the village, she told the two in a deadly calm tone that made them shut up their whimpering and everyone else who was talking about Naruto. Now, as I was saying, after his fight with Sasuke, he was sent through a portal to another dimension. She paused to gauge their reaction. She wasn't surprised when she saw most of them with their mouths wide open, but what shocked her was the tears flowing down Ino's face, who was standing in the back. She decided to talk to her later about them so she wouldn't cause an unnecessary scene. After spending 4 months in this other dimension, he sent a letter telling that he was fine and was going to school. She stopped when she heard laughter coming from Ino, Sakura, Iruka, and Kiba, who returned when she first mentioned Naruto. After 5 minutes of laughter coming from the 4 shinobi, she continued, completely ignoring them. As I was saying, he started school today and that he would not be returning home. She stopped when they were about to start talking again when she gave them all some of her killing intent, making them stop in their tracks. She then turned behind her towards her window to see Jiraiya there sitting on the edge listening intently to the conversation. She turned back around to face her shinobi, only acknowledging Jiraiya with a nod of her head, which he returned. No more interruptions, and whoever decides to do it again will be doing D-rank missions for a year, including the Junin instructors. She told them, immediately shutting them up. Expect the Sand siblings, since they weren't her shinobi, but they stayed quiet out of respect for the Hokage. He told me in his letter that he will need some more kunai, jutsu scrolls, and more shinobi gear in general. I will be sending 3 people to go and deliver these things to him. Also, these 3 will be staying with him for an undetermined amount of time, so go to the shops and buy these things and out them on the Hokage's tab. Now, which 3 of you will go to the dimension where Naruto is at? She asked them, and before any of them could blink, Ino was in front of everyone in front of Tsunade's desk. I'll go, Tsunade-sama, she told her with a big smile on her face, and before she could say yes, she jumped out the window and ran down the Hokage tower toward her home. Everyone was quiet, thinking about what they just witnessed before Shikamaru stepped forward, scratching the back of his head. I guess I'll go as well, can't have her go alone, she may do something stupid, that troublesome woman, he said lazily, looking at the Hokage, waiting for her to give him the yes so he could go pack his things and go. When he saw her nod her head, he slowly walked out the room, ignoring everyone along the way out. There's only one spot left. Who is it going to be? She asked, smirking a bit at their panicking reactions. They all started to argue between each other for about 5 minutes before Gaara silently walked around them and up to the Hokage's desk. I will be going, Hokage Dono, Gaara said, knocking everyone out of their argument over who was going. This shocked Tsunade, Kankuro, and Temari because he was just nominated to be the Kazekage by the Council of Suna. Gaara, weren't you just elected Kazekage not too long ago? Tsunade asked with confusion in her voice. Yeah, Gaara, you can't go, you have to run Suna, Temari said, walking up to her brother, grabbing him his shoulder, earning a death glare from him, but she completely ignored it. Let him go, Tamari, you know you won't be able to stop him once he made up his mind, Kankuro said, walking up to his sister with an annoyed expression on his face. Tamari, while I'm away you will be the temporary cage until I return. Baki and Kankuro will train you and help you along the way, Gaara said, doing a Suna Shunshin before she could protest, and went to buy some supplies and clothes for his trip. Damn it, now I won't be able to talk to Naruto, Tenten shouted, stomping out of the Hokage's office with killer intent rolling off her in waves, scaring all the little children, civilians, and some shinobi along the way. Good to hear Naruto is alive, maybe I'll get to visit him and have a ramen eating contest with him again, Choji said, walking out the office with a big smile on his face. Fate has always destined Naruto to do great things, Neji said, momentarily going back to his fate self that wasn't seen since his defeat to Naruto. He silently left after that with a small smile on his face. Let's go, Lee, we must train so we could pass Naruto's flames of youth, Guy shouted, running out the door with Lee trailing right behind him, shouting the whole way, causing everyone to sweat drop at the two. I'm going to grab a few Just You scrolls that Naruto and the others could use, Kakashi said, vanishing while also thinking. I will give him his father's jutsu scrolls on his bloodline and my prize Just You, the Chidori and Rikiri, he thought as he appeared in his house to grab some Just You scrolls. I'll grab a dozen elemental papers and grab some Just You on the different elements as well, Asuma said, taking out another cigarette and putting it in his mouth since he was told to spit it out since Tsunade did not want him smoking in her office. The elemental papers should help find out what element fit Naruto. I better grab the instruction scroll for Naruto so he could know how to use them, he thought, also using the Shunshin to leave the Hokage's office. Damn, Gaara turning his responsibilities on me, probably just saw the paperwork on your desk and got scared, Tamari shouted, jumping out the window and onto her fan to find someplace to vent her anger. I'll go after her so she won't accidentally kill anyone, Kankuro mumbled loud enough for the people in the room to hear him, and with an annoyed look on his face he jumped out the window to find his crazy sister. Naruto-kun is still alive, Hinata said in a dazed state, walking out the room with Kiba following after her to make sure she would be alright. I will go grab some Genjutsu scrolls, Kurenai said as she vanished like the other Junin, leaving only Sakura, Shino, and Sasuke in the room with Tsunade, Jiraiya and Gamakichi watching silently. The silence was broken by Shino, who looked at the other occupants with an raised eyebrow. I will be going to get the kunai, shuriken and some shinobi clothing for Naruto, he said. He was on his way out when Gamakichi spoke out to him. Hey, you should get some kunoichi clothes as well for him since bro took a female student to train, he said to the Aburame, who raised both eyebrows but nodded his head and left out the door. Naruto has a student? Sakura said, speaking up for the first time since the meeting started. Yeah, he said that he was going to torture her for some reason during their training, Gamakichi said, eating some more chips. The Dobi is alive, that all that matters, Sasuke said, shocking everyone left in the room as he silently left with a small smile on his face, knowing that his brother was not killed by his hands. Sakura soon followed after him deep in her own thoughts. With them gone, it only left Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Gamakichi, who was still eating his chips. The brat is still alive, Jiraiya said with a small smile before it turned into a big perverted grin. Now I will finally be able to pass down the ways of the super pervert to my successor, Jiraiya said with a perverted giggle, earning a punch by Tsunade, who sent him all the way to the same hot springs that she sent Kiba to earlier. She watched with an evil laugh through her crystal ball as Jiraiya got beat to an inch of his life. Shizune, she called out to Shizune, who left a little while to go grab some chakra control exercises that Naruto could use to improve his control over his chakra when everyone was busy talking about who was going to the dimension Naruto was at. Yes, Tsunade-sama? Shizune said as she entered the room with a few scrolls in her hand. Yes, well, what is that in your hand? She asked, pointing to the scrolls in Shizune's hands. These are chakra control exercises Naruto could use for training Tsunade-sama, she said with a sigh at the end. Well, alright, I want you to bring me the sake I was saving for Naruto for his birthday, she told Shizune, who was giving her a death glare but then soften up when she remembered how depressed she was about Naruto's apparent death and how she was never going to be able to give him that special sake that she ordered for him for his 16th birthday that was coming in a few weeks. Shizune soon left to get Naruto's birthday present. When everybody left, she pulled out her own sake bottle and began drinking, completely forgetting that Gamakichi was there eating his bag of chips. Time skip. 3 hours. Everyone was gathered in Tsunade's office again, handing over their different scrolls and ninja weapons to Jiraiya as he sealed them into some storage scrolls along with an entire collection of Icha Paradise books without Tsunade taking notice. When everything was sealed into the scrolls, she spoke to them. Gaara, Shikamaru and Ino, you will be leaving in a week from now to Naruto's dimension. Some things still need to be dealt with concerning your trip, like how you're going to get there. Jiraiya, do you have any ideas? She asked him while he leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He looked at her with a serious expression before nodding his head yes. Gaara, send a message to Suna. Tell them you're going on a traveling trip and that Temari would be taking your place as temporary cage, she informed Gaara, who just nodded his head before walking out the room to get started on his message. Ino and Shikamaru, do you have everything ready for your trip? She asked them. They both nodded their heads. Then she continued. Also need you pack all these scrolls that Jiraiya sealed into your packs. Then he will also seal those into scrolls so you could travel light. You will be learning from Jiraiya on how to seal and unseal things into scrolls along with Gaara. Naruto already knows this since he was taught how to do this by Jiraiya on his way to bring me back to village, she told them. Turning her gaze to the other occupants in her room, she spoke once again. I will be sending letters back and forth between dimensions. This way you will be able to contact him and the other three when they leave in a week. Now all of you get out of my office while I finish this damn paperwork, she said, glaring at the stacks of documents on her desk, causing the group to sweat drop and leave immediately, knowing her temper. Jiraiya turned his attention to Gamakichi, who was sitting down after being summoned again by Jiraiya after his time ran out in the mortal plane. Gamakichi, go back over to where Naruto is and tell him that he will be seeing some of his friends in a week, he told the toad, who just grumbled before he vanished out of the room in a cloud of smoke. Tokyo. With Naruto, the girls had all left after Makoto had woken up feeling slightly shaken over her defeat to Naruto. She told him that she would be back for a rematch, so he better be ready when she came back. Naruto reminded Chibiusa to see him tomorrow for training because there was no school the next day since it was a Saturday. She grumbled a yes and took off for home with Usagi, who was staring at the two strangely but said nothing. Now here Naruto was on his training grounds running up down some trees while holding a leaf to his forehead with chakra for a chakra control exercise. Combining the academy and tree walking exercises together to further improve his control was a brilliant idea, so here he was training, waiting for Gamakichi to arrive. He didn't have to wait too much longer before he finally appeared in a cloud of smoke right behind Naruto, making him fall out the tree and making the leaf fall off his head in the process. Saying curses under his breath, he turned his attention to Gamakichi, who was smirking at Naruto's misfortune. What took you so long, Gamakichi? Naruto said, glaring at the smirking toad. I was waiting for Tsunade to tell the other about you. It was chaotic, but it got done. She will be sending 3 people who you know here in a week. The Nara boy Shikamaru, the Yamanaka girl Ino, and that Suna boy Gaara, he told Naruto. She's sending Shikamaru, Ino, and Gaara. This should be real interesting, Naruto thought before asking Gamakichi everything that happened. Soon Gamakichi went into a long explanation about what happened, and by the end Naruto was surprised at some of their reactions. He then walked into his house with Gamakichi following him into his kitchen. He then handed him some leftover cake, which was soon ate by the toad, who soon vanished in a cloud of smoke, heading back to the summoning realm. Naruto walked up to his room and set his clock for 4:30 in the morning. Tomorrow the torture begins, Naruto thought with an evil chuckle that promised pain. Chibiusa is late, Naruto thought as he continues to fight off his clones on top of his pond. The clone did a sweep kick, but Naruto jumped over it and landed behind the clone, then gave it a vicious backhand, making it pop out of existence. 2 more clones surrounded Naruto and set themselves in the Goken stance. The clones charged Naruto, whom had already unraveled the black bandages that were wrapped on his arms. He smiled as they appeared in front him. One clone doing the Konoha Reppu and the other going in for a Konoha Daizenpu. Naruto did a couple of back flips to dodge the attacks and followed up with 2 Rasengans to the clone's chest. This was the scene Chibiusa came to as she ran to the training field completely out of breath. Chibiusa was dressed in a white shirt with black shorts that went a little past her knees. She wore a pair of black and white training shoes. She was carrying a blue backpack that held her clothes for after her training, so no one would get suspicious of her if she came home wearing what she was wearing now. She stared in awe at what her sensei had done and couldn't wait to start training. Naruto soon spotted her and called her over to the pond. When she reached it, he walked off and pulled out a pair of black fingerless gloves from his hands. Here, put these on, she did with a questioning look on her face, which he saw, so he explained. These gloves are going to protect your hands for the training I'm going to give you. I want you to go and hit that log over there 100 times with each limb. Also, if you complain, I will add 50 to the count. So get started, we have a lot more training to do, he said with a big smile on his face. Chibiusa stared at him to see if he was serious. When she found out that he was, she started mumbling curses under her breath, which Naruto heard. That's 50 more Chibiusa-chan, he yelled out to her, which she replied with a loud damn it. Which she got another 50 for. She soon stops talking and got to work. Naruto sat and watched as she struggled to accomplish the task her sensei had her do. After an hour of punching and kicking the log, she was exhausted and wanted to go home, but Naruto wasn't through with her yet. Naruto stared at Chibiusa as she nursed her bruised hands and feet. Sighing, he walked up to her and did the most basic medical jutsu he knew to heal her so they could continue training. Chibiusa soon got to her feet and waited for her sensei's next instructions. Chibiusa, hold out your hands for me. She did, and Naruto put his hands around her wrist. He focused a little of Kyuubi's chakra into his hands and it slowly moved around Chibiusa's wrist. It burns her for a few seconds, making her whimper in pain, but soon stopped as Naruto pulled back his hands so Chibiusa could see what he had done. She stared at her wrist to see 2 red wristbands with the number 15 engraved in them. Naruto soon did the same to her ankles, then Naruto did some hand seals and the 4 special bands glow a bright red before Chibiusa crashed face first into the ground. What the hell did you do to me? She whined as she tried to push herself up but didn't move an inch. This is your punishment for trying to blackmail me and arriving late to training, he told her, and then smiled when he saw the look of horror on her face. Once you're able to move again, we will resume your training, he told her as he walked back to his house to make some food for himself and his student. Chibiusa struggled to get herself to move, and after an hour of trying she finally moved an inch. She lied there thinking to herself while she tried to move herself. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have tried to blackmail him, she thought as she moved her leg a bit. I wonder what Usagi is doing now. She wondered as she struggled to get used to the weights she had on. With Usagi, I am Sailor Moon, and in the name of all things sweet I will eat you. Usagi mumbled in her sleep with some drool coming out of her mouth while laughing a little. Luna, who heard this, sweat drop at Hicharge's antics. And to think she's the Moon Princess, Luna said with a small smile on her feline face before she went back to sleep. 3 hours later, Usagi, wake up. Luna shouted in Usagi's ear, but the girl didn't wake up. Deciding to approach the matter in a different way, she raised her paw and with a quick flick her claws came out. Sorry Usagi, but you leave me no choice, Luna thought with a small smirk on her face. She made a shallow slash with her claws across Usagi's face, effectively waking her up. Ahhhhhhhh. Usagi screamed very loudly but didn't have to worry about her parents or brother barging into her room because they went on a trip to her grandmother's house for the weekend. Usagi stayed behind because she failed another test and had to take care of Chibiusa while they were away. Luna, why did you do that? Usagi said while holding her face as a few tears leaked out of her eyes. You wouldn't wake up and I wanted to tell you that Chibiusa is missing, Luna said with urgency in her voice. You shouldn't worry about her, Luna, she's probably outside playing, you know how kids are, Usagi said as she got out of bed and walked out of her room to her bathroom. But Usagi, she's been missing since early this morning, Luna shouted at Usagi from the bathroom's entrance. She looked at the clock that hung on the wall next to the bathroom door. It read 11:45. Luna, she will be fine, Usagi said as she brushed her teeth and then proceeded to wash her face. Usagi, she's been gone since 6:30 and that was about 5 hours ago, Luna said with worry clear in her voice. Usagi sighed when she heard this and figured that Luna wouldn't let up unless she went to go search for the girl. And I really wanted to eat breakfast too, she thought with a frown. Fine Luna, I'll find her after I get dressed, she said with her shoulders slumped at the idea of her not getting any breakfast. Good, I will wait for you downstairs, Luna replied as she walked down the stairs. 5 minutes later, Usagi walked down the stairs fully dressed in a white and pink shirt with a white jacket over it. She had on white jeans with black shoes on. Let's go, Luna, Usagi said with a frown still on her face as she walked out the door with Luna right behind her. With Chibiusa and Naruto, 2:00 p.m. Naruto watched as Chibiusa threw a few punches at the training log. She had recently gotten to her feet about 3 hours ago and took another hour just to walk to the training logs. Now she was punching the logs with all the strength that she had. She was currently at 95 punches and had 5 more to go before he sent her home. 5 more Chibiusa, Naruto shouted at his student who just grumbles curses under her breath. Naruto heard them but decided not to punish her today. Chibiusa went through 5 more agonizing punches at the logs before she fell down on her back with a grin of victory on her face. Naruto walked up to her from the tree he was leaning on and looked down at her with a small smile on his face. Well done, Chibiusa. Training is over for today, he said with a smile still on his face before he looked at her current condition. She was sweating from various parts of her body. She was covered in dirt and had blood dripping down her fingers as she pulled off her gloves. Her legs also were bleeding slightly. He frowned a little before speaking again. Chibiusa, before you leave, go take a shower and change your clothes. Also have some bandaged for your legs, he said as he walked away from her, and she soon followed after him, but at a much slower pace after she had grabbed her bag. 30 minutes later, after Naruto had deactivated her weights, Chibiusa took a shower. When she came out, she saw some white bandages that Naruto had left for her, so she wrapped them around her legs. She soon threw her clothes on. She wore a white shirt with a pink heart on the front. On the back of her shirt there were words written in pink that read, "Princess." She had on white pants that had pink lines going down from the thigh to her ankles on each pants leg, with a pair of white shoes. She soon exited the bathroom and walked into the living room where Naruto was eating himself a bowl of shrimp ramen. She looked at the table and saw that there was a plate of sandwiches with some tea off to the side. Chibiusa sat down in a seat across from Naruto and grabbed herself a sandwich and began to eat. She went through 4 sandwiches before Naruto finally spoke, who had gone through 10 bowls of ramen and 6 sandwiches. Chibiusa, you did well for your first day of training, Naruto said as he calmly took a sip of tea. Chibiusa nodded her head as she ate another sandwich. Yeah, that was tough, she said with groan as she remembers her training. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but laugh at her misfortune because he wasn't through with her yet. Oh, but Chibiusa, we haven't even started the real training yet, that was just a warm-up, he said happily with an evil smile on his face that made Chibiusa want to cry. After they talked for a bit more, Naruto reapplied the weights to Chibiusa, who slowly began her walk home. Laughing to himself, Naruto decided to get started on his own training. Increase weights by 15 pounds, he thought as he began to glow a bright red color and slowly made his way to his training grounds. With Chibiusa walked through the park slowly as she tried to get used to her weights. She felt exhausted and just wanted to sit down, and luckily for her she spotted a bench. Moving as quickly as she could, she arrived at her destination and sat down, attempting to catch her breath. After 20 minutes of resting, she decided that it was time to continue her walk home. But before she could stand, she heard a voice from behind her. Thought you could hide forever, brat. Chibiusa quickly turned around to come face to face with the last woman she ever wanted to see again. The woman had green hair that went down to her knees. The woman's eyes were as cold as ice and showed that she looked out for nobody but herself. On her pale white skin she wore a black tight-fitting dress with opera-length gloves and knee-high stiletto boots. The woman in front of her had one thing that Chibiusa would never forget, and it's the Black Moon symbol that's imprinted on her forehead, making her a member of the Black Moon clan. Emerald. What the hell do you want? Chibiusa asked coldly as she stood up slowly from the bench and backed away from the green-haired woman who was staring at her with a look of amusement as she slowly approached her. Why are you so cold, princess? Emerald asked just as coldly while spitting out the word princess with disgust. She then put herself in a mocking thinking pose as she put her hand under her chin, rubbing slightly as if she was in deep thought. After 5 seconds of deep thinking, she snapped her fingers. Oh, I remember now, you're still upset about what my prince did to your darling uncle, aren't you? She said in mock concern. Chibiusa gave a hard glare at the green-haired woman, but she didn't seem fazed by it. Damn you and your filthy prince for what he done to my uncle and mother, she spat angrily while staring into the cold eyes of Emerald. Princess, you should really watch what you say about my prince, she said as she slapped the girl, sending her to the ground. You don't want to end up like your darling uncle now, do you? She said sweetly, which betrayed the raging anger in Emerald's eyes. Chibiusa slowly picked herself up from the ground as she glared hatefully at Emerald's equally hateful eyes. Once she got to her feet, Chibiusa put her hands in a seal while Emerald watched her cautiously. What are you doing, brat? Emerald asked as she stared at the girl, who seemed to be in deep concentration. Kai. Chibiusa yelled as her ankle and wristbands began to glow a bright red before disappearing off her body completely. As she did this, she had no idea that by releasing the weights that she would alert the demon that created them. With Naruto almost there, Naruto said as he continued to do high push-ups. 996,997,998, 999, 1000, he finished as he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, making a small-size crater in the ground as he fell. Kyuubi watched from his cage with a large smirk on his face until he felt a small amount of his power return to his form. He knew that his container has not used any of his chakra recently, nor did he take off his weights. So this only left one possible answer for the Demon Lord. Brat, it seems your new charge has taken of her weights, Kyuubi growled from inside his cage. That's not possible, I never taught her how to take them off, he spoke tiredly to Kyuubi before he realized what the demon just said to him. Furball, how the hell would you know if she took the off in the first place? Naruto asked quietly as he slowly picked himself up from the ground. Because brat, I felt some of my power returning to me. You will do well not to question me again if you would like to live a long life. Kyuubi growled angrily from the inside of his cage while slamming into it, making Naruto hold his head in agony as he felt the beginning of a massive headache starting. But just as soon as it began, it ended, making Naruto give a sigh of relief. So Kyuubi, do you know where Chibiusa is at? Naruto asked as he walked back into his house to grab himself a soda from the fridge. Yes, the girl is not too far from here and there appears to be a dark presence with her, Kyuubi informed his container calmly while swishing his tails happily for the fight that was sure to come. Is she in trouble? Naruto asked worriedly, thinking that his new student was going to die. No brat, I sense two large energy sources nearing her along with two slightly smaller ones whom seem to be closer than the other two. The energy feels similar to the ones those senshi girls used but only stronger. While the other smaller energy I don't recognize, but the other one seems to be the moon senshi's energy signature. The two smaller ones seem to be coming in opposite directions from each other, with the unidentified energy seem to be a lot closer than the moon girls. The two larger energy signatures seem to be quite a while away from the pink-haired girl, Kyuubi told Naruto just as he finished his drink. Alright, time to go and save my student, Naruto yelled out in a burst of energy, causing Kyuubi to wince from the inside his cage. The demon didn't take too kindly to that and rammed his head into the bars of the cage, making Naruto hold his head in agony as his headache returned with double the pain. But just like before, as soon as it began, it stopped. Naruto then heard laughter coming from the demon, leaving him feel pissed as he walked angrily to his front door. Once Kyuubi composed himself, he decided to give Naruto one last piece of advice before taking a catnap. Remember brat, you're a ninja, so act like one, Kyuubi told his idiot container, who gave a mental look of confusion which Kyuubi felt and groaned from the inside of his cage. Idiot. Just keep yourself from being seen unless necessary, and if you must come out of hiding, make sure you're covered up so you don't draw unwanted attention to yourself, Kyuubi told him before he went silent. Nodding his head in agreement with the demon, Naruto walks to his closet and pull out a black cloak with an orange swirl on the back with a hood connecting to it. He throws it on, then runs out his door and locks it before heading to the area where his student was fighting at. With Chibiusa, I don't know what you did brat, but it's time for you to die, Emerald said coldly as she raised her hand to the now semi-frightened girl. Chibiusa watched horrified as a ball of dark energy began to emerge from Emerald's hand, freezing her to the spot. Emerald smiled a sadistic smile at the girl, hoping that she would feel as much pain as possible when she let loose her attack. Closing her eyes tightly, she waited for her end, but it never came. She opened her eyes to see a single red rose piercing Emerald's hand where her ball of death was just located moments before. Picking on a little girl? That's low even for scum like you. Chibiusa turned to where she heard the voice come from and looked into a tree to see a man wearing a black tuxedo with a cape that was black on the outside and red on the inside. He also wore a black top hat with a white mask covering his blue eyes. Tuxedo common, Chibiusa said happily now that she was saved and wouldn't be killed by the green-haired witch. Interfering in affairs that doesn't concern you will get you killed, Cape Boy, Emerald sneered as she launched a volley of dark balls at him, which he easily dodged by jumping of the tree branch as the tree exploded once it made contact with one of Emerald's dark balls. Landing gracefully on the ground, Tuxedo Common reaches for a short pole inside his back pocket. Once out, he extends it into a 6-foot staff and charged at Emerald, whom was throwing dark balls while he charged her. When he approached her, he attacked her with rapid strikes from his staff, which she dodged easily while slowly backing up with a sinister smirk slowly appearing on her face. Without the masked man noticing, Emerald out her right hand behind her back as it began to crackle with dark energy. Completely oblivious to what Emerald was doing, Tuxedo Common continued his onslaught of strikes against the smirking green-haired woman who had enough of the game and easily caught his staff with her hand. Tuxedo Common stared with wide eyes at what just happened, and before he could pull away, he was struck in his left shoulder blade by Emerald's hand that was burning with dark energy. Tuxedo Common screamed in pain as he squeezed his rapidly bleeding shoulder as he slowly backed away from the laughing Emerald. Chibiusa watched in horror as another ball of dark energy appeared in her hands, but this one was twice as big as the previous ones. Time to die, Cape Boy, Emerald said with a smirk as she fired her ball of death at the kneeling Tuxedo Common, whom stared the attack down with narrowed eyes, knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge it. I hope you can forgive me, Yusako, for what I done to you. Truth is, I really do love you. I guess now I'll never be able to tell you, he thought sadly, and was about to close his eyes when they widened in horror as the object of his very thoughts appeared in front of him with her arms crossed in front of her, preparing to take the attack for him. She turned her head slightly to look at him and gave him a sad smile before mouthing words to him as the attack hit her, sending her sprawling against the ground with black smoke rising off her motionless charred body. Both Chibiusa and Tuxedo Kamen rushed to Sailor Moon's side as she remained motionless except the few twitches her body made every few seconds. Carefully rolling her on her back, Tuxedo Kamen stared at his love's motionless form, and he recalls the words she told him before the blast hit her. "I will always love you, my Momo-chan." Guilt washed over him as he listened to Chibiusa cry her eyes out over the fallen warrior. He too let loose tears, but they fell silently as he stared at her charred, smoking body. The moment was soon broken by Emerald, whom shot another one of her balls of death near them, sending them sliding against the ground, cutting them up in the process. "No time to weep over the dead, because soon you will be joining her," she said with a sinister laugh as she charged up another dark ball in her hands, preparing to finish them off once and for all. But before she could finish her attack, she heard two voices from behind her. "Uranus, world shaking. Neptune, deep submerge." After hearing this, Emerald quickly turned around to come face to face with two attacks. One of them was a golden orb with a ring around it that shook the earth, while the other was blue orb with a ring around it with water trailing behind it. Thinking quickly, Emerald sent on her own attack, which collided with the other two, completely neutralizing them. Emerald looked in the direction where the attack came from to see two figures slowly walking to the area. One of the attackers had short, dirty blonde hair with piercing green eyes. She wore a yellow and deep blue sailor fuku. The girl next to her had curly marine blue hair that went a little past her shoulders with kind but hard deep blue eyes. She wore a sea green and deep blue sailor fuku. As they approached, a figure dressed in black cloak appeared next to Chibiusa and Tuxedo Kamen. Startled by the person's sudden appearance, all eyes turned on him. Ignoring the eyes on him, the figure goes through a few hand seals, ones that Chibiusa immediately recognized. She stared at the figure next to her with wide eyes as she watched his hands begin to glow a deep green color. He moved them over to the unconscious Sailor Moon, startling Tuxedo Kamen and the others besides Chibiusa because she knew what he was doing. Thinking quickly, Tuxedo Kamen grabbed the cloakman's hand and stared at him with cold eyes. "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to heal her, now let me go." "You may try to kill her, and if I don't do anything she will die anyway." "Listen, I don't know who you are, but..." He was interrupted by Chibiusa, who knew that the man meant no harm because he was her sensei Naruto and the man that she would trust with her life. "I trust him, Tuxedo Kamen, so please let him help her." Tuxedo Kamen stared at the girl for a long while before hesitantly nodding his head towards the cloakman. The cloak figure nodded his head back at him and raised his hands over Sailor Moon's unmoving body. They all watched in fascination as Sailor Moon's wounds began to heal before their very eyes. He then healed Tuxedo Kamen's shoulder, which stopped bleeding soon after. Having enough of this, Emerald ready another attack, but soon had to turn around once again when she heard more voices from behind her. "Burning mandala. Sparkling wide pressure. Shine aqua illusion. Venus love me chain." Seeing that more of the senshi arriving, she decides to take her leave, but not without leaving a few words behind. "When we meet next, the girl and Sailor Moon will die, but until then, bye," she said as she vanished before the attacks hit her and ending her existence. The senshi crowd around Sailor Moon as her breathing becomes calmer with each breath. The two mystery senshi hangs back and stare at the mystery man with calculating eyes. After minutes of staring, they silently turned around and walk away silently. The only one who notices their disappearance right away is Naruto, who silently stands up and jumps into a tree, disappearing from sight before the senshi even had a chance to talk to him. Mars was the first to speak up after feeling how much power he radiated. "Who was that?" "I don't know, but I do know that he saved my Yusako," Tuxedo Kamen said as he stared at Sailor Moon with love in his eyes. "Oh, so it's Yusako now, Mamoru-san," Venus said with a mischievous glint in her eyes while trying to hold back a smirk. He caught this look and lightly blushed, but turned his attention back to Sailor Moon and picked her up bridal style. He turned back to the others and looked in the direction where the two mysterious senshi were before. "Did anyone see where those two senshi went?" "No. I was too busy looking over Sailor Moon," Mars said truthfully while the other girls nodded their heads in agreement. He turns his head to look at Chibiusa, who was staring sadly at Sailor Moon's unconscious form. He walks over to her and she looks up at him. "Let's take Yusako to my home where she can rest," he said, smiling warmly at her, which she returns. But her mind was elsewhere. She wasn't worried about Usagi anymore because she knew Naruto had already healed her. She was thinking about why that damn Emerald would want to kill Sailor Moon and why her sensei shown up. While she thought this, she silently followed the others as they had transformed back into their civilian forms and began their walk to Mamoru's apartment. They were never aware of the pair of blue eyes that silently followed them. With Naruto, okay, so this tuxedo common guy is a man named Mamoru and he's in love with Usagi-chan. Naruto thought as he watched Chibiusa and the others leave towards Mamoru's home. And those other two senshi that showed up, I should follow them. What do you think, Fox? Naruto thought as he asked Kyuubi for advice. Do what you want, I'm going to sleep, Kyuubi said with a yawn. Lazy fox, Naruto muttered under his breath and put his hands in his trademark jutsu seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto whispered and a single clone puffed into existence. The clone looked at him waiting for his orders and luckily he didn't have to wait long. I want you to go and confront those two senshi from earlier, while I go home and prepare for Chibiusa's next training lesson, he said with an impish smile on his face before leaping away towards home. The clone just shook his head and followed after the two senshi's energy signature. With two senshi, did you feel the power coming off that man? It was almost overwhelming. I'm surprised those girls couldn't feel it, Uranus said as she continued to walk through the park. Yes, it was unbelievable, but right now that doesn't matter, Neptune said as she stopped and looked up at the few clouds in the sky. You're right, we have our mission and it's to find those with pure hearts, Uranus said as she too looked up at the sky. And with those pure hearts we will complete our mission, Neptune said but stopped as she felt a presence behind her. She turns her head slightly to see Naruto with the cloak leaning against a nearby tree. Would you like to tell us who you are? Neptune asked coldly, making a chill go down Naruto's spine. I'm not telling you that, he replied just as coldly, but Neptune and Uranus wasn't fazed by it. I believe she asked you a question, it's rude not to answer a lady, Uranus said as she put herself into a battle stance. Seeing this, Naruto begins to wave his arms in front of his face, frantically trying to get her to calm down. Wait, I didn't come here to fight, I just wanted to know what you were after and I heard all I need to know, so I bid you farewell, he said as he puffed out of existence. Both Neptune and Uranus narrowed their eyes at this but continued on their way through the park. We should watch out for him, he may cause trouble, Uranus said as she looked back up to the sky with cold eyes. Yes, I agree, but he did save Sailor Moon, Neptune replied calmly as she flicked her hair. That girl is weak, who doesn't even deserve to call herself a Sailor Senshi. I mean, the only reason why we saved them was because we thought someone with a pure heart crystal was being attacked, Uranus said angrily as she rubbed her temples. It will be all right as long as we get the pure hearts before our enemies, everything will be fine, Neptune said as she tried to comfort the angry Uranus. You're right, as long as we stick to our mission, Uranus said with a small smile on her face. Nothing else was said between the two as they slowly walked out the park and disappeared from view. With Naruto, pure hearts, huh? Well, I wonder what they're going to do with those, Naruto thought as he walked silently down the street to his house. 30 minutes later he neared his house only to hear a small whimper meet his ears. Looking around he finds a girl leaning against a tree for support with bruises all over her body. She had shoulder-length black hair with purple highlights. Her eyes were a soft purple that struggled to stay open. She was dressed in a purple sweater with the right sleeve missing, showing her bruised arm. She wore black pants with her left and part of her right pants leg missing, showing off her bruised legs, with a pair of black shoes. Thinking quickly, Naruto rushed to the girl's side and carried her off to his house. The last thing the girl remembers seeing before passing out were the blue eyes that held concern for her well-being, making her smile a faint smile. Unknown laboratory professor Tomo. The girl, Hotaru, has gotten away, a woman with red hair that went down to her back with cold gray eyes that shone nothing but loyalty to her boss. She wore a white lab coat that went past her knees with some black pants and a pair of black high heels. It seems the girl has managed to get away. I want you to find her and bring her back, Kaolinite, said the man known as Professor Tomo. His entire appearance was being shadowed and the only thing visible in his face was his round glasses that shined through the darkness. Even though Kaolinite couldn't see it, she could positively feel the sadistic smile coming across his face as she smiled one herself and bowed. As you wish, Professor, I will not fail you, she said as she slowly walked through one of the many lab's secret doors to only appear in a dressing room in a clothes store. Quietly she exits the room and walks through the clothing store, ignoring everyone around her. Once she leaves the store, she looks up at the sky and smirks before starting her mission with one thought running through her mind. Tomo Hotaru, I will capture you, but before I do I'm going to make you wish you were never born. You will pay for that scar you gave me, she thought as she remembers the claw marks on her back that looked like a giant X. Clearing her mind, she smirks once again before beginning her search for the runaway girl. It's been a day since Naruto found the girl and she was still unconscious. He contemplated if he should tell Chibiusa or not when she came over for training and decided it would be a good idea if he did. Naruto knew if he didn't tell her and the unknown girl wakes up from her coma, then he would be in some serious trouble. He shook his head as he tried to figure out what to do with the unconscious girl, as placed a wet piece of cloth on her forehead. Looking at the clock in his room, he realized that Chibiusa would be arriving soon for training. Not wanting to leave the girl alone, he made a single cage bunchen and left it with the sleeping girl while he went to the training grounds to wait for Chibiusa. I have a feeling today is going to be a long day, Naruto thought as he made his ways to his training grounds. Unknown girl. The girl groggily sat up as she surveyed her surroundings. She was surrounded by nothing but darkness. She didn't understand why, but she heard someone calling her name, so she followed the voice. The girl walked slowly in the darkness, hoping to get to where the voice was at, but didn't seem to be getting any closer. She almost gave up hope of finding the voice until she heard her name being called again. Hotaru. Hurry, we don't have much time. The voice called out from the darkness. She ran so she could reach the voice, but found that the black void to be endless. She couldn't hear the voice anymore, so Hotaru stopped running. She looked around the void hoping to find the voice that had called her earlier, but only found darkness. Where am I? Hotaru said as she continued to look around the black void until stars began to appear and she found herself looking at planet Earth. She stared in amazement as she looked at it from high up in space. Beautiful, isn't it? Said a voce from behind her. Quickly turning around, she sees something that shocks her even further. A girl who could be called her twin had on a purple and maroon sailor fuku with a pair of purple boots on with a glaive in her hand. Hotaru stares warily at the girl and manages to speak to her. Who are you? And where am I? Her twin looks at her and smiles a sad but gentle smile. I am Sailor Saturn and we are in your mind. This shocked Hotaru because she believed that there was only 5 Sailor Senshi, not 6 Sailor Senshi. If that's true, then why are you in my mind? Hotaru asked, trying to keep her cool, while trying to keep the nervousness out of her voice. I will tell you, while we're walking to our destination, Saturn said as she walked to the direction of planet Saturn. Hotaru followed close behind the Senshi of destruction as she walked away from Earth. Hotaru waited patiently for the Senshi to speak, not that she didn't mind the silence. To her it was relaxing and a change from the life she had to live with her father and the evil red-haired woman. The silence was broken when Saturn spoke up. As I said before, we are in your mind, but some would call it your mindscape. I live inside of you along with one other. As Sailor Saturn, I am the bringer of death and destruction. I was put into a deep sleep by the Sailor Senshi known as the Outer Senshi. These Senshi consist of Sailor Uranus, Sailor Neptune, and Sailor Pluto. They have 2 purposes, to prevent my awakening and to guard the outer solar system from any threats. Sailor Pluto also had one more purpose, and that was to guard the gates of time, but that's not important at the moment, Saturn said softly as she led Hotaru to a large hazy yellow planet with a large ring around it. Above the planet were 2 large purple crystals with 2 people inside them. The crystal on the left had a woman in it with long black hair with purple highlights in them. Her eyes were shut and she appeared to be sleeping. She wore a long blue dress that hugged her body, showing off her curves. She gave off an aura of pure malice and rage. Hotaru shuddered slightly as another crack appeared in her crystal, letting off more of her dark aura. She turned her attention to the crystal on the right only to see Sailor Saturn with it. Her crystal had more cracks than the other crystal and she gave off a dark aura, but she didn't feel necessarily evil or necessarily good. She felt right in the middle of the two, and when another crack appeared in the crystal she shuddered again. But not because of an evil feeling, but because she felt more complete when it happened. Hotaru turned toward Saturn hoping she would explain this, and luckily for her she did. Hotaru, these 2 crystals you see are the 2 beings that you will someday become. The one on the left is an evil being called Mistress 9. She was allowed to possess your body when you were killed in a freak accident in your father's lab. He was also possessed by what I do not know, nor do I care. This being is in league with an evil creature named Pharaoh 90, and they are in an organization known as the Deathbusters. Their goal is to gather pure hearts to reawaken Mistress 9 and to gain the Holy Grail, she explained calmly while never taking her eyes off the 2 crystals. Hotaru stared on with her, but with an impassive face on the outside. On the inside she was a wreck and couldn't believe what she was hearing from this Senshi. Wait, if what you say is true about Mistress 9 being asleep, why is it that I sometimes feel a dark presence wash over my body before I black out? And if I'm right, that dark presence is Mistress 9, correct? Hotaru asked quietly with fear clear in her voice. Saturn turned her gaze from the crystals to Hotaru's fearful eyes. Saturn's features softened a little before she spoke to the scared girl. You are correct, Hotaru. The dark presence you felt before you passed out was Mistress 9. The cracks in the crystals will allow her or me to give you some of our power or have temporary control over your body. Mistress 9 has taken temporary control over your body numerous times to make plans with your father. Know that posse's being. To put it bluntly, she wants to be revived by the power of the pure hearts you pitiful humans seem to carry. When she is revived, she will bring a horror known as Pharaoh 90 to this planet and completely destroy it along with the entire universe, she said softly with little warmth in her words. Hotaru stared at the senshi with wide eyes, not believing that such an evil creature was living inside her. But she knew what Sailor Saturn said was true because she always felt dark urges within her body from time to time. So what can I do to prevent this from happening? She asked softly while turning her attention to the crystal that held Saturn. The crystal had more cracks going through it and she felt herself shudder once again. There are only two options that you can choose to do, Saturn said as she placed her silence glaive on her back while turning to face the girl who still had fear written all over her body with little hope shining through. The first is to let Mistress 9 take complete control over your body. She paused when she sat the girl's face go pale. She was about to question her when Saturn held up her hand to stop her from speaking. Don't speak, listen, and then ask questions, she said softly with a hint of irritation in her voice before placing her hand back to her side. Your second option is that I give you small amounts of my power over time, so when I fully awaken your body won't overload with my power and you end up killing yourself in the end. But even if you die, you will be reborn soon after. The problem is even if you take the second option, Mistress 9 will still be born and you have to be prepared to fight her when the time comes, Sailor Saturn told the shell-shocked girl. Why do I have to fight her? Couldn't the other senshi fight her? She asked in a timid voice while staring at the nearby planets that seemed to be covered in a dark shadow. She turns her head to look at the direction of Earth. She remembers that only the Earth and Moon were the only planets that weren't covered in shadows. Sorry, Hotaru. But the others may not trust you and I'm not going to take any chances with them, even though you have the power to wipe them out of existence. The senshi may not be able to help, but I believe the boy who saved you may. He holds incredible power and I feel no ill intent coming from him, but be cautious of him because I also sense a great evil within him, Saturn explained with a small smile on her lips. Hotaru looked at her with confusion on her face before realization dawned on her. She remembered the concerned blue eyes that stared into hers moments before she fell unconscious. I don't know what I want, but I do believe that the boy who saved me wouldn't hurt me. Hotaru paused in her explanation when she saw the look Saturn was giving her, which clearly read, and what makes you think that? So she explained her reasoning. The reason why I believe that he wouldn't harm me is because of the look in his eyes. They held no malice, lies, or any hidden objective when he saved me. They held only concern for my well-being. Hotaru reasoned softly as she stared at Sailor Saturn's blank face before she let a small smile appear on her face. Very well, Hotaru. But know this, you will receive my powers whether you like it or not, because we are one in the same. Now it is time for you to leave, Hotaru, Saturn said as she raised her silence glaive in the air as it began to crackle with purple energy. Saturn gave Hotaru a small smile and spoke before the girl left her mind. Know this, Hotaru, I will always be here and if you're ever in trouble whisper my name, she said as a purple flash appeared out of her weapon, and when the flash died down Hotaru was gone. Saturn looks back at her crystal before she slowly faded into nothing. With Naruto and Chibiusa 10 more punches, Chibiusa, and if you can't do that then I will be forced to double your weights, Naruto demanded from his student as he watched as she slowly continued to punch the log with her gloved hand. Blood was slowly leaking through the many rips in her new gloves. She frowned at that because she really liked the gloves, but continued to punch the log with the last of her remaining strength. She mentally counted down how many hits she had left and hoped she wouldn't pass out. 291 octillion 292 septillion 293 sextillion 294 quintillion 295 quadrillion 296 trillion 297 billion 298 million 299,300. She finished with a smile on her face as she fell down on the ground face first. Naruto slowly walked up to her and inspected her. She was still conscious and was currently glaring at her sensei with a smirk on her face. Naruto smiled back at her, but his smile made a shiver run down Chibiusa's spine. His smile clearly read these words that made her shudder once again. The torture has just begun. Yes, she now knew to never try to blackmail him again. Naruto was about to heal her hands when he felt a presence behind him. He turned around only to see the girl her carried to his house. She was dressed in a new purple sweater that Naruto had bought for Ino, but figured that she could use it. With it she had on slightly baggy black pants with a pair of black shoes. Once Hotaru saw Chibiusa's injured hands, she rushed over to her and placed her hands over hers. Slowly Hotaru's hands began to glow a dark purple and Chibiusa's hands began to heal right in front of hers in Naruto's eyes. Naruto blinked in surprise and in shock when he watched some girl heal the wounds with a strange power he never saw before, but felt strangely familiar to him. He decided to ask Kyuubi about what he thought about this. Furball. What's this power I'm feeling from this girl? It feels the same as the one those sailor senshi use, but a little darker, Kyuubi said, ignoring the furball comment. What do you mean by, a little darker, Kyuubi? It's exactly what I said. Her power is darker than the others, but it hasn't quite awakened yet. So you're saying that she has an evil power and it hasn't awaked yet? No, you blonde idiot. Just because something is dark doesn't necessarily mean that it's evil. The girl's power is just darker than the other senshi girls. But I do sense two presences within her. One is very dark, but not evil and is very powerful. The other is dark, evil, and powerful. Idiot, keep a close eye on this girl. She could either destroy this miserable planet or save it. Which one I don't really care, because I get to see a good show nonetheless, Kyuubi said with an evil chuckle. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes and had to ask one last question to the giant talking ball of fur before cutting the connection. Kyuubi, there's one more thing I have to ask you. What is it now, Fleshbag? Why is it that her power feels so familiar to me? Kyuubi was silent for a few minutes because he wonders should he tell the boy what he found or not. He decided that it would be best if he found out on his own, so he told a slight lie since not even he could look into the boy's past memories. I have no answer for that, Gaki. Just know that your answers will come to you in time. Now leave me alone so I can sleep. The fox yawed loudly, which sounded like a roar to Naruto before the connection was cut. He turned his attention back to the two girls, whom seemed to be staring at him in concern. Sensei, are you alright? You've been staring out into space for the past 5 minutes, Chibiusa said, sitting on the gourd with her legs crossed. Hotaru stood up a few feet away from Chibiusa and was also looking at Naruto with confusion. Naruto stared at the strange girl before turning her attention back to Chibiusa. I'm fine, Chibiusa. Just thinking about something, he said with a sheepish smile while scratching the back of his head. Chibiusa nodded her head at him but didn't quite believe his lie, so she dropped it for now. Hotaru walked up to Naruto and gave him a short bow before talking to him. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tomo Hotaru and it's a pleasure to meet you. She trailed off because she didn't know his name. Naruto saw her dilemma and chuckled slightly before also introducing himself. Uzumaki Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Hotaru, he said, also giving her a small bow. He turned his attention back to Chibiusa before giving her a sadistic smile. She felt a chill go through her and she didn't like it one bit. Chibiusa, while I talk to Hotaru, I want you to kick the log 300 times with each leg. Once you're done, I'll teach you how to draw on your chakra, and when you learn how to do that, the real training will begin, he said with a slight evil laugh that sent chills through both girls. Chibiusa slowly got to her feet and walked back to the log while muttering about, evil sadistic blonde bastards. Unfortunate for her, Naruto heard her. Chibiusa, make those 400 kicks on the log and an extra 5 pounds to your weights, he shouted out to her, which made her slump her shoulders and cry silent tears of misery. Naruto walked up to her, leaving a puzzled Hotaru behind. He placed his hands over her wristbands and focused a little of Kyuubi's chakra through them. Increase weights by 5 pounds, he focused as her wristbands glowed a bright red. He repeated this action with her ankle bands as well and told her to continue her training. She mumbled a quiet, yes sensei, and proceeded to kick the log while Naruto took Hotaru into his house. With Naruto and Hotaru sat quietly on the couch waiting for Naruto to return with the tea he said that he would bring for them. She couldn't believe what she had saw between him and the girl named Chibiusa. When she had saw the girl's bloody hands, she hurried over to her and healed them up. She didn't know what caused her hands to get so bloody, but after she heard what Naruto ordered her to do, she now knew why. She didn't know how that girl could do an exercise like that, because she knew that any normal person would be in the hospital after doing the things she did. Hotaru didn't know whether to ask for help from Naruto or not because he seemed a little deranged in her opinion. She was soon brought away from her thoughts as Naruto walked into the room carrying in the tea. He placed Hotaru's cup in front of her and he sat in a chair across from her with his cup in one hand and a scroll in another. He took a few sips from his tea, which she did also, and after about 5 minutes Naruto decided to find out what was going on with her. Hotaru, what exactly happened to you? It's something I would not like to speak about at the moment, she said quietly. Naruto nodded his head and decided to ask something else. Do you have a place to stay? Hotaru stiffed slightly and thought about his question. She had a home, but it wasn't safe for her, and here was some guy who she didn't even know was going to offer her residence. Hotaru closed her eyes and shook her head. No, well, you could stay here. That is if you want to, he said as he placed his tea down on the table and stared into Hotaru's purple eyes before he stood up. You don't have to answer now, but you can stay here tonight since you have no place to go. If you need me, I'll be out in the back training Chibiusa-chan, he said as he walked off out to his training grounds, leaving Hotaru to think about her answer. What should I do? Stay here with him, said a calm voice form within Hotaru's mind. Who's there? She said quietly and a little nervously. I do believe we have met earlier, Hotaru. Saturn, is that you? Yes, it is. Now speak to me through your thoughts so people won't think you're going crazy or the wrong people hear you and kill you. Okay. How is this? That is very good, Hotaru, Saturn said as she began walking away from Saturn and towards the direction of Earth. Like I have said before, it would be in your best interest to stay. He will be able to protect you from anything you won't be able to handle, and he will most likely train you, like he is doing the pink-haired girl, she said, slowly walking to the Earth's moon. I'll have to think about it, and while I'm thinking, would you mind telling me how you're speaking to me like this? When you healed the girl with pink hair, Saturn said in monotone as she gazed upon the moon. Hotaru was confused by what Saturn meant and was about to voice it, but the senshi continued before she could. The healing power you used was actually my power. When you used it, it formed more cracks into my crystal and enabled me to talk to you like this. With a few other things as well. Hotaru nodded her head to herself and asked what the other things were, so Saturn continued her explanation. For starters, it allowed you to take on more of my power, and it is steadily merging with you at a faster rate. I advise you not to heal people too often, because if my power merges with you too quickly, you will die, along with everyone else on this miserable blue planet. If you want to prevent that from happening, do not use our healing power again. The other thing it had allowed me to do is to take brief control over your body if the time calls for it. Though I won't do it unless necessary because you are currently not strong enough to handle my power and the threats that oppose you. If I were to take control over you, the outer senshi would know immediately and will do everything in their power to destroy us. And that is not something I want to happen, though they would have difficulty destroying us with our power. There is one last thing that this had allowed me to give you as of now. It allowed me to give you a weapon of my choosing that is closely related to my silence glaive. I will give you a scythe that is infused with my power, and you will be able to call on it. Just say the name, Death Scythe, and it will come to you. Just know this, Hotaru, the longer you use the Death Scythe, the weaker you become. The Death Scythe draws on you energy and will make you weaker in time. You can always regain you energy back with a good rest, but if you use it for too long you will die, Saturn explained, and Hotaru nodded wordlessly. Hotaru understood what Saturn was saying, and she knew this power could help her in her time of need. But using her power would come at a great cost, and she knew that she would have to use it sparingly. So if I become strong enough, I should be able to handle your power without much consequence. And if I live with Naruto-san and get him to train me, I will be able to handle any threat that comes my way. Thus meaning that I will be able to handle Mistress 9 when the time comes, but I don't think I will be able to handle it, she thought with a frown on her face. Don't worry about it, Hotaru. Just believe in yourself and everything will be fine. Now go and talk to Naruto about your decision, Saturn said as she cut her connection with Hotaru. Hotaru sat there on the couch for a few minutes before she silently got up and walked back out to the training grounds. With Emerald, damn, where is that little brat at? She growled as she jumped to another building. She's been searching for Chibiusa for hours and she hasn't got any closer to finding the brat yet. Emerald cursed under her breath as she jumped into an empty alleyway. She looked down to her clothing and knew that she wouldn't blend in with the humans, but she didn't care. The only thing that mattered was capturing the moonbrat. She walked down the street not sensing the moonbrat anywhere, so she walked in the direction of the park where she had encountered her the day before. As she enters the park, she senses something that almost rivaled her own dark energy. Curiosity getting the best of her, she ventured over to where she sensed the energy at. She arrived where she had fought the sailor Senshi the day before, only to see a woman with red hair expecting the area. The woman stopped her searching and turned towards Emerald, narrowing her gray eyes. Who are you? With Makoto. I have to spar with him again, Makoto thought as she opened up her oven and pulled out a cooking sheet with cupcakes in them. She's been thinking for the past few days over her defeat to Naruto and how it seemed so familiar to her. Makoto remembered what happened after her and the others had left his house. Flashback: the girls were all walking down the street chatting about how Naruto could live in such a place by himself when Amy said something that brought all the attention towards her. Girls, about Makoto's planet symbol. What about it, Amy-chan? Makoto said, looking towards Amy in confusion. She looked towards the other girls to see that they all had serious expressions on their faces, and even Usagi had one on, and this made Makoto blink a few times in confusion. What are you talking about? During your fight with Naruto-san it appeared and it was shining brightly. I'm surprised you couldn't tell. Rei said as she stared at her friend intently. What exactly were you feeling when you were fighting him? Makoto stopped in her tracks and sat down on a nearby bench and leaned her head back so she was staring into the sky. It's complicated. I felt a rush I have never felt before in my life. It was such an overwhelming feeling, and it only increased when we were sparring with each other. Every time he landed a hit on me, it felt like I had to push myself a little more so he wouldn't. For some unknown reason I had a sense of familiarity when I was fighting with him. It felt like I had done it once before with him or something close to it. Some of the moves I pulled on him were moves I have never done before, and it felt like I was doing it out of memory. I think he may, she was interrupted by Amy, have a connection to the Silver Millennium. The others looked at the two in shock, and Usagi spoke up next, who have been oddly silent since they have left Naruto's place. I completely agree with the two of you. I feel like I have known him my entire life, but yet I don't. We should talk to Luna and Artemis about this, she said as she made her way towards the shrine. The others followed after her, wanting to get some answers as well. End flashback. But even they didn't have the answers we wanted on him, she said under her breath as she finished decorating her cupcakes with orange and green frosting. She placed them in a plastic container and then placed that in a bag where she had previously placed some chocolate chip cookies in. She was planning on going to Naruto's house and challenge him to another spar, but this time she was determined to win. She baked the cookies and cupcakes for them to eat after their spar, and she secretly hoped that she would get to know more about him. Makoto silently sighed to herself as she walked to her door. She wore a dark green sweater with black pants and a pair of black shoes. She carried a bag over shoulders that were filled with her training clothes and some training shoes. In her hand was the bag filled of desserts, and she put on a determined face. This time I will win, she thought as she opened her door and came face to face with a smiling Usagi. She stopped in her tracks and stared blankly at Usagi for a few seconds before saying the first question that came to mind. What the hell are you doing at my front door, Usagi? Usagi looked at Makoto a little hurt before covering it up with a big sheepish smile as she rubbed the back of her head. He. Well, you see, I was heading to Naruto's place when I got a little lost, she said with a nervous laugh. Why do you need to go there? Because I want to find out why he seems so familiar to me, she said seriously, surprising Makoto because she never seen Usagi look so serious. Fine, I'll show you, only because I was just heading there myself, she said as she closed and locked her door. Usagi smiled brightly at her friend, and then a sudden thought hit her and a sly smile made its way on her face. Why were you heading for Naruto-san house, Makoto-chan? She said with her smile never leaving her lips. Makoto caught Usagi's smile and a slight blush appeared on her face. I'm just going to challenge him to another spar, Usagi-chan, she said a little nervously. Usagi smiled a knowing smile, and suddenly a smell made its way to her nose, making her smile widen. And you're going to be sparring with chocolate chip cookies and cupcakes, she said with a slight trail of drool forming at the corners of her mouth. She will share those with me, will she? She thought as her mouth began to water before she heard a cough. She looked up at Makoto to see her smiling at her, and as if reading her mind she answers her question. Usagi, you could have some, but only if you stop with the Naruto business, she said with a warm smile. Usagi smiled back as they both talked to one another as they made their way to Naruto's house. With Naruto, okay Chibiusa, it's time for the next step of your training. Chibiusa cheered because she finally get to move on to something else. Naruto watched this with a small mischievous smile, and Hotaru watched all of this from his patio. She didn't like that smile, it made her nervous and slightly scared. So are we finally going to spar, sensei? She asked with excitement clear in her voice. No, he said, making Chibiusa stare up at him in confusion. She saw as he walked over where there was a pile of rocks which was only a few feet away from her. He looked at her with a crazed grin on his face. Seeing that grin made Chibiusa want to cry, and Hotaru shivered seeing it. This only proved on her earlier thoughts about him being a deranged person. Yep, today we will be working on your reflexes, he said with his crazed grin widening. Ho! How are we going to do that, sensei? Chibiusa stuttered in fear, because she knew that smile all too well. Easy. I'm going to throw these tiny rocks at you and you're going to try and dodge to the best of your ability, he said casually, making both Chibiusa and Hotaru's jaws drop. Effective training exercise, Saturn said with a smirk. He's a sadist, Hotaru thought in fear. That's exactly what you're going to need if you want to become stronger. I'm going to die by the hands of a sadist, are you crazy, sensei? No, I'm not. I'm just making you do the same exercises I did, he said with a frown and a grimace. You did this too? I did, but instead of just one person throwing rocks at me I had 5, as in 5 Kyuubi-powered clones, he silently thought to himself, causing his frown to increase. Watching you get pummeled by hundreds of rocks made living inside of you worth it, Kyuubi said from within his cage. Shut up, you damn fox. That shit hurt like hell. You try dodging rocks at high speeds and getting hit almost every time, he said, but Kyuubi didn't retort, he just laughed from his cage. I advise you to stand up now, Chibiusa-chan, he said as he grabbed a few rocks from the rock pile. He began through the rocks with only a fourth of his actual strength, but unfortunate for Chibiusa they were still pretty fast. She saw one rock coming for her arm but wasn't quick enough to dodge. She cried out in pain as the rock hit its mark, making her bleed slightly. She had no time to nurse her wound as she saw another rock heading for her other arm. She quickly rolled out the way, narrowly dodging the speedy rock. She cheered silently to herself but felt an intense pain go through her stomach. She looked down at her stomach and touched it and winced in pain. Chibiusa looked back up at her sensei only to see him frowning at her. She saw that he had about 3 more rocks in his hands and was preparing to throw one of them. He threw the next one, aiming at her leg, and Chibiusa jumped over it. Naruto grabbed the next 2 rocks and threw them both at her. Chibiusa saw this and her eyes widened. She knew that would be quick enough to dodge, but knew that she had to try. One of the rocks came low and hit her in her right thigh, making her stumble a bit. She looked up weakly right as the other rock hit her straight in her chest, making her stumble back and fall to the ground. Hotaru watched all of this with worrying eyes and was about to rush down and heal her when Saturn stopped her. Don't move. Saturn demanded. I have to heal her. Can't you see how hurt she is? I know what you want to do, but just sit and watch. Alright, I will, she said out loud to herself as she watched Naruto walk over to the battered and bruised Chibiusa. Hotaru watched in confusion as Naruto went through a few seals and placed his hands over Chibiusa. She then watched in awe as his hands glow a dark green and he placed them over Chibiusa's body. Her wounds slowly healed and she watched as Chibiusa opened her eyes and sat up slowly. How did he do that? Does he have healing power too? Hotaru said in shock. I don't know, how about you ask him to teach you it, so you won't be using our healing power again, Saturn suggested. Hotaru nodded and walked over to the 2. Chibiusa was being helped up by Naruto and she thanked him, then turns towards Hotaru. Do you need any help? She asked quietly. Yes, can you take her to the room you were in while I make us something to eat? He asked as he stared into her purple eyes with his blue ones. Silently she nodded and put Chibiusa's arm over her shoulder. Naruto walked into the house with Hotaru and Chibiusa following not too far behind him. 30 minutes later, Naruto, Chibiusa, and Hotaru sat in Naruto's dining room eating some sandwiches and drinking tea. Hotaru got to know Naruto a little better and now she doesn't think he is as deranged as before. Her and Chibiusa hit it off well and are now somewhat good friends. They all talked about various things before Hotaru brought up the subject of moving in with him. Naruto-san, about what you offered me earlier, she said quietly and timidly. Huh? He said as he took another bite out of his sandwich. He then turned his attention towards her and put his sandwich down, seeing her serious expression. What's your answer, Hotaru? Chibiusa watched on, confused, not understanding what was going on. What are you talking about? Naruto-san asked if I wanted to move in with him, since I have no place to live, Hotaru said in a small voice. Chibiusa said nothing after that and decided just to listen to what they had to say. And I decided that I would like to stay with you, and you don't have to worry, I won't be a burden. Glad to have you, Hotaru-chan, and you won't be a burden to me or anyone, he said with a big smile. I always wanted a sister or any kind of family in general, Naruto thought with a small smile on his face. Alright, maybe now I can have someone to actually spar with, Chibiusa said with a big smile that matched Naruto's earlier one. Naruto stared blankly at her, and then nervously turned towards Hotaru, who was looking at him with a small blush on her face. I don't think. Do it. What? Why fur ball? This would make watching over her much easier. I don't know. I'm already training Chibiusa and she's already a handful. Brat, did you forget that a few of your weakling friends are coming in a week? Yes, I remember, he said, completely ignoring the weakling comment. Then why don't you ask them to help you train the two of them, idiot boy? Shut your mouth, you talking piece of fur, he said, cutting his connection with the demon. When he focused his attention back on the two girls, he saw that both of them were staring at him with concern on their faces. Naruto-sensei, this is the second time today you spaced out. Are you feeling alright? Chibiusa said as she placed her hand over his forehead. You don't feel hot, so you don't have a fever. Sensei, I think you. She was cut off by the doorbell ringing. Naruto took this time to leave quickly and go to the door to see who would be here to see him. He was surprised when he opened his door and saw both Makoto and Usagi standing there with smile on their faces. Naruto-san, sorry for showing up like this unannounced. Is it alright we come in and talk? I also brought us some of my homemade cookies and cupcakes, she said with a nervous smile. Naruto stared at her and then looked at the bag in her hands. He did then the one thing that Makoto have only seen in Usagi. He smiled a big smile with his mouth watering. Come on in and then we could try those sweets of yours, he said, pulling her inside with his smile never leaving his face. Usagi ran in after them after she had closed his door. When they got there, they saw both Hotaru and Chibiusa talking away. When Usagi saw Chibiusa, things immediately went to hell. What the hell are you doing here, brat? I don't have to tell you, Odango Atama. Yes you do, brat. No I don't. Don't, you little demon. Don't, you fat pig. What did you just call me? I'm not repeating myself, pig. That's it, she yelled as she dived over the table and tackled Chibiusa to the ground. She then put her in a headlock while they wrestled on the ground. Usagi was moving too wildly to notice how much weight Chibiusa weighed. She then got tired after 5 minutes of wrestling with her pink-haired charge. Usagi got to her feet and looked at everyone in the room and blushed in embarrassment. Everyone was staring at her with sweat drops and Naruto was busy rolling on the floor in laughter. Wow, that was funny, he said as he wiped a few tears from his eyes. Oh, and Makoto-chan, your cupcakes were delicious, he said as he licked his fingers. Makoto immediately looked towards her arm and saw that her bag was missing. She turned towards the table and saw it sitting there and she looked inside. She saw only a few cupcakes left out of the dozen she made. She slowly turned towards Naruto, who felt the killing intent coming off her in waves and slowly backed away from her before he had an idea. Oh, how about we spar, Makoto-chan, after we buy Hotaru-chan some clothes, he said quickly while waving his arms around frantically. Makoto immediately stopped her advancement on him and hid a smirk because that was exactly the reason why she came in the first place, but frowned when he said buy some clothes. Hotaru looked away when Makoto tried to get a good look at her. Chibiusa slowly got to her feet and yelped in pain when Usagi hit her in her head. Who's the girl, Naruto-san? Usagi said, jabbing her thumb towards Hotaru. Oh, that's Hotaru-chan and I'm buying her clothes since she's going to be staying with me for a while, he said as he rubbed the back of his head. You two related? Makoto asked suspiciously as she eyed the girl and Naruto. Naruto was about to panic when he told her the truth, well, as much as the truth that he knew himself. Oh, she's just a friend of mine and she has no place to stay at the moment. She arrived pretty much like you two, but I found her by my gate. Well, since she just came over she had no clothes with her, so we were going to go out and buy her some things while she stayed here, he said easily, and the two girls nodded their heads at his story, while Hotaru and Chibiusa stared on in shock. He's good. Not letting out the fact you were bruised and beaten, Saturn said in monotone as she continued to watch on through Hotaru's eyes. I know what you mean, Saturn-san, Hotaru thought as she returned her gaze into a neutral one. I have to get him to teach me to go around the truth like that, Chibiusa said as she let a smirk appeared on her face. So are you all ready to go? Naruto said as he put on a black and orange jacket. Wait, hold on, Usagi said as she rushed towards the table and grabbed some cookies and a cupcake. She ate a few cookies in her mouth and ran back to the others, who just sweat drop watching her stuff the cookies in her mouth. She then heard Chibiusa mumble something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like, I knew she was a fat pig, and then hit her over the head with her fist, making Naruto laugh and the others sweat drop once again. They all then made their way towards the mall where they would buy Hotaru clothes and other necessities. 3 hours later, Naruto and company have just exited the mall with Naruto carrying over 5 large bags of clothes, 2 small bags of books, and 1 small bag full of soba noodles. To put it simply, Naruto was crying about how empty his Gamma-chan was. He turned his head a bit and saw Usagi, Makoto, and Chibiusa carrying their own bags, which wasn't much because they only had one bag each, and made Naruto to promise to take them shopping again. He sulked and cried about it the whole time they were shopping, and know one thing about women or any girl in general. Avoid shopping with women at all cost, he thought as he cried silent tears. Naruto-san, stop your crying, I'm sure you'll get more money eventually, Chibiusa said happily as she ate some ice cream. Where did you buy that ice cream, Chibiusa-chan? Naruto asked as he struggled to keep the bags balanced as he carried them. Oh, I bought it at that ice cream stand, after I had took some money from your cute frog wallet, she said with ease, but paused when Sei felt some killing intent on her. She stopped in her tracks and slowly turned her head towards Naruto, who was giving her the most sadistic look he had ever given her. She shivered in fear at the look, and the only other person who saw it was Hotaru, who was trying her best to ignore it but failing miserably. Well, Chibiusa-chan, just make sure you pay me back for it, okay? He said, drawing out the word pay with enough venom to make a snake envy. Both Makoto and Usagi turned back to look at Naruto with raised eyebrows, or in Usagi's case a look of fear. When they looked at Naruto, all they saw was him giving them a big foxy smile. What I mean is that you're going to pay me double of what you spent, he said with a laugh which made Chibiusa cry silent tears of agony because she knew what he really meant. Chibiusa, you will do double of everything, including pay me back. Yes, she hated her sensei with a passion. Before they could do anything else, they each heard dark laughter coming from a nearby building. They each looked up and saw 5 women standing on top of a building. Chibiusa and Hotaru both recognized 2 of them and glared at them. Emerald, Chibiusa hissed out. Kaolinite, Hotaru said quietly with venom in her voice. Naruto heard the both of them and put the bags down off to the side. Hotaru, do you know how long I've been searching for you? Kaolinite said in false worry, as she glared down at the black-haired girl. Naruto and the girls instantly went on guard as they watched as both Kaolinite and Emerald jumped down from the building, with the 3 other demon women jumping behind them. The first Yoma resembled a cat and had dark purple skin with very skimpy clothes on. The second Yoma resembled a tiger with dark orange skin with skimpy clothes on. The last Yoma resembled a panther and had gray skin with skimpy clothes on. Now why don't you come quietly, little Hotaru, Kaolinite said as she motioned the 3 Yoma forward. I won't go anywhere with you, Hotaru said in monotone while the others watched the exchange, not quite understanding what was going on. What do you want with Hotaru-chan? Naruto said as he set himself in the Goken stance. Usagi and Makoto turned to each other, trying to figure how they could get away so they could transform. Her father wants her to come home. He told me if she doesn't come willingly, well, I guess I would have to put these 3 heart snatchers to use, she said, shocking everyone there besides Hotaru herself, who was tempted on calling out Saturn, but thought better of it. Pure hearts, Hotaru said in monotone, recalling what Saturn told her earlier. Oh, so you know, Kaolinite said with a smirk on her face. It doesn't matter if you know or not. You're going to pay what you did to me, and when I'm done with you the professor won't even recognize you, Kaolinite finished with a sneer. Hotaru stared at her in confusion, wondering what the crazy redhead was talking about. Naruto stood there in the same stance, not moving but listening to every word the 2 were saying. It seems like Hotaru left out a few things and this redhead wants her for some reason. No matter, I will find out what's going on eventually, Naruto thought as he narrowed his eyes at Kaolinite. Emerald, having enough of Kaolinite hogging the spotlight, speaks up next. Brat, this time you won't escape, Emerald said, eyeing Chibiusa with her hateful eyes. You won't touch Chibiusa, Usagi said in a serious tone while glaring at Emerald. Oh, and what are you going to do about it, blonde bimbo? Emerald sneered as she took a step towards Usagi and the others. Usagi touched her brooch and was about to transform when her hand was grabbed by Makoto. Usagi, you don't want to transform in front of Naruto and Hotaru, do you? Makoto said in a whisper, never taking her eyes off the 2 women and the 3 heart snatchers. Usagi stared at Makoto for a few seconds before sighing. Fine, Makoto-chan, but I don't think we'll be able to run away and transform. If we do, imagine what may happen to Naruto and the girls, Usagi whispered back as she eyed the foes in front of her. Enough of this, brat, prepare to die, Emerald shouted as she rushed towards Chibiusa with speeds not many could keep up with, but Naruto could, and he appeared right in front of her and delivered a right punch into her gut, sending her back. The others were shocked at his speed and watched as he glared down at Emerald. I won't allow you touch Chibiusa either, Naruto snarled as he glared down at Emerald, who slowly rose to her feet. Kaolinite, shaking her shock away, ordered her minions to attack. The Yoma immediately ran at the unprepared girls, and the first one to be attacked was Usagi, who collapsed to the ground after being punched in her stomach, making her gasp for air. Makoto fared better than Usagi and ducked under the kick the Panther Yoma sent her and tried to retaliate with an uppercut, but it appeared to have done no damage. She stared on in shock but could do nothing as she was kicked in her chest, sending her flying into Usagi, who was just getting back to her feet. They both quickly got to her feet and both of them turned towards each other and came to a silent agreement. Usagi grabbed her brooch and Makoto pulled out her henshin pen. Moon Crystal Power Makeup, Jupiter Star Power Makeup. In a flash of light and lighting, Sailor Moon and Jupiter appeared. All fighting stopped to stare at the two of them, and the two women went wide eyes. Naruto just ignored them since he already knew who they were, and Hotaru was in shock. So they're Sailor Senshi, no matter, grab the girl and take their pure hearts, Cowlinite shouted as she charged towards Naruto, who was defending attacks against Emerald. Naruto saw her coming and flipped out the way before she could hit him. Naruto looked between the two of them, knowing that he couldn't take on the both of them at the once. So he does the only thing he could think of at the moment, he puts his hands in See Familiar Seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, with that 5 Narutos appeared and surrounded Emerald and Cowlinite. Once again the fighting stopped and turned to look at the 5 Narutos surrounding the 2 evil women and the one Naruto standing a little ways back. Is that an illusion? Jupiter asked as she stared at the Narutos in awe. I don't know, but we'll ask him about it later. Right now we have to fight, or better yet run, Sailor Moon shouted as she ducked under a claw strike the cat Yoma sent her. Jupiter shook her head at her leader. She had no idea how she could be serious one moment and a clown the next. Sometimes she wonders what really goes on in her leader's head, but she figures it would be best if she didn't know. While they were handling 2 of the Yoma, the last one was cornering Chibiusa and Hotaru. Hotaru saw what Naruto had done and was shocked that a human could make copies of themselves. When she turned towards Chibiusa, she didn't look shocked at all. She must have known that he could copy himself, she thought as she backed away from the Tiger Heart Snatcher. The Yoma moved quickly and slapped Hotaru away from Chibiusa, while she immobilizes the girl with her hands. The Yoma pulled up the sleeve of her blouse to reveal a black star. Chibiusa looked on in fear as the star flashed black for a second before she was hit by a beam coming from the star. She screamed in agony as her heart was slowly being pulled from her. Hotaru and the others watched in horror as their friend or charged got her heart pulled out of her. Hotaru was shaking slightly and she felt herself getting angrier and angrier over each scream her new friend made. No, Chibiusa, Chibiusa, please be alright, kill them, make them pay, an evil voice said from within Hotaru. Hotaru's eyes momentarily flashed red before they returned to normal. Naruto felt the dark presence in Hotaru grow stronger and looked around the battleground and saw that Sailor Moon was the only other person who felt it. He moved to help Chibiusa and to calm Hotaru but got elbowed in the chin by Emerald, who had already destroyed the clones with Cowlinite. Emerald rushed at Naruto and slammed her fist into Naruto's chest, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Hotaru saw this and her rage built even more. Naruto-san, Hotaru thought as she looked at Naruto's motionless form and then back to Chibiusa's screaming one. She felt something in her snap and a wave of power rushed through her. Kill, 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 kill them all, a maniacal voice shouted from within Hotaru, making her grab her head in pain. The others turned to stare at her and all the color drained from Cowlinite's face. Not her again, she thought in fear. The heat snatcher that was busy taking Chibiusa's heart turned her head slightly to stare at the posse's Hotaru before she turned back to look at the screaming Chibiusa. After another minute of screaming, Chibiusa's heart crystal appeared out of her, shining brightly. The Tiger Yoma pulled it away from Chibiusa, making her skin go instantly pale, and she was dropped on the ground into an unconscious state. Yes, that must be a talisman with a pure heart, Cowlinite said, momentarily forgetting her fear over Hotaru. Before she could go and get it, the crystal disappeared from the heart snatcher's hand. This girl's heart is very pure, but it is not one of the pure hearts we're searching for, Neptune said as she held the heart crystal gently. She then tossed the crystal back over to Chibiusa's body. As the crystal entered her body, the color that was once drained from her slowly returned. Seems like you got a bad crystal, Uranus said as she eyed Cowlinite and then turned her attention to the posse's Hotaru. And since we're here, I think we should destroy the girl before she fully awakens, Uranus finished as she prepared her attack along with Neptune. World shaking, deep submerge, as the two launched their attacks on Hotaru, they never noticed the crazed smile on her face. Hotaru easily jumped over the two attacks and rushed towards the two startled Senshi. She raised her hand over her head and a large ball of dark energy appeared in it. The ball soon started to reform into a disc, a very sharp disc that had sounded like a chainsaw. She cocked her hand back and threw at the two senshi who dodged it, but the tree they were in was instantly split in half. The disc continued to fly through the air until Hotaru directed her hand to where Uranus had jumped to and the disc changed course. Uranus saw it coming and her eyes widened in horror as it headed straight for her. She stared on with her eyes never wavering from the sight of the spinning disc, until it suddenly vanished from sight. She looked down and saw Hotaru unconscious with Naruto standing over her. He locked eyes with Uranus for a second, before grabbing both Hotaru and Chibiusa and running off towards a safe place to put the two of them. He found an empty alleyway and put them both there. He then summons 4 cage buncheons and then bit his thumb and went through a series of seals. Kachiyose no jutsu, he shouted as he slammed his palm onto the ground. In an explosion of smoke a frog that was twice his size appeared with samurai armor on. Gamma, could you guard these two while I handle some business, he said as he jabbed his thumb where the sounds of battle was coming from. The toad nodded its head and Naruto was off a second later. Naruto returned just in time to deflect a fatal blow that was aimed at Jupiter. Thanks Naruto, Jupiter said panting heavily. No problem Makoto-chan. How about I show you a move that you might recognize? He said as he undid the bandages on his arms and without waiting for a reply he disappeared and reappeared right under the panther Yoma and kicked it in the jaw sending it into the air. He's doing the cage buyo. Is he going to do the same combo he did on me? She muttered as she watched his floating form in the sky. She wasn't the only one watching him, the other two sailor senshi, Emerald, Cowlinite, the two heart snatchers, and Tuxedo Common who recently arrived along with the other sailor senshi. They all watched as the bandages wrapped around the heart snatcher and began spiraling down to the ground at a fast pace. Naruto then called out the name of his attack moments before he hit the ground. Omit Renge, he shouted as the heart snatcher hit the ground causing a giant tremor to go through the ground and a huge cloud of smoke to cover the area. Taking this as his advantage Naruto jumped out of the crater he was in and rushed towards the cat Yoma and a ball of chakra appeared in his hands. Rasengan. Naruto's voice shouted throughout the cloud of smoke as he thrusted the spiraling ball into the Yoma's chest causing it to go flying to the same building Naruto was in and it turned to dust on the moment of impact. The cloud soon cleared to reveal a slightly panting Naruto, a giant crater, 1 heart snatcher, 2 evil women, 7 sailor senshi, and 1 tuxedo common who were all staring at the damage with wide eyes. Cowlinite was the first to snap out of her shock noticing that Hotaru was gone and 2 of her heart snatchers. Damn it, where'd the girl go? She cursed as she glared at Naruto with hate. Emerald did the same as she notices Chibiusa missing as well. Boy, who the hell are you? Emerald snarled as she prepared to attack again, but stopped when she noticed that all the senshi were there along with Cape Boy. Uzumaki Naruto, he said with a big smile and a dangerous aura surrounding him making her taking a step back in fear. Now why don't you tell me why you want Chibiusa-chan and Hotaru-chan? He said as his eyes went red for a split second before returning to normal. The 2 women saw his eyes change along with Jupiter who gasped in a breath slightly as she felt the killing intent coming off of him. I already told you. Her father wants her home and he will do whatever is necessary for her to return, Cowlinite said as she glared at Naruto. I don't have to tell you anything. Just have the little princess tell you, before she grabbed Cowlinite's shoulder and vanished but not before Cowlinite gave an order to her last heart snatcher. Destroy them. The Tiger Yoma complied and rushed towards Sailor Moon who had already brought out her wand. Moon Princess Halation, she shouted and her attack hit, but it just ran right through it. The Sailor Senshi excluding Sailor Neptune and Uranus gasped in shock as the heart snatcher pierced its claws into Sailor Moon's stomach before she threw her into a tree knocking her out. This snapped the others out of their shock and attacked the heart snatcher together excluding Sailor Neptune and Uranus. Burning Mandala. Shine Aqua Illusion, Sparkling Wide Pressure. Venus Love Me Chain. All the attacks hit the heart snatcher head on but it was still alive and barely moving. The outer senshi seeing enough launched their own attacks. World Shaking, Deep Submerge. This time when the 2 attacks hit, the Yoma was vanquished. The Guardian Senshi turns towards the outer senshi. Who are you and what's your purpose? Jupiter demanded as she glared at the 2 impassive senshi. Uranus sighed to herself before nodding her head towards Neptune and walking away. Where is she going? Mars said as she watched Uranus walk away from sight. That is none of your concern, Neptune said softly, but firmly. So who are you? Jupiter asked getting impatient. Naruto ignored them and silently created a cage Bunshin to leave in his place while he trailed Uranus. I am Sailor Neptune and my partner is Sailor Uranus. We're on a mission to collect the heart crystals from people who contain pure hearts. Our enemies are the heart snatchers who work for an organization known as the Deathbusters. We have to collect the 3 pure heart crystals before they do. But recently our mission has been slightly altered the moment we saw that girl in dark clothing. If my partner and I are correct about that girl, then she must be destroyed before she fully awakens and destroy the entire solar system, Neptune explained as she stared at the other senshi. She turned her head slightly to see Tuxedo Common carrying Sailor Moon in his arms bridal style over to the group. Wait, are you talking about Hotaru? Jupiter asked as she stared at Neptune with narrowed eyes. Hotaru, if that is the girl's name then yes, sorry, but I won't allow you to hurt Hotaru-chan, said the forgotten Naruto who walked up to the group with his eyes narrowed into slits. That girl is a danger to herself and everyone else in this universe. She deserves to be destroyed. The moment she finished that statement, the entire area is flooded with killing intent, driving the senshis and Tuxedo Common to their knees. Let me get this straight, Naruto said in a deadly clam voice as he slowly walked towards Neptune's shaking form. You and your friend want to kill Hotaru-chan, huh? He said as he kneeled in front of Neptune so they could see eye to eye. When Neptune made eye contact with him, she had to stop herself from showing more fear than she was already. Deep blue eyes stared into red demon eyes. She looked over his face and felt even more fear rush through her. His whisker marks became more defined and feral. He had fangs coming out of his mouth while it was still closed. His hair became even more wild and untamed. You or anyone else doesn't decide who should die and who shouldn't, Naruto said with his face nearing hers. He recalled all the things that had once happened to him when he was younger. How people beat him, called him a demon when he merely housed the damn thing. He remembered every time he would beg for them to tell him why they would do the things they do, and he always got 2 different responses. Demons like you deserve to be killed, or I don't have to answer to a demon. He remembered it clearly, and to hear someone say something like she just did, nearly sent him over the edge.
People like you make me sick. If you even dare try to lay a finger on Hotaru, he said as he brought his mouth next to her ear. I'll kill you, he whispered as he led up the killing intent, and his face slowly returned to normal. Naruto turned around to see the senshi and Tuxedo Common stare at him in fear. He lowered his eyes to the ground before he dispelled himself, leaving a shocked crowd. With the real Naruto, Naruto's been trailing Uranus for a while and had lowered down his chakra levels to almost near 0 so he wouldn't be detected by her. He watched as she walked into an alleyway, and in a flash of light she changed into her civilian form. She had on khaki pants with black shoes and a white dress shirt. She had a small frown on her face, and her short dirty blonde hair made her look like a boy. If Naruto hadn't seen her transform, he would have mistaken her for a guy at first glance. He watched as she walked to a nearby yellow convertible and got into it. He watched as she drove off and sighed to himself in annoyance. Maybe I should buy myself a car, he thought with a frown, and then his frown deepens as he got the memories from his cage Bunshin.
Well, haven't I got myself into some shit? He cursed himself as he walked back to the area where he dropped off Hotaru and Chibiusa. He reached the area about 5 minutes later to see the 2 girls still unconscious. But unfortunate for him, a crowd seems to have gathered around because of Gamma. Should have known a giant frog wearing samurai armor would have drawn a crowd. Luckily for him, Gamma was big enough to cover his clones from being seen. He quickly dispels them and runs into a nearby alleyway and quickly runs up the wall. He gets to the roof of the building and jumps down into the alleyway where the 2 children were. He creates a cage Bunshin and hangs it into Shikamaru. He tells the clone to pick up Hotaru and head to his house. He walks over to Chibiusa and tries picking her up, but can't because of the weights she has on. He looks at her wristbands and almost faints. I've been making her train with that amount of weights all day, maybe I should spar with her tomorrow, he said as he put chakra into his arms and legs, then gently picks up Chibiusa. He walks up to Gamma and thanks him for guarding the girls and dispels him back to the summoning plane. He then runs out the back side of the alleyway to avoid any confrontation with the people huddled up at the spot where Gamma was previously at. The walk home took 40 minutes and he put both the girls in separate rooms while he made dinner. While making dinner, Naruto thought about the idea about him getting a car once again. He set the table and put the food on the plates. He made some steak, vegetables, rice of course, and some dango for dessert. Once he finished setting the table, he was about to go up and check on the girls, when the doorbell rung. He walked up to his doors and opens it and was surprised to see Makoto, along with the rest of her gang. He tells them to come in and they all walk to the living room. He saw that they were all carrying bags and was confused about that. He walked in with the rest of them and brought out some tea that he had made for dinner with 2 plates of dango. They each took a cup of tea and some dango, or in Usagi's case 4 of them. Sorry for being blunt and all, but what are you guys doing here? He asked as he took bite out of the dango he held in his hands. The group looked at one another before Makoto was decided to be the spokesperson. You forgot these from earlier, Makoto said as she showed them the bags he saw them come in with. Oh, I was wondering what I forgot. Now all that money I spent earlier won't go to waste, he said the last part under his breath. Also, we wanted to talk about what had happened earlier, she said the last part staring directly into his eyes. Strong green met calm and slightly panicked blue. Naruto for the second time today sighed to himself. Alright, we'll talk when the girls wake up, Naruto said as he tuned his head slightly because he heard movement from upstairs. Girls? What girls? Usagi asked between bites of the dango she was eating. And before I forget, these are really good, Naruto-san, she said with a big smile on her face, one Naruto easily matched. Thank you, Usagi-chan. And the girls are the ones standing in the doorway, he said, nodding his head behind the group. They turned around to see a nervous Hotaru and a sleepy Chibiusa. Hey, what's with all the noise, Naruto-sensei? She said as she rubbed her eyes before she realized who was in the room and what she had just said. Her eyes went wide before she slowly turned her head to look at her sensei. She saw that his eyebrow was twitching uncontrollably and turned to her, giving her a sadistic grin, which sent a shudder through everyone in the room. He took a deep breath before going through a dozen hand seals. When he had finished, the wrist and ankle bands on Chibiusa shined a bright red. Increase weights by 10 pounds, he said loud enough for all in the room to hear. Usagi and the others wondered what Naruto meant when they heard Chibiusa crash into the ground, creating a small crater. The others stared wide eyes at the miniature crater Chibiusa made. How much do her weights weigh, Naruto-san? Amy said as she walked over to the pink-haired girl who was muttering curses under her breath. I'll say about 120 pounds, he said as he crossed his hands and nodded his head to himself. The others stared in shock at how much the girl could take.
Are you sure that her body could handle the strain? Mamoru said as he calmly drank his tea while eyeing Naruto with curiosity.
She could handle it. Chibiusa's body heals almost as fast as mine, Cape Boy, he said under his breath, but the others still heard it and Mamoru almost spit out his tea. How did you know? A small voice asked from below. Naruto looked down to see a blue cat looking up at him with suspicion. Naruto stared at her for a few seconds before answering her question and answering one in the process. Well, for one, I knew who you all were for a while now. 2. Makoto said that she wanted to talk about earlier and there's no way she would mention it around complete strangers. And 3. How did you get in my house? I didn't see you come in with the others, and that means you too, Naruto said as he pointed his finger to the white cat that was eating some dango. Oh, we climbed through your window, since you closed your door when we were about to walk in, Artemis said as he stopped chewing on the dango. Wait. Why aren't you surprised that Luna and Artemis can talk, Naruto? Mamoru said as he sat his tea down on the table. Well, I know toads and foxes that can talk, he said, shrugging his shoulders. The others just stared at Naruto for a minute before accepting his answer. How about we finish our talk after dinner? I'm sure you're all hungry, he said as he walked into his dining room with the others following. Chibiusa followed the others at a much slower pace because she was still on the ground. Once we're done eating, we can begin our talk, Naruto said as he sat the table for his extra guest. Yes, once we finish, Naruto-san, we talk, Usagi said in a serious tone, locking eyes with Naruto. Once everyone was done eating, they all met in Naruto's living room. Usagi, Mamoru, Chibiusa, and Hotaru sat on Naruto's long couch, while Minako, Rei and Amy sat on his short couch. Makoto sat in one of Naruto's lounge chairs and Naruto sat in the other on the opposite side of her. The tension in the room was thick, and the tension was even thicker between Usagi and Naruto. Usagi's friends wondered why she was acting so strange around Naruto. Usually she would be all happy and full of energy, but now she seemed to be putting up a cold and serious persona. Her friends caught a glimpse of her eyes and were surprised to see that they were as cold as ice and not a happy blue that she was known for. They turned their attention to Naruto, whose own blue eyes were cold and not as happy blue like he had showed them earlier. Without warning, Usagi began letting out a large amount of killing intent, making everyone in the room expect for Naruto to shake in fear. He just stood there and let out his own killing intent subconsciously. Neither of the two blondes knew why they were acting like this towards each other, but they knew that they didn't like each other at all. What is it about this Odango Atama that pisses me off? He thought as he glared into her icy blue eyes that were so much like his own. I don't know why, but I really don't like this boy. He feels me with so much hate. Why is that? I could never hate anyone, but he's different. Why? She thought as her face darkened. They were both brought out of their thoughts when they saw that their friends were struggling to breath and some even had tears coming out of their eyes. They soon realized what the both of them were doing and stopped their glaring, and the killing intent vanished instantly, making everyone gasp for air. Chibiusa and Hotaru were shaking fiercely and had tears running down their faces. Naruto and Usagi immediately went to the two children's sides and comforted them, while saying soothing words in their ears, trying to calm them. Mamoru shook of the effects of the killing intent immediately after it was over and comforted the shaking Chibiusa, while glaring at Usagi and Naruto lightly. Makoto, Minako, Amy, and Ri were next to break out of their fear, and not long after Luna and Artemis. Once everyone had calmed down, Makoto was the first to speak. Okay, now that everyone is calm and collected, how about you tell us about how you did those techniques of your Naruto-san, she said as she stared at him intently. Naruto was about to speak, when Kyuubi told him of two strong presences outside his home. He sighs to himself in frustration, when he realized who it was. Alright, I'll tell you, but first let me bring in out two guests, he said as he calmly stood up and walked out the room, leaving a room full of confused people. Usagi stared at the door he left out of with cold eyes. Mamoru, seeing this, asked Usagi what was bothering her. Usako, are you alright? You've been acting strange around Naruto-san, he said, catching the attention of everyone in the room, especially Chibiusa, Hotaru, and Makoto. It's nothing, Momo-chan, she said with a nervous laugh while scratching the back of her head. Usagi, there's no use lying. We felt the killing intent both you and Naruto was letting off, Makoto said as she stared at her princess with a worried expression. Yes. Why are acting so hostile to Naruto-san? Amy asked as she also stared at her princess. I don't know. It's just something about him that pisses me off, she said with a frown, until she realized what she said and turned to look at the others, who were giving her looks of shock and disbelief.
I never knew Usagi could use language like that, Amy thought with her eyes wide.
Wow, Usagi is just full of surprises today, Rei thought with a sweat drop. She acts differently every time Naruto is around, Minako thought as she narrowed her eyes a little. Why does she hate? No, she could never hate anyone. Maybe dislike, but what makes her dislike Naruto so much? Makoto thought as she also narrowed her eyes. Something is wrong with Usako and it centers on Naruto, Mamoru thought as he stared at the silent Usagi. Why does Usagi hate Naruto-sensei so much? It doesn't make sense. She barely even knows him, Chibiusa thought as she felt her anger rise. The tension in here is getting too thick. I'm going to go and check on sensei, Hotaru thought as she stood up and walked out the room. Chibiusa saw this and followed after her, wondering where she was going. The others just stayed silent and watched as the younger girls walked out the room. While this was going on, Naruto was having difficulties with his two other uninvited guests. In front of Naruto's house, Naruto walked calmly into his yard with his hands crossed over his chest. He looked around as if he was looking for something, when his eyes landed on a particular tree. Come on out. I know where you are, so there's no use in hiding, he said as smirk formed on his face. Sailor Uranus, Sailor Neptune, he said with his smirk widening as he watched the two senshi jumped out of their spot in the tree. Where's the girl? Uranus demanded as she crossed her hands over her chest and glared at Naruto hatefully. Neptune stayed silent as she watched on with a slight fearful gaze on Naruto. She remembered what he had said to her earlier in the day, and she would be lying if she said that she wasn't afraid of him, and she sure as hell wouldn't let him or her partner know that either. So she settled with just staying quiet and let Uranus handle him, and if she was needed she would help her, but for now she would just stand her ground and watch everything proceed. If I were you I would have asked. Here Naruto coughed a few times and tried his best to mimic Sailor Uranus' voice and saying it perfectly due to him perfecting the henge jutsu. Che, how did you know we were here? He said, impersonating Sailor Uranus perfectly. Said Senshi glared at him hatefully. While Neptune didn't know either to laugh at her friend or glare at Naruto, she settled for the latter. That's what you should have said, instead of demanding your wants, he said with a mock frown. Shut up and bring me the damn girl, Uranus shouted in anger and frustration. Uranus-san, I'm not going to give you Hotaru-chan, he said as he set himself in the Goken ready stance. Uranus smirked and without warning charged at Naruto with a petty impressive speed. She threw a punch at Naruto's face, but he batted it away and countered with a back into her face, sending her to the ground a few feet away from him. Uranus rubbed her face and glared at Naruto before rushing him again. Naruto sighed to himself in annoyance, and he was still feeling quite frustrated after his confrontation with Usagi, so he was on a short fuse. As she appeared in front of him attempting to kick him in his head, Naruto grabbed it and winced a little at how powerful her kick was. Seeing this as a moment of weakness, Uranus grabbed his arm and lifted her body into the air, then swiftly kicking Naruto in his face, knocking him to the ground. Not letting this chance go by, she rushed and grabbed Naruto by his arm and threw him towards Neptune. Neptune, seeing this, raised both of her hands in the air and a huge ball of water started to form in her hand. Deep submerged, she shouted as the water blast shot at Naruto's flying form. Naruto's eyes widened as the water blast was inches from his face before it connected with him, sending him sailing into a tree, snapping it in half. Uranus smirked along with Neptune and was about to venture into the house when 12 Narutos appeared. 5 surrounded Uranus and 5 surrounded Neptune. They then rushed at the shock Senshi. The Narutos shouted as they planted their right hand onto the ground and kicked both Senshi high into the air. Then the last 2 Narutos jumped onto a clone's back and flipped high into the air, waiting for their respected foe to reach them. When they did, they gave both Senshi an axe kick to the face, sending them both rocketing to the ground, and before they impacted the ground into the world of unconsciousness, they heard Naruto shout the name of his attack. Naruto Renden, he shouted as he landed on the ground in a crouch. Wow. Am I going to learn how to do that, sensei? Hotaru asked from the doorway, startling Naruto. He turned his head so fast, Hotaru thought he would get whiplash. How long have you been there, Hotaru-chan? Naruto asked as he created a cage bunshin and had it pick up Neptune while he picked up Uranus and walked towards his house. Around the time when Sailor Uranus threw you at Neptune, she said with a shrug of her shoulders, and followed Naruto as he walked inside the house. Naruto walks back into the living room where everyone is waiting when they see him carrying Sailor Uranus prone form with a clone carrying Neptune. The others immediately got up and followed Naruto as he walked into one of his spare rooms. Lucky for him, he had bought twin beds when he found out his friends were coming to this dimension, so he had to be prepared for them. He placed them in each of the 2 beds and waited patiently for them to wake up. Usagi walked up to him and demanded to know what had happened to them. What happened? And why are they here? She asked in a cold manner, shocking everyone their respect for Naruto and Hotaru. Naruto just fixed her with a small glare and explained what had happened while they were all inside. So you're telling me that these 2 attacked you, demanding that you hand over Hotaru? Usagi asked while casting a worried look to the impassive Hotaru. I wonder how they found about your place, Naruto, Makoto asked as she leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. I don't know. They either followed you here or they trailed me when I left, but I doubt that because I followed Uranus here and found out who she really was, he said with a frown on his face. Naruto-san, not trying to be rude or anything, but are you going to tell us about who and where you're from now? Luna asked as she jumped onto the desk that was by an open window. Naruto sighed to himself and let a small frown appear on his face. Alright, I'll tell you. But I want no one to interrupt me while I tell you about myself, he said with a serious tone. Naruto could only imagine how many times he had been interrupted or told to shut up when he was talking. He wasn't going to go through that again, because he remembered how many times he disrupted one of Iruka's lectures and he wasn't happy about it. So he wasn't taking any chances with this, and he would make sure they heard his story without interrupting. 15 years ago, in another universe, a demon called the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked a shinobi village called Konohagakure no Sado. The demon had proved to be unstoppable and had killed and destroyed many lives. The leader at the time, the Yondaime Hokage, found a way to stop the demon, by sealing the demon inside a newborn baby. He did this by summoning the Shinigami to the human plane and sacrificed his life to seal the demon. October 10th is the day the Kyuubi was defeated, the day the Yondaime died, and the day I was born. Here he paused to take in a breath of air and to examine everyone's reaction to his tale so far. They all had frowns on their faces, and Usagi's face was unreadable. He frowned mentally, but continued his tale. The Sandaime Hokage, a few days after the sealing, told the village about me being the Kyuubi's container. He told them how the Yondaime wanted me to be seen as a hero. The village and most of the shinobi demanded for my death when they found out, and the Sandaime created a law to forbid anyone to speak of the Kyuubi's sealing to the younger generation so I could have a better chance at making friends. If they did speak of it, they would be immediately executed. However, The villagers found a way around the law and told their children to stay away from me. The shops would always sell me foods that were rotten or increase the prices for items to an unbelievable price or just wouldn't let me in at all. I got regular beatings and had many assassinations attempts on my life, more times than I can count. I was kicked out the orphanage at the age of 6 and got my own apartment sometime after. The only foods I could eat were ramen at Ichiraku's, because that was the only place that would sell me any food without overcharging. The people were nice and were only some of the few who watched out for me, including the Sandame. When it was time for me to enter the ninja academy, I was ignored and pretty much treated like shit, he said with a deep frown. The others looked on at him sympathetically and had a few tears forming in some of the girls' eyes when they heard how many times he was almost killed. Unknown to Naruto, Mamoru or the girls, Neptune and Uranus had awakened the moment Naruto began his story. Neptune had tears forming in her eyes, but no one noticed, and Uranus kept quiet, but had an expressionless face to hide her emotions. She was never the one to show emotions, and she wasn't going to start now. She felt bad for the kid and how his life turned out, but she had a mission to complete and she was going to finish it. She was about to sit up, but decided against it when Naruto continued his story. The teachers would do their best to hinder my progress for years, and the only one who tried to help me out was Iruka-sensei. Sure, he hated me at first like the rest, but he was there for me when it mattered. When I had failed my genin test for the 3rd time, a man named Mizuki told me about a special way to pass the exams. I didn't know at the time, but the man was one of the many who hated me for having the Kyuubi sealed in me. But anyway, he told me that if I broke into the Hokage Tower and stole a scroll called the Scroll of Sealing, I would pass the exam. After successfully stealing the scroll, I learned the first technique in it, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Not long after learning it, Iruka found me, and then Mizuki showed up demanding the scroll for me. He then revealed to me that I had the Kyuubi sealed in me and that I was the demon itself. However, Iruka told me that I was only the container and not the demon itself. Mizuki attacked him and I defeated him with my Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and was promoted to Genin for creating solid clones. I was then put on a Genin team with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. There is only one word to describe Sasuke, and he's a total emo. He was Rookie of the Year and had a hell of a lot of fangirls at his side. He would brood all day in a corner and dream about one day killing his brother Itachi. The reason for this is because his whole clan was killed off by his older brother. He then became an avenger bent on killing Itachi by any means necessary, but he was like a brother to me no matter how broody the bastard is. Haruno Sakura was his #1 fangirl and my crush at the time, but that changed by the time Sasuke abandoned the village, but I won't tell you that until later, he said with a frown while glaring at the wall. He told them about his mission to Nami no Kuni, how the Chunin exams went, how he met Jiraiya at the hot springs and how he learned how to summon toads. Explained how his fight with Gaara went. He told them about the Sandame's death and about the search for Tsunade to become the Godem Hokage. Explained how Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame tried to capture him for the Akatsuki. How he and Jiraiya found Tsunade, Shizune, and her pig Taunton. How he bet Tsunade that he could master the Rasengan in a week. He then explained how Orochimaru and Kabuto showed up and fought with Tsunade. Explained how he used the Rasengan on Kabuto, defeating him, but not killing and winning Tsunade's necklace. How Sasuke challenged him to a fight back in Konoha on top of the hospital. He then explained how Sasuke abandoned the village and tried to defect to Oto. He told them about how his friends Nara Shikamaru, Hyuga Neji, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akamichi Choji were sent to retrieve him. Explained how they encountered the Sound Four and how each of them spilt up to battle with each of them. How he encountered Kagaya Kimimaro and how Rock Lee showed up and fought him, while he chased after Sasuke. He then explained how his fight with Sasuke went at the Valley of the End and he was just reaching the end. Sasuke charged up a Chidori in his new cursed form, while I charged a Rasengan using one tail of Kyuubi's power. We charged at each other with our respected attacks and rammed them into each other. Sasuke tried to overpower my attack, but I wouldn't give up and let the bastard go to that pedophile Orochimaru. Plus I had made a promise to Sakura-chan and I never go back on those, and while I was thinking that I felt a new power rush through me. It wasn't Kyuubi's because his felt all negative and evil. The power I felt was warm and full of a light unlike mine or Kyuubi's chakra. Then an explosion occurred and I ended up in this universe a few months ago. He finished his story and turned to the gathered Senshi and Mamoru, who all had their mouths open in shock or their eyes were wide. That's one hell of a story. Makoto said as she closed her mouth and raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Wait. How do we know all of this is true? Ray asked as she stared at Naruto in slight disbelief. Well, you don't, but a few of my friends will be arriving from my dimension in about a week. So you could just ask them when they get here, he said with a shrug of his shoulders. You really have a demon sealed inside of you? Hotaru asked with wide eyes. Naruto stared at her with a knowing look and nodded his head. He's just like me, she thought with a small smile. Can we see this power of this demon? Ray asked so she could tell if the part about having a demon sealed inside of him was true. I don't know about that, Naruto said a little nervously. He didn't know how they would feel about Kyuubi's power and he had already figured that they're alright with it since they haven't tried to kill him yet. Just show us already, Uzumaki, said the voice of Uranus, shifting herself to a sitting position on the bed. She crossed her arms over her chest and narrowed her eyes at him, ignoring the inner Senshi and Mamoru's shock faces. I knew you two were up, he said as he smirked at her and saw that Neptune was also sitting up and glanced at Naruto with a sorrowful expression on her face. So you heard everything, huh? Judging by the look on your face, Naruto said as he stared into Neptune's eyes. She said nothing, but nodded her head slowly at him. And now you know why I said what I had said earlier, he finished as he turned away from her and turned towards the glaring Uranus. Now I guess I'll show you a little of Kyuubi's power, but not too much because I don't want to lose control of myself, he said with a frown as he walked out the room. The others followed closely behind him and Hotaru walked by Naruto's side. When they reached Naruto's training grounds, he turned towards them and spoke in a serious tone. When I begin to draw on Kyuubi's power, I want none of you to come near me. Do you understand? He asked. He saw everyone nod their heads and he put his hands in the seal of the ram. Hey Fuzzy, loan me some of your chakra, so I can show these people that what I told them was true. Brat. You call me Fuzzy again and you will pay the consequences, Kyuubi growled from his cage. Whatever you say, Fuzzy. Now give me some of your chakra. I'll give you some, all right, he said with a dark chuckle as he gave Naruto some of his chakra. The group watched as Naruto was covered in a freighting red aura and went through a transformation. His hair became even more untamed and shaggy. His eyes turned red with black slits in them, making them take on a demonic cat or fox-like appearance. The whisker marks on his face became more engraved and feral. The fangs in his mouth enlarged and showed through his mouth even when it was closed. His hands slowly changed into claws, and the last thing that completed his look was the chakra tail and the chakra fox ears that appeared on him. He went down on all four and the chakra formed over his claws and feet. Damn it, Kyuubi, too much, he growled out in pain in a dual voice. Soon a second tail slowly started to form, but he held it back as he summoned some of his chakra, trying to overpower Kyuubi's. No matter how hard he tried, Kyuubi's chakra continued to wash over him. Brat, you wanted my power. Now take it and see how much you can handle, and pray you don't slaughter your new friends. Kyuubi laughed maniacally from his cage. The people watching watched on in fear as the demonic energy watched over them. They found themselves shaking, and even though Uranus tried to hide it, she was shaking as well. A second tail soon forms, and before a third could, a bright white flash surrounded Naruto and he returned to normal. He was standing there in confusion and in slight fear, as was everyone else. What happened? He said confusedly. I have no idea. But that power was evil and uncontrolled. I guess you were telling the truth about having a demon sealed in you, Ray said as she stared at Naruto. Naruto, that power was freighting, Makoto said as she walked up to Naruto's panting form. Are you alright? She said as she put a hand on his shoulder. He looked up at her with his hair shadowing half of his face. I'm fine, Makoto-chan. Just got more power than I could handle, damn fox, he said as he collapsed to one knee. Makoto helped him back to his feet with Minako, who had run up the moment he fell. The others watched this and, seeing enough, Uranus and Neptune began to walk away, but not before Uranus threw one last comment over her shoulder. Uzumaki, if the power within the girl ever awakens, we will destroy her and you if you get in our way, she said as both her Neptune disappeared after walking away. Okay, if you want you can come back inside and we can talk some more, Naruto said with a weak smile, ignoring Sailor Uranus's threat. Sorry Naruto-san, but I have to get going. I have to study for a test tomorrow, Amy said in an apologetic voice, making both Usagi and Naruto groan in frustration. They both realized what they did and the temperature dropped about 10 degrees. Before anything could happen between the two of them, Mamoru walked up to Usagi and placed his hands on her shoulder, instantly calming her. Usako, we should get going. It is getting pretty late. Thank you for the hospitality, and for the record, I don't think you're a demon. Maybe a little strange, but no demon, he said as he walked away with Usagi walking away from him. Naruto smiled at the guy. He liked him. He wasn't too sure on Usagi though. Sure, they got along well a few days ago, but every time he saw her, he slowly started to dislike her. He doesn't know why, but he knew that he would find out eventually, and until then he'll try his best to be civilized towards her. He was brought out of his thoughts when he felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned around to see his student Chibiusa. "Naruto-sensei, I wanted to apologize for Usagi's behavior earlier," she said as if she was Usagi's mother. Naruto let out a chuckle and waved off her comment as he moved out of Makoto's and Monako's arms. "Don't worry about it, Chibiusa-chan. I'm sure she was just having a bad day, but you should get going too, or those two will leave you behind," he said as he pointed his finger over to the impatient Usagi and the calm Mamoru, who had a slight, almost unnoticeable twitch in his eyebrow at Usagi's impatience. "So get going and don't forget you have training at 5 in the morning," he said with an evil crackle that sent a shiver down her spine, Hotaru's and everyone else around him. "Alright sensei, see you tomorrow." "Come on Luna, time to go," Chibiusa said as she walked away to catch up with her guardian. Luna turned to Naruto and bowed her head a little and ran after Chibiusa. Ray walked up next and eyed him warily before bowing and giving him a small smile. "Thank you for sharing your secret with us, Naruto-san. But I have to go back to the shrine and finish my chores. Goodbye Naruto-san," she said as she silently walked away. "Naruto, I have to say that you're one surprising person. I mean, seriously, having a demon sealed inside of you and training 2 young girls, that's really something. What's next? Buying a really expensive and cool car and getting your driver's license in 2 days flat? If that happens, I'll buy you anything you want," she said as she patted his back with a big smile on her face before running off with Artemis right behind her. Naruto stared after her as if she had grown 2 heads, and he blinked and looked back at Makoto, who was eyeing Monako in the same fashion. "Monako is weird, Makoto-chan," Naruto said as he turned back to where Monako had just run off it, while missing the small blush on Makoto's face before she quickly hid it. "Naruto, is it alright if I come by tomorrow and watch you train Chibiusa and Hotaru-san?" she asked a little nervously, hoping he wouldn't say no. "Sure. But just to warn you, my training methods are unique," he said with an evil and sadistic smile, making Hotaru look at him with a look that clearly read, "I'm going to die a slow and painful death." With Chibiusa had been walking with Usagi and Mamoru before she suddenly stopped in her tracks with a look of fear on her face. Usagi was the first to notice her stop and saw the expression on her face, and it worried her. "Chibiusa, what wrong?" Usagi asked in a soothing voice. Chibiusa slowly turns to her with her fear-stricken face. "I feel as if I'm going to be put through hell, and it's not going to be the hell you go to when you die. No, this feels like it's going to be 1,000 times worse, and even the lowest pits of hell would feel more comfortable than what I'm feeling right now, and there is only one person who can make me feel like this," she said with her frightened look increasing. Usagi just looked at her funny and told her to hurry it up, but she could have swore she heard her mutter something about sadistic blonde bastards. She shook her head and decided to go with Chibiusa tomorrow for her training. With Naruto had finished saying goodbye to Makoto, and he had told her that she could come by tomorrow. Now he was staring at Hotaru, who was staring back at him with a determined look. "Naruto-san, can we start my training tonight?" "Why do you want to start tonight and not in the morning?" he asked in confusion. "Because I don't want to slow Chibiusa-chan down in training. Also, I want to have an early start so I can be up to speed with what you had taught her," she said with her determination never wavering. Naruto sighed and wondered why he took up this thing with being a sensei anyway. That was until he remembered that Chibiusa had blackmailed him. He put his hands in his back pocket and pulled out 2 purple fingerless gloves. He wondered why he had got those again and remembered that he had got them for Ino. "She won't mind and she'll never know. Hotaru, put these gloves on and I want you to punch that log over there 300 times with both arms, and when you're done with that I want you to kick the log 300 times with both legs. Once you're finished with that I want you to do 100 push-ups, sit-ups and run around this clearing 20 times all while wearing these," he said with an evil crackle as he asked her to hold out both of her hands. He placed both of his hands over on wrist each and held a firm grip on them while focusing a little of Kyuubi's power. He heard Hotaru whimper a little when the chakra wrapped around her wrist, and he repeated the action with her ankles. Increase by 15, he said as he put his hands in a weird seal, and she immediately fell to the ground face first. "When you're able to pick yourself up and move properly, I want you to get started on those logs," he said with a big smile, and then put his hands in another seal and 20 clones appeared. "I want 10 of you to walk on water and 5 to work on cutting leaves and the last of you to work on climbing trees." He then turns back to the shock Hotaru. Since you're training, I should train as well, he said simply while creating 10 Kyuubi-powered clones that all gathered a pile of rocks and began throwing them at him at insane speeds. Hotaru watched in horror as he was hit almost every time and shivered because this was the same exact exercise Chibiusa had to do earlier that day. What have I gotten myself into? At least this way you can become stronger faster and be ready for Mistress 9, Saturn said with a sadistic smile on her face, one that Hotaru couldn't see, but one she could definitely feel. You're not making this any easier, Saturn, Hotaru thought with a mental glare. I'm not supposed to. Hotaru. Naruto was ignoring everything around him, wondered what that strange power he had felt earlier was. It felt like the same power he used against Sasuke back at the Valley of the End, but stronger. He had to figure out what it was, then he will be able to understand why he feels such a strong pull to the senshi in that power. Unknown to him, Kyuubi was listening to his inner thoughts and glared behind him at the door with a white rose and a crescent moon on it. He could tell the boy that his answers were behind this door, but then he would be purified by it and disappear, and all of his power would go to the boy. No, he would tell the boy about it eventually, but after he found some way to continue to live inside of him. And until then he would stay quiet and allow himself to be purified a little at a time and hope that the boy don't draw on the power too much or he will be instantly killed. Hey, sorry kid, but I can't have you finding out yet, Kyuubi thought as he went to sleep. Next day Hotaru awoke with a groan. She had been training for 7 hours last night. It took her the first 2 hours to get used to the weights Naruto had put on her. 30 minutes to walk to the log post and 1 hour and 30 minutes to finish punching the log. When it came to kicking the log in, went a little faster and she ended that after an hour. Then she spent the last 2 hours doing the other exercises, ending it roughly at 3 in the morning. Now here she was now waking up 2 hours later glaring at her smiling sensei. Once again she asked herself, what the hell has she gotten herself into? Hotaru-chan, it's time for training, Naruto said with a sadistic smile on his face. She also wondered how in the hell did Naruto act so damn cherry in 5 in the morning? And how in the hell is he up after all that damn training he put himself through last night? She knew that he went to sleep roughly at the same time as she, but she doesn't understand how until it hit her. The damn demon made it so that he could sleep for a few hours and become completely re-energized. She wondered if having Saturn and Mistress 9 in her body has given her a similar affect. It does, Hotaru. Saturn voice cut through her musings. If you would just sit up and stop being lazy, you will feel like you have just had a full day of rest, Saturn said with a sigh. Sure enough, when she sat up she felt like she had gotten at least 10 hours of sleep. How is this possible? It's quite simple. All Sailor Senshi has a fast healing rate and my healing rate is higher than that of Sailor Moon's. How I know this, you may ask? Well, it's because when it comes to raw power I'm the strongest and fastest healer out of all the Sailor Senshi. And with you still having Mistress 9 sealed in you, as also helping your healing rate along as well, Saturn explained in a slight arrogant, yet serious tone. Alright, I understand, Hotaru thought with a slight smile. Naruto stared at her as her eyes were glazed over and wondered what was wrong and just shook his head and decided to break her out of her thoughts with the only way he could, by being a sadistic sensei. Hotaru, it's time for training, he repeated effetely, knocking her out of her inner conversation with Saturn. What is sensei? It's time for training. Here, put these on, he said as he handed her a purple shirt with black shorts and some black training shoes. When you're done getting dressed, meet me down at the training grounds, he said as he left and went to the training grounds and created 50 clones. He ordered the first 25 to try cutting a leaf with their chakra and ordered the other 25 to attack him, but before they did he had to up his weights by 10. Okay, bring it on, Naruto shouted just as all the Kage Bunshin rushed him. With Chibiusa awakened with a loud yawn, while rubbing some drool from her mouth. She sleepily looked at the clock by her bed and saw that it was 7 in the morning. She yawned again and laid back down on her bed and slowly closed her eyes for about 5 seconds, before she suddenly sat up and stared at her clock with wide eyes. No, this is not happening, she said with a groan as she quickly jumped out of the bed and quickly threw on her training clothes and stuffed her bag with clothes to change after she was done training. She then ran to the bathroom and washed up a bit and then ran down the stairs to the kitchen with her bag in hand. She put some bread in the toaster and waited a few minutes for it to get done and quickly took it out while spreading some jelly on it. She put the piece of toast in her mouth with the other piece in her hand and quickly left out the door, leaving a dust trail on her track to Naruto's place. After 30 minutes of running non-stop, she finally arrived in time to see Hotaru running laps around the training grounds. She also saw Makoto punching a log and Naruto was holding a ball of blue chakra in his hands. She watched as he thrust the chakra ball into the tree while shouting, "Rasengan," completely shattering it on impact. This brought Hotaru to a stop in her running to stare at Naruto with wide eyes. Makoto stopped punching the log while ignoring her bleeding hands to also stare at Naruto. Chibiusa walked into the field with her bag over shoulders with her eyes wide at the attack Naruto had just done. As soon as she walks into the field, she watches as Naruto puts his hands in a weird seal. Chibiusa's weights increase by 20, he said loud enough for everyone to hear, and she saw her bands glow a bright red before she crashed face first into the ground. Makoto's eyes widened to the size of saucers when she saw the crater Chibiusa was in. She didn't know how the girl could handle the weight, but put it off as healing powers from the future. "Oh, and that's just the start of your punishment for being 2 hours late. Now go and start on your warm-ups," Naruto said with a sadistic gleam in his eye. He then watched as Hotaru finished running her laps and came to a stop while panting hard. "Alright Hotaru, it seems that you adjusted to your weights pretty well, so I'm going to increase them," he said as he put his hands once again in a strange seal. Hotaru's weights increase by 10, he said, and Hotaru collapsed to her knees with her teeth gritted, while glaring at Naruto hatefully. "Now while you try to get used to your weights, I will be throwing these small pebbles at you. So I advise you to adjust to your weights fast," he said with an evil laugh. Makoto watched all of this with a slight smile on her face. "He sure does work them hard. And I never saw anyone use these kind of training methods before. But I think he's going a little overboard with the weights. Maybe I should ask him to put some weights on me as well. I have to get stronger. Those Yoma and Heart Snatchers beat us all like we were newborn babies. None of our attacks had worked, and not even Sailor Moon's had worked, and she's the strongest out of all of us. We all need to be training and be prepared for the next battle. I don't want to get saved by those other senshi again," she thought with a frown, and went back to punching the log with renewed efforts. While she was having her thoughts, Naruto had called both Chibiusa and Hotaru over to him. "Now it's time for your next step of training," he said, causing both girls' eyes to widen. "You're going to learn how to summon your chakra, and if you have a decent amount, I'll teach you a jutsu," he explained, causing both girls to look at him in confusion. "Naruto-sensei, what are chakra and jutsu?" Hotaru asked, and Makoto walked over to hear his explanation as well. Chakra is basically a combination of both spiritual and mental energy. Without chakra, the human body cannot live, so basically without it you will die if you ever run out or open up all chakra gates at once. Shinobi use chakra in our techniques called jutsu. We use hand seals to help concentrate and manipulate chakra into our jutsu. Jutsu are split into 3 categories. Ninjutsu, which uses hand seals most of the time, and sometimes it doesn't. All I know about it really is that it's really cool, and I can't really explain it, so I'll just show you the ninjutsu I was going to teach you, he explained as he turned away from the girls and went through a few hand seals and shouted the name of his jutsu while turning his head up to the sky. "Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu," he shouted as he shot out a giant fireball from his mouth into the sky. He turns back to the girls to see that their eyes were wide and that Chibiusa was looking at him with red-hot fire burning in her eyes. "Can we start learning that technique now, sensei?" she asked, fidgeting anxiously. "Not yet, allow me to finish my lecture, even though I hate them myself," he mumbled the last part under his breath. "Now, as you may have seen, that was a ninjutsu technique. I would show you a genjutsu, but I have no talents in them. But I will tell you that genjutsu have to do with illusions. Most genjutsu are deadly, and even though they're illusions, they could still cause major damage to the mind. I know this one guy who can cast a genjutsu on you only by looking him in the eye, and that's only because of his Sharingan, his dujutsu. A dujutsu is an eye technique that only comes within a clan, and most people call them a Kekkei Genkei or a bloodline. Sharingan comes from the Uchiha clan, and it has 3 special abilities. The first one allows it to memorize any technique it witnesses. The second is the ability to track fast-moving objects, and the last is the ability to cause hypnosis. But I'm getting off track, he said while scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile on his face. Other than ninjutsu and genjutsu, there is also taijutsu. Taijutsu is hand-to-hand combat that involves martial arts and mainly focuses on stamina only, and that is why I have given you both the weights you have on now, he finished with a slight smile, and everyone who heard this was slack-jawed at what they heard, and even Kyuubi was in shock because he never knew his container knew this much on chakra and jutsu. "Ah, that was a really long explanation, so can you just show us how to summon our chakra so we could do that cool jutsu?" Chibiusa asked with a big smile on her face. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. "She reminds me of myself when I'm about to learn a new jutsu," Now put your hands in this seal you two and focus on your energy and bring it up, he instructed and turns to Makoto who was trying also and was about to stop her from trying. Since anyone above the age of 14 who had never used chakra before would never be able to use it. But what he saw next shocked him greatly. Green chakra was swirling around Makoto's form with specks of dark green. Chibiusa had blue, pink and white chakra swirling around her and Hotaru had purple, dark purple, blue and black chakra swirling around her. Stop! Naruto shouted and they all stopped concentrating and looked at him with wide eyes at the power they felt coming from them. It seems like senshi work differently than normal humans, he said, causing all three girls to look at him in confusion.
What do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? Makoto asked, not noticing the changed suffix. Naruto noticed, but didn't say anything about it. The two girls turned to each other and grinned to each other with a plan in mind.
What I mean is that people over the age of 14 who had never used chakra before is not able to ever use it without someone forcibly opening your chakra pathways. He paused to allow the girls to absorb what he just said and then continued. As I said before, senshi are not bound to this rule, it seems. Makoto, you are about 15 and were able to access your chakra, but the strange thing is that you have 2 chakra sources. Chibiusa, you have 3 and you Hotaru have 3 as well. How this is possible I don't know, but I have clue for why Hotaru have 4 different sources, he said, giving Hotaru a knowing look, and she averted her eyes to the ground to avoid his look. Chibiusa gave her friend a concerned glance and Makoto gave her a glance as well. And why do Hotaru have 4 chakra sources, Naruto-sensei? Chibiusa asked, shifting her gaze from Hotaru and Naruto almost constantly. It isn't for me to tell, Chibiusa, he said, casting another look over to Hotaru. But the good news is that all of you have at least over Chunin level chakra. Well, Hotaru, you have high Chunin, and Makoto, you have mid Chunin, and Chibiusa, you have low Chunin, but without the proper control, all of your power will be useless, he said as he looked at them each with a serious gaze. I will now show you the hand seals for the jutsu I had showed you earlier. Once you got it down, I will teach you the first chakra control exercise I was taught, tree climbing, he said with a big smile, one Makoto and Chibiusa instantly recognizes as one that Usagi usually gives, right before she does something devious. How will tree climbing help us learn how to control out chakra, Naruto? Makoto asked with a raised eyebrow with a look of disbelief. I already know how to climb trees, Naruto-sensei, Hotaru said with a skeptical look on her face. I have to agree with her, sensei, Chibiusa said, agreeing with Hotaru. Naruto just tilted his head slightly and walked over to a tree. The girls watched as he continued walking towards the tree until he slowly placed his foot on it and walked calmly up it. He walked to the first branch and sat on it and then looked down at the gapping girls. Like I said before, once you learn the first jutsu, never mind. I think you all should learn the proper control first before you attempt to learn the jutsu. This way you won't waste any extra energy while trying to perform jutsu or your special attacks, he said while throwing them each a kunai. I want you to put your hand in this seal and mark your progress with the kunai. To put it simply, when you're about to fall off, mark your position with the kunai. And here's a hint to the exercise. Too little chakra and you'll fall off, too much and you end up blasting off of the tree, he explained while jumping off the tree and back on the ground in front of the 3 girls. And remember, the faster you complete the task, the faster you can learn that fire jutsu I just showed you, he said, and immediately the girls ran to the trees. Well, Chibiusa and Hotaru did. Makoto stayed back to talk to Naruto. Naruto, those weights the girls are using, do you think that she didn't get to finish because Naruto interrupted her. Do you want some as well, right? He asked, and Makoto nodded her head. Naruto placed his hands on Makoto's wrist and focused on Kyuubi's power. Once he felt the dark sensation every time he pulls on Kyuubi's chakra, he makes it wrap around Makoto's wrist and it formed red wristbands. He then repeated the process with her ankles and set the weights to 15 pounds each. She then immediately collapsed to her knees with her teeth gritted. Don't worry about me, Naruto. I should be to my feet in about an hour or so, she said with sweat pouring down her face. Naruto just shook his head and walked up to his pond and jumped into the middle of it. He took a meditative position and slowly leaked his chakra into the water and tried to raise it by using his chakra alone. It's going to take me forever to learn how to manipulate the elements, Naruto thought as he tried to manipulate the water. 3 hours later, during their 3 hours of training, Hotaru and Chibiusa both had made it to the top of their respected trees and were told to run up and down them 30 times. They were now letting their reserves fill back up and were both talking to each other while sitting down next to each other below Chibiusa's tree. Like Makoto had predicted, she had gotten used to her weights in exactly 1 hour and ended up making it up halfway up the tree on her 5th try. She was now resting on a branch near the top of the tree and had been resting for the past 30 minutes. Naruto has been sitting in the pond for 2 hours trying to raise the water with his chakra and only managed to lift 2 inches of it above the surface. Then he spent his last hour sparring with over 1,000 clones and half of them were infused with Kyuubi's power. Now he was lying on his back staring at the clouds as they went by, and he couldn't help but think that he now understood why Shikamaru watched clouds all the time. He sighed to himself and sat up and called the girls over. He watched as Makoto gracefully jumped out of her tree and onto a lower one, then connected her feet to it and ran down it. He smiled as he watched running down the tree with sweat running down her face and couldn't help but think how good she looked with her face and body covered in sweat. Unfortunate for him, Chibiusa and Hotaru saw him staring and decided to have a little fun, more like Chibiusa having fun and Hotaru just tagging along for the ride. I wonder what Makoto-chan thinks of Sensei Hotaru-chan. Chibiusa asked with her back to Naruto so he couldn't see her smirk. Hotaru tilted her head a bit and spoke in monotone, while keeping her face blank. I don't know, but I think we should ask her. Since he obviously thinks she's attractive, she said with a shrug, causing Naruto to blush lightly. I mean, Sensei is a guy and you know how guys get when they see a beautiful woman, she said with a raised eyebrow while laughing on the inside. Yeah. Do you think he would try to get Makoto-chan to be his? She said, raising her pinky to Hotaru in a suggestive manner. Naruto blush grew a little deeper and Chibiusa had one last thing to say before Makoto approached them. You never know if it does happen. He may just get her to stay with him for the night and well, you know what may happen then, right? She said with an impish grin on her face. They will have sex, she said, giggling, and Hotaru joined with her. Naruto's face was now imitating a perfectly grown tomato and Makoto had just appeared staring at the giggling girls, then at the madly blushing Naruto. She raised an eyebrow and was about to ask what was going on, when Naruto just shook his head no and not to ask. Once he got his blushing face down, he gave both Chibiusa and Hotaru a hard glare. Alright, now it's time for me to teach you three the Gukakyu no Jutsu. And these are the hand seals, he said as he showed them the required hand seals for the jutsu. Once you three learn the jutsu, we're going to go out and get some food, he said with some drool forming at the corners of his mouth, but he quickly wiped it away. Makoto, Chibiusa, and Hotaru all saw what just happened and slightly sweat dropped. They then pushed Naruto's weirdness out of their mind and got started on the jutsu Naruto had showed them. The three girls separated themselves from each other and got to work. Hotaru went through the seals while focusing her chakra through each seal. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, she shouted, shooting a medium-sized fireball from her mouth into the sky. She frowned because it wasn't nearly as big as Naruto's and focused more chakra into the jutsu and tried it again. This time she got a fireball that was the size of a small house and she smiled at her success and continued practicing. Chibiusa tried doing the attack herself and got a fireball roughly the size of her body before it suddenly exploded in her face, sending her back a few feet. Okay, not enough control, she said as she went through the seals again while molding her chakra carefully. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, she shouted, shooting off a fireball large enough that it would even make Sasuke proud. She smiled and continued to shoot fireball after fireball from her mouth. Makoto watched Chibiusa as she fired fireballs like crazy and couldn't help but think that the younger girl may just be a pyromaniac. She shook her head and went through the seals for the jutsu. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, she shouted as a fireball twice the size of her body shot out of her mouth. She grinned to herself, thinking that wasn't bad for her first try, and continued practicing. Naruto watched all of this with a smile, before going through a few hand seals working on another jutsu that he had yet to master. Kaden. Housenka, he shouted, shooting multiple fireballs from his mouth directly at the three training logs, completely scorching them. He grinned at continued doing the fire jutsu, and with the level he's at now, he only needs at least another week of training before he can hide shuriken in the flames of his jutsu. Until then, he just has to keep practicing, and then he would be at an acceptable level, and then he would move to the advanced stage. 1 hour later, Naruto, Makoto, Chibiusa, and Hotaru were all walking through the city to find a place to eat. Naruto knew exactly where they were going because he had eaten there many times before. His then gave a big smile when he saw the familiar restaurant and turned around, gave the three girls the nice guy pose while smiling a big smile. Welcome to Najiko's, where they sell the best ramen, dango, and sake in the world, he said with a big smile on his face with drool pouring out of his mouth like a river. He quickly ran into the shop and ordered himself 5 bowls of ramen right off the back. This surprised and disgusted Makoto and Hotaru, but what disgusted them even more was when Chibiusa ordered the same amount of ramen as Naruto just did and began stuffing her face with it in insane speeds. When Makoto and Hotaru blinked, they saw that both Naruto and Chibiusa were already done with their first 2 bowls and was just starting on their third. I wonder if those two are related to Usagi. They sure can eat fast. I wonder if Naruto could pay for all the food he and Chibiusa are eating, and not to mention Makoto-san and I. Thought both Makoto and Hotaru respectively. Then they both took a seat next to the 2 bottomless pits and ordered themselves some dango and a single bowl of ramen. By the time Makoto took a bit out of one of her dangos, both Chibiusa and Naruto were already on their 5th bowl of ramen, causing Makoto to blink and shake her head. 30 minutes later they were done with their meals. Naruto had 20 bowls of ramen, while Chibiusa had 15. Both Makoto and Hotaru only had 2 bowls of ramen with 3 plates of dango. Najiko, the food was great as always, Naruto said with a big goofy smile. Thanks kid, you're always good for business with that bottomless pit you call a stomach, the blue-haired woman said with a laugh while leaning on the counter and turns to the content-looking Chibiusa. And this girl could pass off as your sister with the way she eats, she's smiling a mischievous smile, while Chibiusa blushed in embarrassment. But I like her. Anybody who has an appetite like you two are always welcome here, and I would hate to lose such a cutie as a great customer. So visit often, will ya? She said as she gave a wink towards the blushing Naruto and earned a glare from Makoto, but she just laughed and asked for the money for the food. When Naruto saw how much he had to pay, he paled and pulled out his super fat Gama-chan, who looked to be crying crocodile tears along with Naruto. When Naruto paid Najiko the money he owed, Gama-chan was almost completely empty and was crying just as hard as Naruto. Najiko waved as Naruto, Chibiusa, Hotaru and Makoto all left the small restaurant, with Makoto comforting a weeping Naruto over his now skinny Gama-chan. After that little episode, we find the group of 4 walking towards the Crown Arcade looking for Usagi and the others. Moments before they got to the door, a dark presence washed over Naruto's and Makoto's senses, and acting on instinct alone, they both grabbed Chibiusa and Hotaru and jumped out of the way of a dark energy blast that hit the door, making it explode into a pile of rubble. They turned their head to the source and saw a teen wearing black and red armor with a red cape swaying in the wind. He had 2 swords strapped to his waist and his hand was outstretched, crackling with dark energy. He had shoulder-length brown hair with piercing purplish-black eyes that stared down at Naruto with disgust and hatred. "It's so good to see you again, Haku Uji-sama," the teen said in disgust clear in his voice, and spat out the name, Haku, like it was venom burning his tongue. "Who the hell is this Haku? And why the hell did you attack us?" Naruto shouted as he felt unwanted emotions go through him as he heard that name. He felt happiness, recognition, fear, and most of all confusion as why he was feeling all of those emotions in the first place when it was just a name. Sure, he remembered Haku, the girly boy who was Zabuza's comrade in the Nami no Kuni mission, but that was it. Yeah, Haku was the reason why he now protect all of his precious people and was one of the reasons he came up with his Nindo, but hearing that name shouldn't make him feel like he does. "So you don't remember me?" he asked with his frown deepening. "I was your best friend back during the Silver Millennium," he said, causing Makoto gasp, and having the teen turns to Makoto and he raises an eyebrow. "Even after 1,000 years had passed and you're still hanging with the Jupiter chick, huh?" he said, causing both Naruto and Makoto to narrow their eyes at him. They watched as the teen turned his attention to Hotaru before he scoffed. "And you even have the little Saturn girl with you. I'm not surprised that she's actually with you. I mean, back in the day you two were inseparable. Just like you was with that blonde girl, but she disappeared one day, right?" he said, laughing while Naruto was flexing his hands that were changing to claws slowly. "Yes, you and the Saturn girl were inseparable, before those senshi who guard the edges of the solar system put her to sleep. I remember them saying something stupid like, 'She's a danger to both you, your sister, and everyone in the entire galaxy, Haku Uji-sama.' I can't believe you had them as your guardians," he said with a laugh while oblivious to the red chakra leaking out of Naruto. "What's this shit you talking about? And you never told me who you were," Naruto said, close to growling, and tried his best to control his raging emotions. Hotaru's eyes had narrowed dangerously during the mysterious teen's little monologue, and she had black and purple chakra leaking through her body. Makoto had also narrowed her eyes at the teen, and she was also angry and confused at what the teen had been saying. From what she heard, it was obvious that Naruto was from the Silver Millennium and was called Haku in his past life. And if she heard correctly, she was his friend along with Hotaru and some blonde girl. She would think that it would be Minako or Usagi, but the boy had said that she had disappeared, and she knew that both Usagi or Princess Serenity and Minako had been sent to Earth by Queen Selena T to be reincarnated after the invasion by Beryl. And he said that Naruto had guardians like Usagi had her guardians consisting of Sailor Mars, Mercury, Venus and herself Sailor Jupiter. Now Makoto may not be as smart as Amy, but she knew when something was obvious for all to see. So that means that Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune are Naruto's guardian senshi, she thought, shocked, and was just noticing the red chakra leaking out of Naruto and the black and purple chakra leaking out of Hotaru. She wasn't the only one who notices this, because Chibiusa was trying her best to calm them, and that's when the teen spotted her. That hairstyle and those eyes of yours. It's clear to me that you're her child, making you the future princess of Crystal Tokyo. Yes, now that all 4 of you, or should I say 7 of you, are here. I can start with what I started over 1,000 years ago, back in the Silver Millennium, the teen said with an evil smile on his face, just as Sailor Moon, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Neptune, Uranus and Tuxedo Common all came into view with various expressions on their faces. Sailor Moon, Mercury, Mars and Venus all had looks of anger, shock, hatred, and deep sorrow all etched into their faces in that exact order. Uranus, Neptune and Tuxedo Common had emotionless faces on, but if you were to look into the eyes of both Neptune and Uranus, you would have seen the looks of regret and sorrow before it was gone completely. Tuxedo Common said nothing, but he too felt a deep sorrow pass through him. And what job was that, you prick? Naruto snarled as the whisker marks on his face deepened and his eyes changed into a feral red, with his hair becoming wilder and it almost resembled fur. Hotaru's purple and black chakras were intertwining with each other before it changed into a purplish blue color and her hair became a little wild. To help my mother destroy those belonging to the royal families of the Silver Millennium, he said with a crazed laugh, making everyone there to narrow their eyes at him. And I will be starting with the Moon family like I had done before. But this time I will make sure you won't reincarnate Haku, he said, laughing maniacally. Uranus, having enough of this, decided to cut down his little parade with a few choice words, but Sailor Moon cut her off before she got the chance to attack. How are you supposed to take down the royal families when you're only one person, she said in all seriousness with a heavy frown on her face. The teen looked at her with a raised eyebrow before recognition passed through him. Ah, Serenity Ijosama, it's also good to see you again, he said, causing Sailor Moon's eyes to glare at him. But to answer your question, you're right, it is impossible for one person to destroy the royal families. This caused Sailor Moon to smile to herself along with some of the others, but Naruto, Uranus, Hotaru, Neptune, Venus, and Tuxedo Common all narrowed their eyes further at him. But not if you had millions of minions and comrades to help you. And besides, I was only assigned to kill those of the Moon royal family, but I did kill a little blonde girl from Venus back in the Silver Millennium, he said with a smirk, causing Sailor Venus to glare at him in hatred and for more of Kyuubi's chakra to leak through Naruto's body. Sailor Moon and Chibiusa both glared hard at the teen. And as for my name, you can call me Ojiro, he said as he unsheathes his katana and points it up to the sky. Shadow demons rise, he said as the sun was suddenly covered by a dark energy, making it seem like it was nighttime. Then hundreds of shadows surrounding the area started gathering together and was slowly surrounding the senshi and Naruto, Hotaru, Chibiusa, Tuxedo Common. Makoto had transformed the moment Ojiro had summoned his shadow demons. The gathered group of fighters watched as the shadows started taking forms. The shadows all grew to about 6 feet in height and had black wisp of smoke covering their bodies. The demons had horns sticking out of their heads and had emotionless yellow eyes. The demons' hairs were all different lengths that ranged from shoulder length to mid-back, and they all seemed to be wearing all sort of different armors. The demons all had claws that all seemed sharp enough to cut through metal, and their fangs weren't making them feel any better. There were about 100 shadow demons in all, and they all glared at the group wanting to rip them to shreds, but waited for their orders. Shadow demons attack, Ojiro ordered, and as all the demons charged the group at once. Naruto, knowing that the girls wouldn't be able to fight or run effectively with their weights on, went through a few hand seals. Kai! Naruto shouted, and the wristbands on Chibiusa's and Hotaru's bodies vanished, causing both girls to stand up straighter. Sailor Jupiter's wrist and ankles just glowed red, and she also stood up straighter than before. The others saw this and decided to question her about it later. Hotaru, knowing that she wouldn't be able to fight effectively without some help, decided to call upon her weapon, but a voice inside her head stopped her. Don't call the weapon yet, Hotaru. It is still too early and the fight haven't even begun yet. Rely on your hand-to-hand combat for now, and I will tell you when it's the right time to call the scythe, Saturn explained in monotone, but on the inside her emotion were raging and she wanted to rip Ojiro to pieces. She knew she couldn't do that and decided to help Hotaru while she fought in her first major battle. Alright Saturn. Maybe I can use the jutsu Naruto taught us earlier today, she thought as she narrowly dodged the claw strike one of the demons sent at her, and she countered by kicking the demon in its head by focusing some of her chakra to her strike, sending the demon flying. She stared wide eyes at that along with the few others who saw it, but had no time to comment on it as more and more demons attacked them. To not get caught in the horde of demons, the fighters broke off in groups. Naruto went off with Hotaru and Sailor Moon. Chibiusa, Tuxedo Common and Sailor Mars was another group. Sailor Venus and Mercury was another, and the last group was Sailor Jupiter, Uranus and Neptune, with each having their own group of demons following them. Ojiro watched this with an amused expression and watched it all from his spot from on top of the store he was sitting on. Naruto's group Naruto grabbed a kick a demon sent to his chest and threw him over to another demon sneaking up behind him while going through some hand seals. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, he shouted as he shot a giant fireball from his mouth, burning the demons to ash. He saw a few more rushing him and went through some more hand seals. Kaden. Housenka, he cried as he shot multiple fireballs from his mouth and burnt the demons that were rushing him to ash. He turned around only to get kicked in the stomach, and then he felt himself getting punched in the face, making him crash into the ground. He quickly got back to his feet just in time to dodge a killing blow from a snarling demon. He rushed the demon and kicked it in its face while grabbing onto the leg of another demon from the air while giving it a flipping axe kick to its head, sending it to the ground. He felt two demons coming from behind him and held out both of his hands, and two Rasengan formed in them. Right when they were about to make their strike, he swiftly turns around and rammed the two chakra balls into the two demons' chest, destroying them on contact. Seeing more rushing him, he takes out two kunai and charges them. Sailor Moon wasn't doing too well, and none of her attacks had no effect on the demons at all. She felt hopeless and powerless and wondered what she was doing being Sailor Moon as she jumped over a claw strike from a demon. She didn't understand why she was so weak and why everyone else seemed so much stronger than her. What was her reason for fighting, she wondered as she felt a claw go through her back, making her stumble a bit into a punch of another demon, sending her to her knees coughing up blood. What's my reason for fighting? She asked herself as she rolled out the way of a kick that would have taken her head off. To protect what's precious to me, a voice sounded through her mind as she kicked a demon in its head, making it stumble a bit. To protect what's precious to me, she repeated in her mind as she ducked under another strike and kneed a demon in its head and kicking it in its chest, sending it crashing into the ground. To make sure I protect those I love, the voice said, growing stronger and in turn making Sailor Moon stronger as well. To make sure I protect those I love, she thought as visions of her friends, Mamoru, her senshi, her family, Chibiusa, and her mother of her past life appeared in her mind, making her fight harder than before. To always be their light during their darkest time, the voice said, voice growing even stronger, increasing Sailor Moon's strength even more as she dodged a strike that was meant to take her head off and delivered a jaw-shattering punch to the demon and kicked a nearby demon in its gut, making it double over in pain, before it was punched in its face, sending it crashing into a building. To always be their light during their darkest time, she repeated as she swiftly dodged the rapid punches two demons were throwing at her, and to her they were moving almost as slow as snails. She grabbed one of the demon's arms and threw it into four others, knocking them down to the ground. Because I am, the voice said in a whisper but still held power behind its words. Because I am Sailor Moon and Princess Serenity, heir to the Moon Kingdom, she declared, and she was covered in a bright light that blinded the area. When the light died down, Sailor Moon stood there with a scepter in her hand, and her brooch changed from a circle shape into a red and gold brooch shaped like a heart with a small golden crown at the top. She then looked down at her heart-shaped scepter and turns to the demons and pointed her scepter at them and said the first words that came to mind while twirling the scepter in her hand. Moon Spiral Heart Attack, she shouted as she multiple heart beams shot out of her scepter and completely obliterated the demons before they got the chance to attack again. She gave off a big smile, thinking about how powerful she had become, knowing that she would be able to protect her friends and precious people for a while longer with this new power. She then ran off and continued to fight the raging shadow demons. Unknown to her, the other senshi also received a power boost thanks to Sailor Moon gaining more strength. Hotaru shakily dodged a strike aimed at her throat and jumped into the air, giving a spin kick to the demon's head with a chakra-enforced hit. Just as she landed on the ground, she was kicked from behind, sending her crashing towards a tree. Seeing this, Hotaru flipped in midair, and just as she touched the tree, she applied chakra to her feet, connecting directly to it. She let out a little sigh, knowing if she hadn't caught herself she would be either unconscious in a lot of pain or crippled and still be in a lot of pain. Before she had any more to think about how much pain she would have been in if she hadn't landed on the tree, she saw a demon claw right through the tree, sending her towards the ground. She flipped and landed on all fours just as she was surrounded by 20 demons. She gave off an impassive face to the demons, while on the inside she was quite scared at her situation. Now what do I do? Use the scythe now, Hotaru, Saturn commanded, and not needing to be told twice she lifted her hand into the sky and she felt a rush of familiar dark energy flood through her body. Death scythe, she said in a dark voice with a cold smirk appearing on her face just as purple lighting shot out from the sky and right into Hotaru's hand, causing a cloud of smoke to cover her body from view. When the dust cleared, Hotaru now stood with a scythe hoisted behind her back. The pole of the scythe was black, but it had ancient Satyrian language engraved into it. The blade of the scythe was dark purple and had an eerie glow to it. It also had ancient Satyrian language engraved into it. Hotaru let out a chuckle before disappearing and reappearing behind the unexpected demons and beheaded 5 of them. She saw the demons look at her, then rushed her, preparing to rip her to shreds. They were sadly mistaken when Hotaru once again disappeared and appeared in front of them and immediately sliced the demons in 2 before they even had a chance to blink. Hotaru didn't know how to explain it. She felt like she was invincible and could take out the whole herd of demons by herself. She felt her speed increase drastically along with her strength, and she even knew how to use the scythe as if she had practiced with it her whole life. Sadly, she could feel herself weakening considerably and quickly. She didn't know how much longer her body would last, but she guessed she had a little under 5 minutes left before she passed out or died. Seeing more demons circling her, she felt words pop into her head instantly and knew what she had to do. She placed the death scythe directly in front of her and wiped her hand over the blade, making the eerie glow of the blade to shine a dark purple. She then placed her hand directly over the hand holding the scythe and started spinning in place rapidly. If one were to look at the place Hotaru was currently at, they would see nothing but a huge purple cyclone that was cutting demons that surrounded it. The purple cyclone moved towards a large group of demons and immediately a bloodbath commences. Demon arms and legs were flying everywhere and literally a giant pond of blood was forming around the chopping cyclone, and no demon was spared from its wrath. Soon after 2 minutes of spinning, the cyclone came to a stop, and when it died down there stood a panting Hotaru who had blood all over her body and had a black shadow forming under her eyes. Her scythe was covered in blood and was steadily sucking the life force out of Hotaru's body. "How did you demons like my death cyclone?" she asked wearily and weakly. She then looked over at her scythe before words came to her mind once again. "Death scythe, vanish," she said as she fell unconscious, and right before she hit the ground Naruto caught her and smiled gently at her. He then ran towards Sailor Moon, who was firing heartbeams from her scepter at a horde of shadow demons with Hotaru resting peacefully in his arms. He saw her drop down to one knee after finishing her attack. He rushed over to her and saw her struggling to get back to her feet. "Need some help?" Naruto asked her. She stared at him for a few seconds before nodding her head and giving him a small and weak smile. Naruto gently laid Hotaru on the ground and created a cage bunshin to take her someplace safe. The clone nodded its head and ran off. Once the clone was out of sight, Naruto helped Sailor Moon to her feet. "Thanks, Naruto," Sailor Moon said, panting hard. "No problem, Sailor Moon, but we should go help the others now. Are you up to it?" he asked, stretching his arms. Sailor Moon smiled a big smile before nodding her head and took off in the direction where Chibiusa and her group were fighting at. Chibiusa's group Chibiusa jumped over a demon's head and grabbed its long horns while doing it and threw it to a few demons while going through some hand seals. "Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu," she shouted as she shot a large fireball from her mouth and burnt the demons to a crisp. Sailor Mars and Tuxedo Common saw this and were shocked and awed at what Chibiusa had just done. Where did she learn that? No, better yet, where can I learn that? Mars thought as she narrowly dodges a kick sent at her by a demon and countered with a high kick, making the demon fly high into the air while focusing on her power. "Burning Mandala," she shouted as the attack hit the demon head on, burning it to dust. "I know Naruto is the one who taught Chibiusa that move. At least now she could protect herself from enemies," Tuxedo Common thought as he threw a few roses into a demon, stunning it for a few seconds before batting it away with his staff. Well. It looks like the princess is in a little bind and is exhausted. I guess now I can finally finish you off," a voice sounded through the area. All fighting had stopped and everyone turned to a building to see Emerald and Kaolinite with 10 heart snatchers with them, all with arrogant smirks on their faces. Emerald. Chibiusa hissed as she fell to one knee, having used too much chakra in her attack and was now exhausted. She watched as Emerald summoned a ball of dark energy from her hand and shot it towards the barley standing girl. Her eyes widened in fear as the ball of death approached her. Sailor Mars and Tuxedo Common were too far away to reach Chibiusa in time, and so was everyone else. Chibiusa stared at the dark energy ball with a look of fear and closed her eyes. She heard her friends in the senshi shouting at her to move out of the way. She even heard Naruto's desperate cries, and she smiled a sad smile as she thought of him. Chibiusa. Naruto shouted just as the ball approached her, but it never made contact. The ball was stopped by a white rose. Sailor Moon saw the rose and turns to Tuxedo Common, who had a shocked expression on his face. Sailor Moon and the other inner senshi recognizes the rose, but they didn't know how it would be possible because Mamoru had his memories back and there's no way that he should be here. Trying to kill a young girl, you are a foolish woman. Have you no shame at all? A voice commented. They all turned to a car to see a teen leaning against it with a white rose in between his fingers. He was dressed in white Arabian robes with a saber strapped to his waist. You could barely make out the teen's silver hair, and the teen's blue eyes were as cold as ice, as he stared calmly into Emerald's hate-filled eyes. No way, Mars said in disbelief. How is he here? Venus said as she walked past the now emotionless shadow demons who were ordered to stop attacking, so Ojiro could see what was happening from his place on top of a building away from the others. There's no possible explanation for this, Sailor Mercury said as she also walked past the demons surrounding her. Isn't Tuxedo Common and him once in the same? Jupiter asked as she, Uranus and Neptune all ran over to the others. Naruto ran over to Chibiusa and bit his thumb and went through some hand seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu, Naruto shouted as he summoned Gamma, once again wearing his samurai armor. Gamma, carry Chibiusa over to where I placed Hotaru-chan. Here he will show you the way, he said as he summoned another, Kage Bunshin, to guide the frog. Please protect them from any harm, he said, and the frog croaked in response and hopped off following the clone Naruto. The others watched him with shock expressions, but the teen wearing the Arabian clothes didn't even blink and continued to stare into the still glaring Emerald. Who the hell are you? She snarled with black energy swirling around her. The teen chuckled and the white rose disappeared from his hands with a flick of his wrist as if it was never there. The teen pushed off the car and walked calmly past the others without even giving them a glance. He gave a smirk, and even though he knew they couldn't see it, he knew that they could feel it along with the power and confidence he was radiating. My name is, he said as he paused to build tension and to make things seem more dramatic. He felt everyone's eyes on him and let off a small chuckle. The Moonlight Knight. The Moonlight Knight stared evenly at Emerald, who was glaring daggers at the clothed masked man. Then the Moonlight Knight chuckled softly, while smirking an irating smirk towards the two women and their demon women. Are we going to fight, or are you just going to stare at my handsome face all day? He asked coolly, while waiting for a response. The response he got was the one he hoped for. Emerald summons a dark ball of electric energy in her hands, and shot it at the Arabian clothman, who dodged at the last minute, making the ball connect with the ground beneath his feet shaking instantly. The Moonlight Knight then ran towards the building where a shock Emerald stood motionless, and then began scaling it with unreal speeds, and before she could really see it, Emerald was punched high into the air. She gasped for breath, and felt a pain shake through her body. The Moonlight Knight then tossed his rose at the sailing Emerald, that pierced through her clothes, and began shocking her with white lightning. Emerald screamed loudly in pain. Cowla Knight, seeing enough, ordered the Heart Snatchers to attack him. The knight, not one to be caught, flipped off the building, then went sailing towards the ground. He then kicked off the building as he was still a fair distance above the ground, and flipped again. The Heart Snatchers were moments from tearing him apart, as he landed on the ground in a crouch, before jumping away instantly, and throwing roses at each of the Heart Snatchers, shocking them with white lightning. The Senshi and Naruto watched all of this in awe, as the Moonlight Knight handled all 10 Heart Snatchers with ease. Tuxedo Common, I hate to say it, but that guy is doing a better job than you did when you were the Moonlight Knight, Venus remarked with a small smile, and Tuxedo Common glared at her in response. That may be, but I would like to know, is why and how he is here. Mercury wondered as she typed away in her computer, while scanning the night with her scanner. That guy is definitely a different Moonlight Knight, Mars concluded after watching the silver-haired teen dodge, strike, and flip away from attacks with grace. Why is that, Sailor Mars? Sailor Moon asked as she eyed the Moonlight Knight suspiciously. First off, he just scaled a 40-foot building with ease. Secondly, he never lost his cool during his fight with the Heart Snatchers, and thirdly, he's a little arrogant, she concluded, watching as the Moonlight Knight caught one of the Heart Snatcher's legs, and threw her into her companion, before tossing a rose at the two of them, obliterating them on contact. I don't care who the hell he is, Naruto started drawing the others' attention. I just want to find that annoying bastard, Ojiro. His eyes suddenly gained slits in them, and his eyes flashed white for a moment, before vanishing, and a second later, a feral-like grin broke across his face. Found him, he then dashed off, leaving a group of startled senshis, and one tuxedo common. We should help him, before he gets himself killed, Uranus ordered, and Neptune nodded her head in agreement. The others were about to follow after him, but the shadow demons started attacking again. I guess the bastard doesn't want us to interfere, sneered Uranus as she fired off a world-shaking attack on the demons, destroying them on contact. Then, we'll just have to blast our way through. Deep Submerge, Burning Madala, Shine Aqua Illusion. Love Me Chain, Oak Evolution, Moon Spiral Heart Attack. Tuxedo Common threw many roses electrocuting many demons, thus begun the demon slaying. Naruto Uzumaki, get out of my way, Naruto shouted, as he kicks another demon away from him, and stabbing it through its neck with a chakra-coated kunai. Naruto looks up, just as 5 demons leapt towards him, with their claws raised. Naruto glares at them in annoyance, and goes through a few hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu, he shouted, as he blew out multiple fireballs from his mouth, and insertating the demons into nothing. You think low-level demons like these will stop me? Naruto snarled as he continued to run towards the building, where the Smirkanig Ojiro was standing, while slashing through the demons with ease. Come, Uji-sama. Come so I can kill you, again. He smiles sinisterly as he says this, and watches as Naruto scales the building, much like the Moonlight Knight had done earlier. A moment later, Naruto is above Ojiro with a Rasengan in his hand, preparing to strike down the smirking villain. Take this, Rasengan, he shouted as he thrust his arm forward, but Ojiro merrily sidesteps his attack, and grabs his arm with ease, then aims Naruto's arm down into the building, destroying the roof instantly. Ojiro, still with Naruto in his grasp, jumps off the building, and towards the ground, while punching Naruto in his gut, making him gasp for air. That was a lot of power in that little swirling ball of energy of yours. If it would have hit me, I would have been in real trouble, and to show you my thanks, he focuses power into the arm holding Naruto, and cocks his arm back. Die, he said, before he launches Naruto towards the ground, with insane speeds. Naruto's eyes widen in fear, as he sees the ground growing closer and closer. From within his mind, Kyuubi growls in annoyance and begins to force its chakra out of the seal, and wraps it around Naruto like a cocoon. Ojiro narrows his eyes at this, just as Naruto impacted the ground with a large explosion. The senshi, including Tuxedo Common, all turns to where they heard the explosion, and made their way towards it, while battling through the many demons. When they reached the area, they saw Ojiro, holding an unconscious bloody Naruto, by the ends of his hair, with a sneer on his face. I can kill you so easily, but where's the fun in that? The group heard him say almost softly. No, I want to kill you, when you're at your best. But until then, I'll allow you to live, but don't think, I won't torture you until it's time for our final fight. I'll destroy everything you hold close to you. Bet on that, Uji-sama. He then drops Naruto, and kicks him in the chest with so much force, you could hear his ribs cracking, just as he was sent into a building with a loud crash. He then slowly turns to the glaring senshi, and cracks a smirk. If it isn't a Jo-sama, her guardians, her love, and Uji-sama's guardians, he summons a swirling black ball of energy in his hands, and glares at them. Maybe I shall kill you all. To give the boy a drive, he walks menacingly towards them, only to dodge a sword strike from Moonlight Knight. Can't have you attacking them. It'll be bad for everyone, if they were to die, he says casually while jabbing his thumb at the startled senshi. If you intend to attack, I will strike you down. His tone changes from lighthearted to dead serious in a second. Like scum such as you, can stop me, Ojiro snarls as he charges the knight, while firing multiple dark energy shots at the smirking knight. The Moonlight Knight dodges the last dark ball, and summons a shining white rose to his hands. What do you plan on doing with that? I'm not as weak as those heart snatchers and those demons. The knight smirks in response, and slaps his rose onto his saber. The saber begins to glow a bright white, then it flashes brightly, blinding everyone, besides the Moonlight Knight. When the others could see again, they saw that the Moonlight Knight's saber had changed. It was now a snow-white segmented blade, with a pick-like protrusion on each segment. Say hello to my saber's first form, the snake sword, Hebutsuki. Let's see how fast you can move. The Moonlight Knight then charges forwards, and swings his blades towards the dodging Ojiro, only for his sword to change into a whip at the last second, and catch the teen in his side, making him fret his teeth in pain. The sword rips into his flesh, as the Moonlight Knight calls his blade back, and it ripped slowly through the sneering teen's flesh, very slowly, before the knight ripped it out all at once. I did tell you that I would strike you down, if you choose to attack. Ojiro snarls at him in anger, and studies the knight closely, before his eyes lands on his blade. That blade. I recognize it now. The Moonlight Knight's eyes narrow slightly, but says nothing, and continues to watch the wounded Ojiro. Why do you possess that sword? The knight chuckles at his question, and aims his sword to the side, cutting through multiple demons as it changes into a whip. He then calls it back a second later. That's for me to know, and for you to never find out, he remarked with a grin, before swing his sword in its whip form down at the glaring Ojiro, who simply vanished in a blast wisp of smoke, the second before it struck him. Sorry, but I don't feel like dying today. I will accept my loss, and recall my demons. Until next time, Uji-sama, Ajo-sama, Senshi, Earth Uji-sama. When I return, I will kill the Moon Uji-sama, along with you, Moonlight Knight. Ohiro's voice was heard all throughout the clearing, before it vanished without a trace, along with the shadow demons. The Moonlight Kite sighs, before his sword transformed back into his saber, and the shining white rose once again appears in his hand, before vanishing. The knight then turns to leave, but Sailor Jupiter shouts out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Tell us who you are. She shouted, as she held the unconscious Naruto in her arms. The knight simply smiles behind his mask, and gives her his answer, while watching as the toads hopping back towards the area, with the unconscious Chibiusa and Hotaru on his back. I said it before, I'm the Moonlight Knight, he answers with a slightly irritated sigh. How is that possible? Tuxedo Common was the Moonlight Knight, Sailor Moon protested with a frown on her usual happy face. Is that so? He asks as he turns to stare the Moon Princess in the eye. He must be the being I felt tapping into my powers while I was asleep. If Queen Selena T had not explained the situation to me at the time, I would have killed him for using my powers without permission. Earth Prince or not, Princess Serenity's love or not, I would have killed him, the moment I had awakened. His voice was so cold, it sent shivers down everyone's spines, and to make sure he got his point across, he sent a pule of power from his body, and the others were blown back slightly. If that is all, I bid you all farewell. He then vanishes in a white flash of light. He wasn't serious, was he? Sailor Moon asked in disbelief, while staring at the others, who refused to stare her in the eye, until Uranus broke it with a sigh. I hate to say it, but that guy was, and by the tone of his voice, and the look in his eye, I say he would have done what he said, and killed him, without a moment of hesitation. The others turns to her in alarm, and watches as she begins to walk away, with Neptune not too far behind her. Why don't you join us, and fight against the new enemy, who wishes to kill the rest of us royals? If that Ojiro guy is strong enough to do this to Naruto, and is able to summon so many demons at once, who knows what else he, or his comrades may be capable of, Jupiter reasoned, as she heard Naruto moan in pain, causing her to send a worried glance in his direction for a brief second, before turning back to Uranus and Neptune. We'll see, Uranus answers before walking away, with Neptune at her side. We should get going, and take Naruto back to his home, Tuxedo Common said, and the others nodded their heads agreeing with him. Alright, but we have to retrieve Chibiusa and Hotaru, Venus said, just as Gamma appeared with the Naruto clone, and the unconscious Chibiusa and Hotaru. Never mind. I got here as quick as the boss fell unconscious. I brought the brat and Hotaru back as well, he explains, and then he turns to Gamma. Thanks for the help again, Gamma. Tell Gamma Bunta. Naruto said hello. Gamma croaked and then vanishes in an explosion of smoke. The Naruto clone catches the sleeping Chibiusa, as Tuxedo Common catches Hotaru. Come on, let's head to Boss's house. Boss? Mercury asked with a confused expression on her face. Yay, since I'm a clone, all clones consider the original as boss, the clone explains, as he runs through the streets with the senshi. But I won't be able to stay like this much longer. I have at least 10 minutes before I disperse. Alright, let's get moving then, Venus shouted with a burst of energy, making the others stare at her, as she slowly pulls ahead of everyone else. Definitely weird, the clone muttered as he continues to run towards the boss's home. Naruto's mindscape. This is different, Naruto said as he served his sour roundings. He was standing in the middle of a white ballroom, where there were many engravings lining the wall. He recognizes them as the symbols of the planets surrounding the Earth, including the Earth itself. The moon symbol had two symbols and both of them were shining brightly. The only thing separating them was that they were shining different colors and were also connected to different symbols. The first moon symbol was shining a bright white color and it was connected to the Earth symbol, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, and Pluto. The second moon symbol was shining a bright silver color and was connected to Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. But only the silver moon symbol, Saturn symbol, and the Jupiter symbol was glowing in color, along with the white moon color and the Earth symbol. What struck him as odd was that the two moon symbols weren't connected together, and for reasons unknown to him, he felt sadness, along with satisfaction as he saw this. How do you like the new structure of your mind, Naruto? Naruto spun around and saw the Moonlight Knight standing behind him, with his saber in his hand. You are slowly beginning to awake. This is the reason why your mind is like this, instead of a sewer like it once was. Why are you in here? And what the hell are you talking about? Naruto asked with a deadly tone to his voice. I called him here, making a deal with him, Kyuubi said as he walks into the room in his human form. He had long red hair, blazing red eyes, and he was wearing a black robe with red armor covering him body. Strapped to his side were 3 swords, with one of the swords radiating bloodlust. Kyuubi, how are you out of your cage? Naruto asks with his guard preparing to fight the Kyuubi to the death, if he had to. Naruto had no idea how close that statement was to why Kyuubi in the Moonlight Knight was in his mindscape at the moment. As he said, he made a deal with me, but it will be up to you to accept it. Naruto had no idea why, but he decided to listen to what the two were going to say. Brat, to put it simple. There is a power within you, and it is slowly killing me. Your sealed power is so pure that it is purifying the Yuki energy within me, and within a matter of weeks there would be no more Kyuubi. Naruto felt sadness was through him as he heard this, but he quickly pushed those feelings away. Naruto had always thought of Kyuubi as an annoying, really annoying older brother, but he would never, not even in a million years, tell the proud Demon King this. Naruto too had pride, and he be damned if he told the walking piece of fur this. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kyuubi felt the same about him, but also like him, he would never tell him that. He would rather fight all 8 Biju than tell him that. So in the last effort to save himself, he called me here to make a deal. He would fuse all of his power into your body before you fully awaken, thus turning you into a demon. And when the time comes, your other power would fuse with you and you will technically become one of the most powerful beings in existence. And in doing this, you would become the new Kyuubi, but you would have to wait a few thousand years before you can actually battle for the throne in Makai. Even with my power you would stand no chance against any high-level demon with true power, but that explanation is for another time. Kyuubi coughs a few times before continuing. When my power fuses with you, I will have to make you a new chakra system to handle the power, and when I do this, you will gain a special transformations, but I will explain those at a later date. The same could be said and done with your holy energy. That too will have its own chakra system and transformation, but I will allow the night to explain it when the time comes. What happens to you, Kyuubi, if I decided to accept this deal? Naruto asks cautiously. His power will become yours and he will be nothing but a wandering spirit within in your mind and plane, answers the Moonlight Knight, as he continues to hold his saber. Plane? What do you mean plane? Other than this being your mindscape, this palace is also connected to the ones who are the most close to you. For instance, the Saturn girl, who you call Hotaru, is connected to you, so you were able to venture over to her mind or talk to her telepathically. This mindscape is not only located within your mind, it is also located within the royal plane where you are able to travel to the minds of the others or talk to them through a mind link, as long as they are connected to you and that their symbol is shining the same color as yours. Okay, but what's the deal with the 2 moons and why are they not connected? And why are you talking as if I have any connection to these people? I only met Hotaru a day ago. No matter what you say, there is no way for someone to be connected so easily. Kyuubi and the Moonlight Knight stare at Naruto in surprise and shock. He's truly smarter than he lets on, he has his moments. Quit talking as if I'm not here, Naruto shouted in annoyance. You are correct. There is no possible way for them to be connected to you, but they are, so deal with it. And how they are, Let's just say that the silver moon symbol represents you and the other Sakino Usagi, our Sailor Moon. The reason why you two are not connected is because of an incident that has happened a very long time ago, and it is something that you will have to remember on your own time. Whatever, just tell me the rest of this deal crap, Naruto muttered, also feeling that he didn't want to talk about the incident the knight was talking about. If you accept the terms, you will have to be put through a trial, to deem if you're worthy to accept my power. The same could be said with your holy power. The knight here has said that enough of your power has leaked through, for it to merge with your body and to awaken your hidden chakra system. What do I have to do? Do you accept? I do. Now tell me what I have to do. You have to fight the both of us for 5 whole hours, each, amongst other things, but that will come later. Kyuubi secretly adds mentally, watching as Naruto pale as he said this and wonders if he'll survive this. And I'm your first opponent, now draw your sword. Kyuubi drew one of his weapons, and it changes into a giant halberd, radiating bloodlust. Naruto feels the pressure around his body growing heavy and feels fear beginning to overtake him. Are you giving up already? Draw your sword, and stand. Kyuubi growls and Naruto slowly gets to his feet. He looks down at himself and sees that his appearance had changed. He was now wearing a white pants, white sandals, a white shirt, with a long-sleeved, ankle-length white coat, with silver lining. Strapped to his waist, was a pure white dado, with a handguard in the shape of a crescent moon, with a short white chain connected at the hilt. Naruto drew the sword and got into a stance that was familiar, yet not. Now, let's see if you're worthy. Kyuubi then charges Naruto, who charges him as well with his sword pulsing with power. Yes. Let's see if you are truly worthy, Naruto, real world. Is Naruto going to be alright? Makoto asked in worry, as she watched Naruto flinch in pain, while making grunting noises in his sleep. His body has already healed, but his mind is under a lot of stress, Amy explains as she places a wet cloth on his burning forehead. He'll just need rest, there's nothing to worry about. Makoto nods her head, but refuses to leave Naruto's side. Makoto-chan, I'll be downstairs with the others. Will you be okay, by yourself? Makoto nods her head silently, and Amy leaves the room, to join the others in Naruto's living room. How is Naruto, Amy-chan? Usagi asks, as she stares at her friend, awaiting an answer. Physically, he is fine, but mentally, I'm not so sure. How long do you think he'll be out? Asked Minako, as she chewed on a leftover cookie. I estimate a few hours at most, and Makoto will tell us when he awakens. Minako nods her head and Mamoru speaks up next. Ojiro, he called Naruto, Haku Uji-sama, and Moon Prince. Is it possible that he was related to Usagi back in the Silver Millennium? Usagi and the others turns to stare at him. He said that he is in an organization that is hunting the royals of the Silver Millennium, and he claims that Naruto is the Moon Prince and that Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune was his protectors, as Sailor Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Mercury are Yusako's. This makes me believe that he is your younger brother, from your past life Yusako. Usagi's eyes slightly narrows at this, but she couldn't deny the logic behind her love's words. That may be true, but the name Haku doesn't quite feel right. It feels almost false, but I do believe what you say is true, Mamo-chan. Minako narrows her eyes at Usagi in slight confusion and worry. Usagi has taken a serious personality change. Why is she so serious and understanding? Usually she would take a while to understand, even the simplest of things. Maybe it was just an act this whole time, she thought warily, but decided not to quest Usagi on it. She was quite afraid of her at the moment. No one had really noticed, but when Naruto was in Ohiro's grasp, Usagi's eyes were as cold as ice and she was releasing tiny waves of power from her body. If Minako didn't know any better, she would say that she was about ready to kill Ojiro for what he had done to Naruto. But like earlier, she wasn't going to speak about it. Minako knew that Uranus and Neptune had felt Usagi's power spike by the wary glances they were throwing her, but had continued on the task at hand. And let's not forget, the Moonlight Knight, Amy added in, knocking Minako out of her thoughts. His appearance is also troubling. Why did he appear before us? Don't know, but he was packing a lot of power. Minako started with a frown on her face. He was a lot stronger than you were, Mamoru-san, when you were the Moonlight Knight. No offense though, she added quickly, seeing the slightly angry expression on Usagi's face. None taken, but you're right. He is more powerful than I was. And what he said about killing me still has me on edge, Mamoru admitted with a frown. To think he would have killed you if it wasn't for my mother. This just keep getting better and better. Usagi mumbles to herself with a frown on her face, just as her stomach growls loudly and she blushes while scratching the back of her head in embarrassment. Do you think Naruto would mind if I grabbed myself some food? I'll make you something. Usagi-san. Usagi turns around to see Hotaru walking in the kitchen a little weakly, but manages to keep herself on her feet. Would sandwiches do? Yay, it would. Are you all right, Hotaru? Hotaru smiles weakly, but nods her head with a sweat dripping down her face and her breathing became irregular. I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll have your meal done in a few, she replies softly and makes her way into the kitchen. When she reached the kitchen, she began coughing up blood into her hands. Blood? Why? This is the price you pay for using the death scythe, Hotaru, Saturn answers with a frown, as she walks towards the moon once again where the sounds of battle were raging. But you said that I would only become weaker. I did, but you used a powerful attack, in conjunction with the death scythe. If you would have used that attack once more, you would be no more and would have to be reborn. I depleted my energy much faster when I used the death cyclone attack, and my body couldn't handle the strain. That is correct, Hotaru. You still have a ways to go, before you are fully ready to handle the powers of Saturn. Hotaru was about to reply, but she felt a hand on her shoulder and she quickly spun around to come face to face with a worried Usagi. Oh my gosh, Hotaru, you're coughing up blood. Let's get you washed up and back to bed, Usagi said in panic as she guided Hotaru to the bathroom. But your food, Hotaru tried to protest but Usagi gave her a small glare in response. My stomach could wait, you need medical attention and rest. Amy, Hotaru needs some help, shouted Usagi, as she watches Hotaru washing herself down. I feel sleepy. This was Hotaru's last conscious thought, before she collapses right into Usagi's arms. Royal Plain. Silver half of the moon. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto holds up his blade, just as Kyuubi's giant halberd slammed down onto his sword, with tremendous force, causing a crater to form under their forms. Silver and red lightning shot out of the two swords and Naruto felt his arms becoming numb under the strain. I can't give this bastard the satisfaction of seeing me lose. Naruto slowly pushed himself off the crouch he was in and flips away, just as the sword crashes down on the ground, pulling up chunks of ground. The Moonlight Knight watches the fight with interest and turns his head slightly, as he feels a presence enter Silver's domain. Who's there? Sailor Saturn walks out from the shadows with her silence glaive in her hand, with Hotaru by her side, looking extremely nervous. It's you two. I was wondering when the two of you would get here, he says just as Naruto is hit with the blunt end of Kyuubi's blade, and was sent crashing through a wall. Come brat. Is that all you have? Because if it is, then all of your precious people will die. Thanks to your lack in power and drive, Naruto growls at him, as he makes his way out the hole he was just in. Naruto's sword begins to pulse with power once again and Naruto raises it into the air, with his eyes glowing a fierce silver. His hair gained a silver tint and the air surrounding the area grew incredible heavy. Hotaru was forced to her knees, while trying to get her breathing under control. Saturn, seeing her dilemma, places her hand on Hotaru's shoulder and her counterpart found that it was much easier for her to breathe again. She slowly gets back to her feet and uses Saturn as her support to remain standing. Whoa. What is that? She pants, while staring at the glowing Naruto with wide eyes. It's called spiritual pressure, Hotaru, Saturn answers as she feels the air around them getting even heavier, making her shiver slightly, but manages to stay on her feet. Can I use this spiritual pressure stuff? You can, but it will come to you like a primal instinct like it is for him, the Moonlight Knight explains and Hotaru nods her head in understanding. Excuse me, but who are you? She asks in confusion. The Moonlight Knight, and may I ask your name, young lady? Tomo Hotaru, she answers with a small blush on her cheeks. Saturn ignores them and watches as Naruto swings his blade down at Kyuubi, releasing a silver energy blast with a white outline in the shape of a crescent moon. Jin Getsuga, Naruto shouted, as he fired multiple energy blast from his blade, towards the grinning Kyuubi, who merrily deflected each blast with his own sword. Nice try, but not good enough, Kyuubi said as he resumes his attack on the panting Naruto. He came in with an overhead strike, but Naruto jumps over the slice and lands on the blade with a crouch, then kicks Kyuubi in his face, sending him staggering a bit. This was the opening Naruto was waiting for, as he landed on the ground in a crouch, then he rushes at Kyuubi with all the speed he could muster and cuts Kyuubi across his armor-covered chest, breaking it into many pieces. Well done, brat, that was exactly 5 hours. Now come here, Naruto did as he was told, while strapping his sword back to his waist. Kyuubi then places his claw on Naruto's head and he begins to glow a blood-red color. His hair momentarily changes red, along with his eyes, his wicker marks take on a feral appearance and his fangs appear out of his mouth while it was still closed. His sword also changes from a white dado to a blood-red katana with a long red chain. However, as soon as the changes appeared, they vanished and Naruto's appearance had returned to normal. There, brat. Now you have access to your own supply of yoki. It will take a few weeks before my power is fully merged with your body, so this will have to do for now. Naruto nods his head happily and collapses to one knee. Thanks Q. But how do I access my yoki and go through the transformation you had spoken about earlier? Search for it and you'll know what the power will feel like. Naruto glares at his nonchalant response, but nodded nonetheless. He turns to the Moonlight Knight and was surprised to see Hotaru and someone who could be her twin there with him. Hotaru-chan, why are you here? And who's your twin? I don't know why I'm here. The last thing I remember is washing myself up and the next minute, I'm here with Sailor Saturn, she explains, while staring at Naruto's piercing blue eyes. I brought you here to show you what you may be facing in the near future with Mistress 9. You will either face her in your mind, like he is, or face her in reality. I also wanted you to get used to this plane, called the Royal Plane. It is where all the royals are connected mentally, spiritually, and physically. Whatever happens here, happens to your real body. Luckily for him, he has not left his domain. If he had, his body would be injured and most likely decimated. But this will only stay like that, until he regains his full memories, and then, even if he remains in his castle, he can still be harm on the outside world, as well as this one, she explained as she ignored the shocked Hotaru and turned her attention to the Moonlight Knight. Are you going to start now? I am. Naruto, it's my turn, the Moonlight Knight said as he walks past the smirking Kyuubi with a smirk on his face. Draw your blade, and let's begin. 3 hours later, real world. Naruto slowly opened his eyes from his nightmarish trial and saw a shocking sight. Makoto's head was resting on his chest, with her hand gripping his own, in a firm but soft embrace. Naruto stared down at her for a few more seconds, while studying her face carefully. To Naruto, she looked like an angel and he didn't want to wake her, but knew that he had to. Makoto-chan, he whispers softly, while shaking her gently. Wake up, Makoto-chan, she begins to stir, but wouldn't wake. He meps once more, but the girl wouldn't wake. He sighs and gives up, while staring up at the ceiling with a frown on his face. Naruto-sensei, need some help. Naruto slowly turns where he heard the voice coming from and saw Chibiusa sitting in a chair by his window with a magazine in her hand. Are you sure that you want to wake her up? She does look comfortable. Naruto blushes at this and was about to shout at her, but Makoto's voice stopped him. Naruto-kun, she moaned while rubbing the sand out of her eyes. Must have fell asleep. She blinks and turns to the blushing Naruto, then to the giggling Chibiusa. Makoto then blushes as she realizes what position she was just in with Naruto. Sorry Nar, she was cut off when Naruto placed his finger to her lips, making her blush deepen. Chibiusa's eyes widen at the development and wonders what evolved Naruto's brain from the oblivious factor, but then notices the strange glint in Naruto's eyes. No need to apologize, Makoto-chan, he spoke huskily in Makoto's ear, making her shiver in delight. I'm glad that you watched over me for so long. I never really had anyone do that for me before. Noticing the sad look in Naruto's eyes, she pulled him in for a gentle hug. At this point, Chibiusa silently made her way to the exit, not wanting to ruin the moment between the two. Naruto, I don't understand why, but I feel deeply attached to you, so attached it hurts to be away from you for long periods of time. I want you to know that I will always be there for you and never leave your side. Naruto heard the sincerity in her voice and Naruto felt warmth pass through his body. He said nothing in response, but he did something that surprised them both. He gently brought Makoto in for a kiss. It wasn't long, but it held a lot of meaning in it for the both of them. But one thing that they both could say that they felt between the two of them was love. Makoto, sorry Naruto was cut off this time, when Makoto kissed him and Naruto was shocked, but the shock quickly wore off and he kissed her back. From outside the door, Chibiusa heard the sounds of kissing and smiles happily and made her way down to where the others were. Chibiusa, how's Naruto? Rei asked as she and others waited for a verdict on their blonde-haired companion. He's fine. Makoto's taking real good care of him. She smiles at them and they each are confused on why she would stress those two words, and being the curious person that she was, Minako walks up to the room, only to hear soft moaning coming from there, and she walks back to where the others were, with a blush on her cheeks. Chibiusa is right guys. Makoto is taking very good care of Naruto. To make her point clear, she points to Mamoru and Usagi, and made kissy faces, making everyone's eyes widen in realization. I wonder if they'll name one of their kids after me. Minako wonders, completely oblivious to the looks she was receiving from her friends. I'll be outside training. Chibiusa walks out to the training grounds with Hotaru following close behind her. I'm going to watch them and analyze their training exercises so I can adapt it to our own training routine. Amy walks out after the two. I will join them. I need to get stronger. Usagi turns to Mamoru to see him watching them leave, before sighing, getting to her feet and walking towards the door. Mamo-chan, we have to get stronger as well. I don't want a repeat of what had happened today to happen again. When Usagi spoke, Mamoru swore he saw the outline of Princess Serenity overlapping her form, but plays it off as a trick of the light, but he knew better than to think that. You're right, Yusako. Let's join the others. Usagi walks calmly outside to see Chibiusa, Hotaru, Rei, and Minako punching a log with their bare hands. Amy was leaning against a tree scanning the four girls' training forms into her computer. Luna and Artemis sat besides Amy and watches their girls punched away at the log. Usagi watches this with a nervous sweat going down her face and slowly turns to Mamoru, who was watching them with a raised eyebrow. On second thought, before she had the chance to protest, Makoto appears behind Usagi and grabs her by the wrist and drags her to one of the training logs. Where you come from, Makoto? Usagi shouts as she tries to run away from the grinning Thunder Senshi. You're not going to run away. Before you even had the chance to train Usagi-chan, Makoto said sweetly as she placed Usagi by a log, then went to her own log. Naruto soon appeared behind the group wearing his shinobi gear and asks each of the girls to stop training, except for Hotaru, Makoto, and Chibiusa. First off, if you're going to train with us, you're going to have changed clothes. I have some training gear for the girls in Hotaru's room and I have some extra clothes for you, Mamoru-san, in my own room. Naruto places his hands in a single seal and two clones appear. These two will show you where the rooms are, and when you all return, I will begin making your training schedule. They each follow the clones to the separate rooms. 10 minutes later the group returned wearing similar, yet different clothing. Mamoru wore a black shirt, blue combat pants, and black shoes. Usagi, a white shirt, blue combat pants, and black shoes. Amy, a blue shirt, black combat pants, and black shoes. Rei, a red shirt, black shorts, and black shoes. Minako, a golden yellow shirt, blue shorts and white shoes. I have to know. Naruto starts in a cold tone. Why do you wish to gain training from me? Usagi was the one who spoke, but when she did, it was just as cold as Naruto's voice. It's our duty to protect this planet and universe from any threat. Not to mention, we have friends who live here. We will not allow some creep from the Negaverse to take what we hold dear. Naruto nods in acceptance at her explanation. Once you start training, you cannot back out once you begin. Look at these three. He motions them towards Hotaru, Chibiusa, and Makoto, who was punching the log with bloody hands, but they ignored them and continues punching them. They have what it takes to make it through my training. They have what it takes to be great warriors. Do you all possess the same drive as them, to protect what's precious to you, to move past the pain and continue on? They each nod in unison and Naruto smiles brightly at them. Good, but before we begin, I need to do something. He creates 4 clones and he walks up to Usagi, who glares at him, while the other clones stood in front of the others.
Hold out your hands, this will hurt. Each of the Narutos grab onto their person's hands and focus Kyuubi's chakra into their hand, willing them to circle around their wrist and ankles. The group let out a muffled whimper, or in Mamoru's case a painful moan. Once it was done, the clones vanished from lack of chakra and Naruto stepped away from them.
Naruto then places his hands in a seal, focusing on their wrist and ankle bands. They each glowed momentarily, before hitting the ground face first. 15 pounds on each limb should be okay for now, he said, more to himself than to the others. Once you all manage to get to your feet, I need these things done for your warm-up exercises. He coughs a few times and smirks at them. 250 sit-ups, 250 push-ups, 250 squats, 300 punches against the log with both limbs, 300 kicks against the log with each limb, and to finish it off for the warm-up, run around my house 20 times. They each moaned in despair, except for Mamoru, who slowly rose to his feet and began stretching. Naruto stared at him in surprise, but shrugs with a small smirk on his face. And once finished with that, I will teach you all how to draw on your chakra and other related things. Good luck. Luna and Artemis watches as Naruto takes a kunai from a tree and throws it into the ground, with its sharp end pointing into the sky. Naruto then holds out his finger and it glows a bright blue color. He then places it on the kunai and pushes his body into the air. Luna watches as Naruto remains in the air with his eyes squinted as he tried to keep his body balanced on the kunai. Eretmise, this Naruto. Maybe we can get him to train them every day of the week when they're not doing anything important, Luna suggests, and Artemis agrees fully on her request. We should talk to him after today's training day. Artemis gives the girls a sadistic look as he watched them work. The white cat then turns to Makoto to see her now kicking the log with Hotaru and Chibiusa. Wonder how long Makoto's been doing this? He asked himself as he turns to Naruto, who was now pushing himself up on the kunai with sweat dripping down his face. Mamoru was already on his push-ups, making Naruto stare at him in surprise. This guy sure is dedicated, got that right. 2 hours later, after warm-ups and a few spars, Naruto stood in front of the group. Usagi, Minako, Amy, Rei, and Mamoru, they each waited for him to continue. I will now be showing you all how to summon your chakra. I want each of you to place your hands in this seal and focus on your energy, not your sensei energy, but another one, a fiery one, and bring it to the surface, he commands, and after fixing Usagi's and Minako's hands they all tried to bring out their chakra. Rei's chakra shot out of her and reached to a level of high chunin. Her chakra was blue, red, and a darker red. Minako's was high chunin as well, and her chakra colors were blue, orange, and yellow. Ami's chakra was also high chunin and her chakra colors were blue, dark blue, and light blue. Mamoru's chakra level was around low junin and his chakra colors were blue and gold. But it was Usagi's that shocked Naruto the most. Her chakra levels was around high junin and shot out of her like a rocket, knocking almost everyone around her to the ground. Her chakra colors were blue, light pink, gold, and white. Enough. Naruto shouts, stopping them, and Naruto turns his eyes onto Usagi, who was panting slightly, before turning her eyes onto Naruto. The two stared at one another for a brief minute, before sighing in unison, and Naruto finally spoke. You all have very high chakra levels, and like I told the others, without control, power is nothing. To help with this, I'm going to teach you all how to climb trees. Usagi had a twitch in her eye at this. But we already know how to climb trees, she deadpanned, but then stared at Chibiusa as Naruto nodded towards her, and she effortlessly climbed the tree with a smug grin on her face. Never mind, she said quietly as she glared at the smirking Chibiusa. Right. To do this exercise, you must focus chakra onto your feet and begin climbing. A word advise, stay focused on your goal, and use these kunai to mark your progress. The moment you're about to fall, he threw kunai at each of their feet. Begin. After seeing Usagi fall after her first 3 steps, Naruto turned to his other students, companions. You 3. I believe now it's time to work on your next form of chakra control, water walking. He smiles and begins his long explanation of things, and once he was finished the girls went to work. Chibiusa focused chakra into her feet and walked onto the lake slowly. First step. Good. Second step. Still good. Third step. She fell in, soaking her body from head to toe. Makoto pretty much did the same, but Hotaru, watching from their experience, went about the exercise a different way. Focusing chakra into her feet, she slowly walked onto the pond and stood still the moment she reached a far enough distance. She felt her feet sinking a bit, so she focused more chakra into her feet, pushing herself back on top of the pond. Smiling, she stayed like that and waited until she was ready to walk out more. Naruto saw this and smiles at the girl for figuring it out, in her own way of course. He turns to Chibiusa to see her staring at Hotaru intently with determination burning in her eyes. The pink-haired girl walks out into the pond, focusing chakra into her feet as she sunk and made it to Hotaru in a time span of 5 minutes. It took Makoto a little longer to complete the exercise, but she was done and she was now doing push-ups on the water. They progress a lot faster than I did, Naruto said to himself, and frowns as he sees the setting sun. He looks over to the tree climbers to see Mamoru resting at the top, much to Naruto's surprise. Really dedicated. Usagi could learn something from him. He sweat drops as he sees Usagi angrily kicking the tree, then howling in pain as she held her foot. We should call it quits for today. I know it won't be safe for anyone to walk out at night. They all nodded and Usagi rubbed her foot one last time, before attempting climbing the tree again. This time she reached a little bit past the halfway mark on the tree, before flipping off and then continued on again. What's driving her forward like this? Unknown to Naruto, the others were thinking along the same thoughts as him. After finally reaching the top of the tree in 20 minutes time, everyone headed off home, with Naruto walking Makoto home with Hotaru walking Chibiusa. Makoto-chan, this is strange, she stares at him questionably. I mean, We only known each other for a few days, and I feel as if I known you my whole life. We barely even know each other, and yet, she nods in understanding. Makoto clearly remembered when Usagi and Mamoru were nothing but bitter enemies, who acted nothing but children towards each other. Sure, it was obvious that they had a thing for each other no matter how small it was, but once they retrieved their past memories, they were all lovey-dovey. Makoto didn't know should she be confused or understanding, but she did know that the feelings that they did have for each other must have doubled as time went on and the memories they had of each other solid their feelings. I know what you're saying, Naruto-kun, and I know how we can smooth things out for us. Now it was Naruto's time to stare at her. We take it slow, not too fast, just smooth and easy, a growing couple. Plus I believe it would be too strange for us to start dating without knowing much about each other. A grin suddenly spread across Naruto's face. Makoto-chan. Makoto paused as he said her name. A blush crept across her face as she saw him staring directly into her eyes with a charming smile on his face. I was thinking, if you're not doing anything tonight, you and I can go on a date? He asked a little timidly. Makoto, sensing his feelings, gave his hand a soft squeeze. I would love to, Naruto-kun, she said as she opened the door to her apartment. What time will you pick me up? Naruto smiled and whispered in her ear. Around 8 tomorrow night. She smiles and kisses Naruto gently on the cheek. See you then, Naruto. Naruto smiles and watches as she closes the door behind her. Sighing, Naruto made his way home, knowing Hotaru would be staying with Chibiusa for the night. As he walked through the night, Naruto felt two pair of eyes on him. Turning to where he felt the eyes from, he saw nothing. Spreading out his senses, Naruto felt two large chakra levels in the area. Running towards a building, he scaled up it and shot up into the air to get a better look at his surroundings. Levitating slightly in the air, he turned his head and saw nothing or no one around. That's when he felt gravity taking control once again and he landed on the roof in a crouch. Naruto then rolls away just as many silver kunai stuck the place he was previously standing. Turning his head, he saw a girl around his age standing on the edge of the building. The girl had shoulder-length slidey spiky brown hair, with a few bangs falling over her right dark blue eye. She was dressed in a black coat, a close-fitting white shirt with the moon planet symbol on black imprinted on the center of her shirt, black jeans with black and green boots. On her left arm was a kunai holster and on her back was a sword as big as her body. Nice reflexes. Let's see how good you really are, the girl said before charging Naruto again. Naruto bats away her initial strike and counters with a backhand. The girl, seeing it, grabs hold of his arm and tosses him over her shoulder, then kicks him in the chest, sending him crashing across the ground. Quickly returning to his feet, Naruto scanned the area for the girl and saw 4 energy balls shooting towards him. Jumping into the air, Naruto curses himself as he finds himself in the worst place he could be at the moment. It becomes even worse when he hears the familiar sound of birds chirping. Turning around so he was looking above him, he saw the girl holding a green chidori in her hands. Eyes widening, and not bothering with asking himself how she knows Kakashi's and Sasuke's technique, he holds out his right hand and a perfect Rasengan appeared in it, but he added more power into it with a little of his yoki mixed into it, turning it into a purple color and making it twice as big. The girl dives down towards Naruto with a murderous glare on her face. Naruto creates a clone using no seals and has it launched him towards the mystery girl. As the two were mere inches from each other, they shouted the name of their attacks. Rasengan. Royal Chidori. A large explosion rocked the area and people everywhere looked out their windows to see 2 bright lights shooting from the light-filled explosion. One of the lights was dark purple, while the other was a light green light. The 2 lights shot off in opposite directions, the purple light near the river and the green light towards the forest. The other chakra signature that Naruto had sensed earlier, who had watched the Wooler fight, took off like a rocket towards the forest. The girl's companion found her lying unconscious with her face in the dirt. Once her companion got a good look at her, she saw that the other girl was smiling as she slept. Had fun, did you, sister? The white-haired girl said as she lifts her older sister off the ground and makes her way home. Her green eyes lingered on her older sister a little longer, before turning to the sky at the shining moon. We have a lot to accomplish while here. It's best we don't let the wrong people find out about us, until it's time, right, sister? As she walked, she heard her sister mumbling her father's name in her sleep, causing the younger girl to smile sadly. As she exited the forest, she saw a woman who could be identified as a sailor senshi staring up at the moon with a soft smile on her face. Her long green hair blew in the wind as she tore her red eyes from the moon and onto the white-haired girl. Sailor Pluto. The girl greets with a smile. Hayate, everything is ready for you at your new home, Pluto said quietly turning back to the moon. Thank you Pluto nods and raises her staff in the air. Miyako and I will take care of everything and will call for you when we are ready to return. Pluto nods and vanishes in a white flash. Now to save father, Hayate said as she slowly walked into the city. Near the river 2 familiar women stood by the river searching around it. Michiru, did you find him yet? Haruka asked as she tried to sense for Naruto's presence through the wind. I found him Haruka. Michiru points to the center of the river, where multiple air bubbles could be seen. Cursing, Haruka made her way to a nearby motorboat and took off towards the area. A few minutes later she reached the area and placed her cell phone on the boat, before diving into the river with some goggles over her eyes. Swimming deeply, Haruka found who she was looking for, but what she saw shocked her. Naruto was suspended in the water in a white energy orb, but that was not the only thing that shocked her. What did was the crescent moon symbol shining brightly on his forehead. As she slowly made her way towards him, her own planet symbol appeared and shined brightly as she grabbed his hands. They were both surrounded by a bright light that shot into the air. Michiru watched this in awe and her planet symbol also appeared on her hand as the white light washed over her, engulfing her in its aura. Vision Naruto, Haruka, and Michiru all stood in the middle of a training room. Where in the hell are we? Naruto asked as he begins walking around the room. Don't know, but why were you in the river? Haruka questions and before Naruto could retort a child voice was heard. Come on Haruka. You said you would spar with me. Naruto turns to the voice and his eyes widen when he sees a younger him walking into the room. He was dressed in a white shirt with strange patterns on it, white slacks and white shoes. The only thing different about him was the fact he had no whisker marks on his cheeks and he looked 10. Fine prince, but stop with your begging. Michiru watch as I kick his ass good. Haruka stares at the younger her. She was dressed in a deep blue bodysuit with yellow gloves and armor on various parts of her body. Haruka, we're supposed to protect the prince not hurt him, a 12-year-old Michiru said with a small smile on her face. She was dressed in a sea green robe with green flat shoes on. Ah come on, I just want to show him not to badmouth those protecting him, Haruka said with a shrug. And I told you, there is no way, someone as weak as you can protect me, the 10-year-old Naruto look-alike retorts. I'll give you one more chance to back out prince. We forget about you calling me weak and I'll forget about kicking your ass. The 10-year-old Naruto smirks at Haruka's words and falls into a loose stance. Right, enough words, Haruka also falls into a stance. Michiru sighs and walks towards the corner knowing it was going to become messy. The rules are simple. Michiru started in a nonchalant tone as if this was an everyday thing. No killing or anything too serious. If I feel the fight is over, it's over, understood, she demands softly. The two nod and glare at one each other with determination burning in both of their eyes. Begin, she starts and the older Verizon of them watch as the younger Haruka and Naruto look-alike fought each other for 2 hours straight and they watched in fascination as the younger Naruto and younger Haruka punch each other in their faces knocking them both to the ground. Enough, this foolishness is over. A voice calls out and all eyes turn to the voice to see a 10-year-old Usagi or Princess Serenity standing at the entrance of the training room with a scowl on her face. By her side was a younger group of senshi with her. Naruto saw the younger Makoto staring at him with a blush, before it vanished instantly. Who are you to stop my fight Serenity? The younger Naruto demands as his eyes flash a dangerous silver. Serenity stares at him in sadness, before a dark glare cross her face and her own eyes flash silver. Don't question me brother, she growls out quietly with specks of silver shooting out of her body. Damn her treating me like some child. Haruka frowns also and so does Michiru remembering that day clearly. Listen to me brother please, Serenity tries to say, but an angry Naruto brush past her without turning an eye onto either of them. Both the younger Haruka and Michiru bows to Serenity in forgiveness. Please forgive us, for going against our orders princess. Serenity nods sadly and gives the two girls a small sad smile. Don't apologize, I just wish he would listen to me. I feel something dark coming, I just don't want him to get killed. The two outer senshi nods knowing about the darkness Serenity was speaking of. We feel it also, but if I may make a request princess? Serenity nods wanting to know what Haruka was going to say. Treat the prince as an equal and not as a younger weaker brother. You may have the heir to the throne, but that does not mean you have to watch over him, he has to grow and you babying him is not going to help him grow into his own man. Haruka said quietly, but in a steel-like tone, knowing if she spoke to her like this, her point would get across. Good day, princess. Knowing the prince, he's most likely trying to travel to Saturn to visit little Hotaru, Michiru said quietly as she bowed to Serenity and walked out the room following after a scowling Haruka. Before they were out of earshot, Serenity whispered some words to them. Please take care of him, I love him dearly, but I feel as if some unknown force is forcing us away from each other. Protect him with your lives, girls. I know you two will. The two outers gave no signs that they heard her words and continued after the prince. Whoever sick joke this is, show yourself now, Naruto commands with a heavy frown on his face. Haruka and Michiru turns to Naruto, and before they could say anything a bright light shone through the area. The scene they were staring at soon vanished, and before everything vanished, Naruto, Haruka, and Michiru saw a silver-haired woman smiling sadly at them. End vision. Once the light died down, Naruto found himself standing on the riverbank with Haruka and Michiru near the motorboat. Crazy visions, Naruto mumbles as he turns to the impassive Haruka and the emotionless Michiru. The trio stare at one another for a few moments, and Naruto places his hands in a seal and vanishes in a swirl of leaves. Haruka, Michiru said quietly. I know Michiru, he's just as confused as we are. Haruka slowly made her way towards the motorboat and grabs her cell phone and makes her way back to her car. But we will worry about that later, we still have a mission to fulfill. Michiru silently nods her head and the duo drives off into the night, each in their own thoughts. Along with our first mission, the sailor Senshi of the sea said softly. Haruka remains quiet, contemplating on the vision she saw with Michiru and Naruto. I don't like this, something is definitely wrong. As Haruka thought this, an image of Ojiro appears in her mind and she grips onto the steering wheel tightly. He's the cause of all our inner turmoil, that bastard. Haruka's eyes take on an unearthly glow as she drove down the road. Michiru turns to her partner and lover, giving her a worried glance, and holds back a gasp as she sees the golden yellow shine to her eyes. I'll make him pay. The next time I see him, I'll kill him, she whispers to herself as she drove down the street, thinking about Ojiro and trying to ignore the memories that were threatening to overwhelm her senses. Michiru turns to Haruka questionably. We're seeing the Uzumaki tomorrow. Michiru nods silently and turns to the night sky with a blank expression. I feel darkness in the air, Michiru. Michiru nods once again as she could feel the sea telling her there was darkness all around the city. We will complete our mission, no matter what. Naruto stared at the letter in his hands, a letter he had just received from Tsunade, saying his friends would be here sooner than expected. It will be good to see them again, just hope nothing happens tomorrow. He trails off when he realizes what he has planned for tomorrow. Damn it, I have a date tomorrow. Naruto quickly rushes into his room, ignoring the eating Gamakichi, and started searching for clothes for him to wear after training tomorrow morning. After 30 minutes of searching for clothes, he found him some suitable clothes to wear, but the only problem he had, where was he going to take Makoto for the date? I should really think about these things before I act. Gamakichi, I need you to send a message to Tsunade for me. Konoha. Hokage's tower, BWAHAHAHAHAHAHA. This kid needs what? Jiraiya laughed uncontrollably as he had tears forming in his eyes. Jiraiya, stop laughing or I'll turn you into a woman. This shut Jiraiya up in an instant and he went serious in seconds. How should we handle this situation? I know Kakashi is planning on giving him info on his bloodline, but Naruto won't be able to train it on his own. She turns to the Toad Sage, knowing she knew what he meant. Fine, Tokyo, Japan. Hello everyone, a new morning, a new day, Naruto said with a grin on his face, but his grin scared some of them senseless. Why is he so cheerful? Chibiusa asked as she watched him chuckle maniacally to himself. Today's training is going to be a little bit different. He places his hands in a familiar seal and 100 clones appear, surrounding the group. Then he places his hands in another seal and each of them feels a strain on their bodies. Unknown to them, Naruto also increased his own weights, but they were doubled the weight he had just put on them. The 2 defeats yesterday really told him he had to increase his training or he would be facing more defeats like that in the future. You all will be facing these clones, while dodging small pebbles as I throw them at you to increase your reflex time, and no transformations, he adds, seeing the devious smile on Usagi's face turn into a frown. Dodging pebbles, while fighting them? Usagi asks as she stares at each of the clones with a small glare. Alright, though, I rather not have to dodge the rocks. I would be just content enough pounding away at the clones. She smirks, mentally thinking of how much fun it would be to beat her fellow blonde into the ground. Survive for an hour and then we will spar, he orders, leaving a clone in his place and walks to his own area to train. Idiot. Here is what you have to do to control the beginning stages of your power. Emotions are the key. If you allow them to run wild, then so does your power. I want you to sit in the river down there and meditate, but don't venture into here. Go deeper and meditate for an hour and I'll stop you when your time is up. Naruto sighs and sits down on the ground to begin his meditating. Back with Usagi and the others, Usagi was demolishing through the clones with ease, while unconsciously dodging the pebbles thrown at her. Spinning on her heel, she kicks another clone, destroying it on contact, and flips over a pebble, the weight on her long forgotten. Seeing a clone approaching her on her left, she once again spun on her heel, but this time she punched the clone in its jaw, destroying it. As she destroyed a clone that charged at her, she felt her heart growing heavy, but lighter all at the same time. She didn't understand it. It was as if she was feeling content with destroying the clones of Naruto and yet felt as if she was destroying a part of herself as she did it without care. Could he really be my brother from my past life? She questions, jumping away from a Naruto clone that would have taken her head off with a swift kick. Giving the clone a glare, she stands up before smiling and running away screaming like a banshee. Usagi's friends watch this with confusion, watching Usagi run from the clone. A minute ago she was fighting like a seasoned warrior and now she was running like a coward. The group gives up on figuring out the mind of their leader and finishes off the rest of the clones. An hour later Naruto returns and stares at each of them, more importantly at Usagi, who had destroyed most of his clones in very violent ways. Shaking his head, Naruto set up the sparring matches and everyone who wasn't fighting at the moment was staring at Hotaru and Chibiusa, who were staring across at each other with small competitive glares. "Give me everything you got, Hotaru," Chibiusa said as she fell into a stance her uncle had taught her years before he had died. Hotaru grunts softly and also falls into a stance similar to that of the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique, but her arms were twisted to the side slightly. Hotaru had no idea why she fell into this kind of stance, but she put it off as Saturn's power fusing more with her along with her knowledge. Ready. Naruto starts seeing the battle-faced Hotaru morph into an emotionless expression. Chibiusa's eyes held something like desire, but not lust, more of a battle-crazed desire. Seeing this made Naruto grin lightly. Usagi stares on with worry and turns to the slightly grinning Naruto with a small glare. Begin. Chibiusa rushes the calmly positioned Hotaru, who gracefully dodges Chibiusa's first strike. She then flips out the way of a kick that appears out of nowhere and felt a bit of energy shoot out from Chibiusa's foot. Interesting, she said quietly, unknowingly saying the exact words Saturn was thinking. Studying Chibiusa's fighting style, she found that it was mostly based off a brawler's style with grace within the movements. Completely unpredictable and with the invisible energy shooting out of her limbs makes the style that much more deadly, but her moves are limited that will become predictable over time. Finally making her move, Hotaru bats away her punch, shooting off her own energy as she did, surprising the pink-haired girl, and does a leg sweep knocking her to the ground. Quickly grabbing Chibiusa by her legs, she spins the girl in a full circle a few times, picking up speed, focusing chakra into her arms, and then tosses the girl high into the air. Clenching and unclenching her fist, she feels a surge of dark energy pulse through her hand. Focusing on it, her hand is engulfed in a black aura with specks of purple on it. Smirking mentally, she focuses chakra into her legs and jumps high into the air after Chibiusa, who was preparing her own special attack. Maybe if I do this I can catch her. Focusing her power into her fist, a pink aura surrounds it. But the girl doesn't stop there. Her left hand also is engulfed in a pink aura along with her feet. Grinning, she catches Hotaru's fist, surprising the girl, and punches her hard in the gut, making Hotaru spit up blood and saliva, before she was kicked down to the ground with amazing force. Glaring up at Chibiusa, Hotaru flips in midair and lands on her feet in a crouch, skidding across the ground as she did. Never taking her eyes off of Chibiusa, who was back on the ground panting slightly, Hotaru allows a small grin to cross her face. Very interesting, Chibiusa. Chibiusa cracks a small smirk as she felt her lust for battle growing. No one other than Naruto, Hotaru, Rei, along with the 2 unannounced outer senshi noticed, but a demonic energy was slowly building within Chibiusa and they all narrowed their eyes as one. "Stop talking, Taru-chan. I want to fight." A drunken smile appears on the girl's face and she charges Hotaru with her hands, no claws. Seeing this, Hotaru begins to dodge Chibiusa's strikes with haste, unconsciously drawing on Saturn's power to increase her speed. Ducking under a claw strike, Hotaru gives a rising kick to Chibiusa, sending her once again in the air, and before Chibiusa could do anything, Hotaru jumps after her and captures her between her legs, then flips so she launches Chibiusa down towards the ground with just as much force the pink-haired girl had done earlier. But unlike Hotaru, Chibiusa crashes into the ground hard, causing a large dust cloud to sweep across the area. Landing on the ground gracefully, Hotaru scans the cloud for Chibiusa and feels a large pulse of power coming from the cloud. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto watches as the cloud vanishes and a transformed Chibiusa is standing in the cloud with a swirling ball of red energy in her hands. Chibiusa's hair was no longer pink, but a blazing wild red, and to Naruto's surprise she had 6 red feral whisker marks on her cheeks with slits in her eyes. This shocked him, but really shocked him, was the ball of energy in her hand, and what the girl said next caused Naruto to spring into action. Demonic Rasengan. Hotaru watched with wide eyes as the girl charged her, and she did the first thing that came to mind, much to Saturn's protest. Death Scythe. In a flash her scythe appears in her hands and she also charges forward, preparing to protect herself from the attack. The group watches as the 3 rushes forward with looks of horror. Usagi was trying to race out there as well, but Mamoru held her back. The same could be said with Rei, Minako, and Amy holding back Makoto from charging in as well. Then everyone stops as they watch the 3 suddenly stop without warning, and a voice calls out into the clearing. Shadow Possession Jutsu. The group turns to where Shikamaru, Ino, Gaara, and Kakashi were standing by Naruto's house, all with serious looks on their faces. Success. The demonized Chibiusa growls at the group and Kakashi appears in front of her in a flash and places a sheet of paper on her forehead. Slowly her appearance returns to normal and she stares at everyone with wide eyes. The girl then looks down at her hands and her eyes go wide in horror and turns to Naruto, who was glaring at her fiercely. Doesn't this seem a little extreme for a spar, Naruto? Kakashi asks, turning to his ex-student with an eye smile while also bringing out his Icha Icha book. Troublesome as always, aren't you, Naruto? Shikamaru adds with a grin. Uzumaki. Gaara adds in monotone. Naruto. Ino trails off with wide eyes as her eyes land on Minako, who was also staring at her as if she was in a trance. She's real, Ino and Minako say in unison before passing out. Gaara, can you please? Sighing, sand pours out of his gourd and lifts both girls off the ground. Ignoring the looks of shock from the group, her walks calmly into the house where he places them both on the couch. Uranus. Neptune, come down, we need to talk anyway. Naruto calls out, turning his attention to the top of his house where the 2 senshi jumps down from his roof and lands in a kneel in front of him. This shocks everyone except for Naruto, who stares at them and motions them all into his house, while mumbling that they didn't need to bow to him, because he wasn't worth bowing to. Once everyone was seated and accounted for, Naruto brought out a few drinks and snacks for his guest. First, who exactly are you, Chibiusa? Because I was attacked last night from a girl who shouldn't know an attack she did like you just did, and what was that demonic energy you just used? He asked in an even voice, much to Kakashi's hidden pride. Chibiusa is silent for a few moments and answers as she feels that there is no way out of her current situation. Well, as some of you know, I come from the future. Naruto stares at her strangely, along with the other shinobi. Turning to the senshi, they see that they all had serious expressions on their faces. My sensei taught me the technique you saw me do earlier, by teaching me to use it with my magical energy and not chakra. I was going to learn that when I was 14, but he was killed by Emerald in a large explosion that took out his living quarters in Crystal Tokyo. Before he was killed, he put me in a strange ritual per request of my mother, giving me my strange abilities. They only manifest when I'm dying or when my thrill for battle grows to dangerous levels, she explains, staring directly in Naruto's eyes during the whole explanation. So, who was your sensei? And how far in the future are we talking? Asked Naruto evenly. I'll say about 1,000 years or so from now, and she suddenly smiles a little awkwardly and scratches the back of her head nervously like a certain blonde duo. You were my sensei, Naruto-sensei. After having heard this and fought against the mystery girl who used the Chidori last night, Naruto did the only plausible action he could at that moment, he fainted. Well, that was interesting, drawled out Kakashi, staring at the fainted Naruto with a look of hidden amusement. But I believe we should wake Naruto. Pulling some smelling salts from his vest, Kakashi wakes Naruto, and then the still unconscious Ino and Minako. Once awake, everyone explained their situations. Kakashi decided to sum it all up. Kakashi starts lazily. You all are reincarnated beings from this silver millennium, everyone except the shinobi, and Chibiusa nod their heads. You're this Sailor Moon and the Moon Princess, Usagi nods. And you're her royal guard and senshi, Minako, Makoto, Amy, and Rei all nod. You're here past love and present love, Mamoru nods. You two are 2 out of 3 of the outer senshi who guards the outer solar system, Sailor Uranus and Neptune nod. Naruto may or may not be the Moon Prince, your past life's younger brother. Usagi grunts softly at this. She's Sailor Saturn, a being who can possibly destroy the entire solar system. Uranus and Neptune sends a small glare in Hotaru's direction, but one glare from Naruto stopped this. You came from the future to retrieve the silver crystal that she holds to save your mother from this magical impenetrable icy cold coma she's in. Chibiusa glares at Kakashi for his wording. But some of your enemies who killed your sensei, he nods towards Naruto. Killed your uncle and caused your mother to enter a coma followed you here. Taking a deep breath he continues. While all this was happening, you were all fighting some people called the Deathbusters, who are stealing peoples. At this Kakashi had to resist to scoff, but he has seen and heard of stranger things. Heart crystals. But what they are after are the talisman that are only in the most pure of hearts. For some reason Kakashi thought something was quite amiss about the whole situation, but wouldn't question on it. And to bring it all together, some guy named Ojiro claims he killed the Naruto in the past and is planning on repeating this with those belonging to the royal families of all of the planets. He sums up drinking his tea calmly. How he drunk the tea through his mask, no one knew, but they were slightly miffed seeing this. Good tea Naruto, have any more? Kakashi asked, giving Naruto his eyes smile again. Naruto stares at his sensei blankly, and then leaves to bring more tea and snacks. We sure have landed ourselves in a troublesome situation, Kakashi sensei, groans out Shikamaru lazily, hiding his interest in the situation. Well, that may be, but we have to do what we can while we're here, said the quiet Gaara, who was glaring at everyone in the room. Don't worry. With my skills, we can handle any problem easily, boasts Ino, much to Shikamaru's embarrassment. Sure you can, was Shikamaru's sarcastic reply. What was that, Shikamaru? Resisting the urge to shiver under Ino's harsh glare, Shikamaru mumbles a troublesome and turns to look over the senshi. This is Naruto's sister from his past life. Ha! I can see the resemblance and the way they act towards each other. It's obvious they could be related. But what has me is the hateful glare Usagi-san continues to send at Naruto when she thinks no one is looking. I bet something went down back in the past and the memories are resurfacing, making her act like this at a subconscious level. Turning away from Usagi, he turns to Rei. From what I saw a little while ago, she has a deep respect for Usagi. I don't know if this has something to do with her being her princess or whatever, but it's there. If she had paler skin, I could mistake her for an Uchiha, but then again she doesn't have those onyx-colored eyes. Must be a fire type if the name Mars have anything to say about it. Now he turns to Amy. The brains and the strategists of the group, Sailor Mercury, water and ice is her specialty, and with her mind she's a dangerous opponent. Kind, quiet, and shy, just like Hinata, but with much more confidence than her. From what I heard from the others, she's very intellectual. I wonder if she's any good at shogi. Shikamaru then turns to Makoto. The brawler of the group, Makoto or Sailor Jupiter. Lightning attacks are her specialty along with hand-to-hand combat. She's a tough girl who will hurt anyone who threatens someone she loves. A real troublesome girl, like Naruto. I guess that's why they're so attracted to one another, or something. Like him, she's a soft and kind person, but is willing to hurt someone if you get on her bad side. Shrugging mentally, he turns to the last of the inner senshi. Then there is Minako Ano, aka Sailor Venus. Powers over light, metal, and supposedly love. Strange. If anything, she could be the twin of Usagi and be related to both Ino and Naruto at the same time. Their attitudes are exactly alike, as if they were family. They're each loud, obnoxious, dense, and their attention type. On the other hand, they're smart when the time calls for it, bad tempers, care deeply for their friends, have unbelievable amount strength, and will actually kill you if you hurt someone they care about. Maybe even worse. Shaking his head he turns to the 2 outer senshi. Sailor Uranus and Neptune. 2 senshi on a mission. Uranus commands power over wind and Neptune the sea. Sounds like one of those myths I read about. Unlike the others, these two have a much colder air around them, much like Naruto has from time to time. Supposedly, these two protect the outer solar system, while the guardian senshi protect the inner and Usagi. Judging from the auras I'm feeling from them, they're not too comfortable with our presence. That's good. You can't trust people you don't know right off the back like the guardian senshi, and they'll get killed if they keep that up. But then again, Usagi has eyed us warily a few times, so it's safe to say she and the others don't trust us either. Shikamaru turns his attention to the last girl with senshi powers. Hotaru Tomo aka Sailor Saturn, or she would be if she ever awakened her ability to transform. From what I can tell, she's just as shy as Hinata and has a little more confidence than her. Naruto seems to treat her as a little sister. Hey, he'll probably corrupt her. A kind girl like that won't last long against Naruto and his antics, but I'll think back on that later.
Her power is high and she seems not to notice that she has an almost unnoticeable dark aura around her body. The only one who seems to notice it are the outers, Rei, a shinobi, and Usagi. But if I'm correct, that Chibiusa girl has also noticed it, but is playing it off like she doesn't feel it. The Nara then turns to the girl in question, only to find that she was staring at him from the corners of her eyes. Noticing that he was staring at her, she diverted her attention elsewhere.
Interesting, she said that she received training from Naruto 1,000 or so years from now. I for one don't believe that for a minute, but then again strange things always happen with Naruto around. Mumbling a troublesome, Shikamaru continues with his analysis.
The girl has many enemies after her, for what? I don't know, but apparently she's a princess from the future. And to take a wild guess, I'd say she's Usagi's daughter and the Mamoru guy, but then again I could be wrong. But the name Chibiusa does kind of give it away and they act alike, even though I only caught a few glimpses of her personality. Then if that's true, she's Naruto's niece. This will be interesting to say the least, but I have to gather more information on them.
How troublesome, he mumbles before falling asleep instantly, apparently bored with the situation. Lazy bastard is sleeping, typical. Naruto deadpans, pouring another glass of tea for his sensei. Kakashi gives Naruto an eye smile of appreciation and drinks his glass. Now that you're all here, what will you be doing? Kakashi answers, finishing his tea. I'm going to scout the city. Shikamaru, Gaara, and Ino are going to stay here with you. Bye. Kakashi vanishes in a swirl of leaves, taking his third cup of tea with him. Now that sensei is gone, how about I show you all to your rooms? Naruto leads them up to their rooms. Ino was surprised to see that she already had clothes in her room and that it was furnished to her liking. I had already made you a room, but I gave that one to Hotaru, so I had to make you another one, he explains, knowing she would like it. Leaving her to her room, Naruto shows Shikamaru his next. Shikamaru had everything that was required in a room, except now it had a chessboard in it, along with shogi and go, though something didn't sit well with Shikamaru, the twin beds in his room. Thanks Naruto, but what's with the twin beds? Not that I don't appreciate the room. I thought it would be best for Gaara to share a room with you. While Kakashi slept in the last room, he explains with a shrug, not really caring about the question. Gaara, this okay with you? Gaara turns to Naruto frowning, but nods. Gaara figures Naruto already knew he couldn't sleep, so he must have placed him with Shikamaru so he would have something to do in his spare time. Alright. I have some guests downstairs and we have to finish today's day of training. Turning to Gaara, Naruto gains a sadistic gleam in his eyes, startling Shikamaru slightly. Gaara, how would you like to help me with my next training exercise? Gaara stares emotionless at Naruto. Figuring he could use some amusement, he nods, giving him his approval as he heard Naruto's plan. When the four ninja made it back to the living room, they found everyone waiting in a tense silence. Sorry it took so long guys, but how about we continue training, and you too, Uranus and Neptune tense slightly. Return to your civilian forms, you'll be joining us for training, Naruto orders, staring both senshi in their eyes, daring them to disobey him in the slightest. The two senshi reluctantly do as they were ordered and changed into their civilian forms in a flashlight. When the lights died down, Usagi and the others saw Haruka and Michiru in their place. Naruto saw that they were all shocked seeing this, but when he caught a glimpse of Usagi's eyes, he saw that she was faking her own surprise. So she already knew who they were. Enough of being shocked, we have some training to do and Gaara here has offered to lend his assistance. Gaara grunts in response and makes his way outside to the training grounds. Gaara stands in the middle of the field with his arms crossed over his chest waiting for the others to arrive. Luckily for them, they arrived a few moments later and each of them stared at the Suna shinobi curiously. Your task is to try to strike Gaara. Ino stares at him with a raised eyebrow. Naruto, that's Naruto, cuts her off before she could say anything. Anger rising, Ino glares angrily at Naruto. She wants to pound him into the ground, but restrains herself from doing so. For her, it was way too early for pounding Naruto into the ground after finding out he was still alive. So let me get this straight, starts a frowning Haruka. We're supposed to strike him for this training exercise of yours. Naruto nods with his smirk never wavering. Fine. I'll finish this with one punch. In response, she hears a cork pops and sees sand pouring out of Gaara's gourd. Not thinking anything of it, she rushes forward and throws a punch at Gaara, only for it to be blocked by a wall of sand. Shocked, she yanks her arm out of the sand and aims a kick at his face, and like before she hits sand. Jumping away from him, Haruka analyses the situation with a heavy glare. The sand is blocking my strikes before I can hit him. This is frustrating, is the point of the exercise. Try to get past the sand. I have to admit, Uzumaki sure knows how to set up an exercise. Smirking, she tosses off her coat and shirt, revealing a white tank top. Michiru, that sand of his protects him from physical contact. But I bet if we moved fast enough, we could probably break past it, she deducts silently, but the others still heard her. I believe so, Haruka, but we don't have that kind of speed even in our senshi forms. I believe I can give you that speed necessary to get past it, spoke Naruto from behind them. Without turning around, Haruka grunts, waiting for him to elaborate. You see, I gave each of them their own pair of weights to train with. And before you say anything, let me show you the result to that weight training. Chibiusa, get ready and release your seals. Chibiusa nods, cracking her knuckles slightly, preparing to stretch her muscles. Placing her hands in the seal, she focuses on her power, and when she feels it rushing through her body she shouts, Kai, releasing the weights on her body completely. Standing a little straighter, she stretches out her arms and legs, completely happy to be out of her weights. Here I come. Usagi watches Chibiusa slowly sets herself in her stance, before she suddenly vanishes from sight and reappears behind the surprised Gaara. Throwing a punch, it sails past the sand, but missed her initial target. Smirking, she vanishes once again. The sand shinobi glances to his right to see Chibiusa punching right through his sand once again, but this time he was hit. Not by her fist, but by an invisible force, knocking him to the ground. Standing up, Gaara gives her a calculating gaze and speaks in complete monotone. You used chakra to increase your body movements, but you did it in an unorthodox way, tiring you out. Your speed was impressive, but I can still feel the faint feel of your chakra increasing your movements drastically. Naruto blinks, wondering who was the sensei here, but nods in agreement, also feeling the chakra in the air. Naruto, she could be as fast as Lee if she continues training like this, comments a stunned Ino, wondering how such a small girl could possess such speed. Mon Naruto, to be able to do this within a week, you're troublesome. I'm going to gaze at the clouds. Yawning, he walks off towards a nearby tree and flops lazily under it. Turning his gaze up to the passing clouds, he ponders on what he had just witnessed and runs it over every possible scenario he come up with on how he could avoid doing anything like that anytime soon. Michiru, Haruka, come here so I can give you your weights. Even though they still didn't trust him, even with the knowledge they were supposed to protect him, they walked towards him. Ino watches carefully, as red chakra leaked out of Naruto's hands and wrapped around the two senshi's wrist and ankles. Before Naruto could set the weights, Haruka speaks up. How much weight do they all have on? Usagi, Mamoru, and the others, except for Chibiusa and Hotaru, have 30 pounds on each limb. Hotaru has 50 on each limb and Chibiusa has 100 on each limb. He explains, much to their, Ino's, and Shikamaru's shock. Can you give us 50 pounds on each limb? That can possibly send you to the emergency room, even with your senshi abilities? Don't worry, we'll be fine. Nodding, Naruto increases the weight on them to 50 to each limb, and they immediately hit the ground hard. Their muscles protesting under the weight strain, and they moaned, feeling their muscles ripping slightly. A wave of pain shoots through Haruka's body when she tried to push herself to her feet. Sighing, Haruka yawns slightly and falls asleep, knowing she would be ready to move after sleeping. Shaking her head at Haruka, Michiru turns to the others watching them train, knowing they should use this in their own training time. Ino didn't know why she approached Naruto for the weights, she just knew she had to train with them for some reason. It was strange, yet it wasn't. Here she was, 30 minutes after the outer senshi received their weights, struggling to her feet with 20 pounds strapped to her limbs. I'm going crazy for doing this, I blame Naruto. A few hours later, everyone had left and Naruto was currently trying to prepare what would be the best place to go for the date. Ino, who was watching him pace around the living room, finally speaks to stopping his not-so-silent torture. Take her out on a picnic under the stars. I know you can cook after eating your food, so just make something light, yet enough for the both of you to share. From what Kakashi explained, there was a meteor shower happening tonight, so what better date than to watch that, while having a picnic, faster than the eye could see. Naruto created 5 clones and had them search around the city for the best secluded spots to have their dates. Thanks Ino, I'd be in a real jam if it wasn't for you. Giving her a hug, he runs off to prepare his meal, missing the small blush on Ino's cheeks. Shikamaru, who was teaching Gaara how to play shogi, saw this and groans mentally. Naruto, you sure are going to have problems in the future. Kakashi walks into the kitchen, where he finds 5 different Narutos making 5 different things. Panicking for your first date, Naruto. The Naruto, who was fixing an omelette, glares at the amused Kakashi. Ah, shut up, sensei. This is not the time. Chibiusa, who entered the kitchen looking for some food, saw the commotion and smirks at her sensei. Sensei, can you leave the extras? Hotaru and I would like to try some of that cake you made, it looks delicious. To make her point, a small dribble of drool appears at the corner of her mouth. Sure, just leave the kitchen, I have to concentrate on the meal. Shrugging, both Kakashi and Chibiusa leave, wondering what the cake would taste like. Chibiusa-san, turning to Kakashi, she saw him motion her towards the outside away from everyone else. I met someone today, she says that she knows you. Chibiusa listened closely, wondering who it would be. She was an odd one, her name is Sailor Pluto. Chibiusa smiles hearing this. Plu's here, where did you meet her? Kakashi frowns thoughtfully, but explains to her how he had met her. Flashback: after leaving Naruto's place, Kakashi took to the rooftop scouting the area. Venturing into the city, he sees hundreds of people talking, walking, and driving, doing nothing at all. None of them had any access to their chakra, but he did feel 3 large chakra sources nearby. Heading in that direction, he found himself near a bridge where he found 3 girls standing surveying the area. They were none other than Hayate, Saya, and Sailor Pluto. Once they sensed his presence, the 2 younger ones vanished before Kakashi could get an accurate lock on their chakra signatures. Pluto, however, remained and calmly addressed Kakashi without turning to him. When you see small lady, or as you call her Chibiusa, tell her I shall be seeing her soon. Who are you? Demands out Kakashi, but he already had a good idea who she was. You wouldn't happen to be Sailor Pluto? He states lazily, but his eyes stared intently at the lone sailor Senshi. That is who I am, and you are Kakashi Hatake, from the alternate Earth. Hiding his surprise, he waits for her to continue. Explain to her that I shall see her soon in a later date and that her mother is still sleeping peacefully. Then in a flash she was gone. End flashback. Must be Plu, mumbles out Chibiusa happily. Thank you for the message, Kakashi-san. The Junin gives her an eye smile, and once she was gone, his eye narrowed slightly. I have to talk to Naruto about those 2 girls. They felt oddly familiar, and one of them matches the description of the girl who attacked Naruto last night. Walking away, he thinks about how he would explain Naruto of his heritage. An hour later, Naruto was standing at Makoto's door nervously. He was dressed in a long black and orange coat, similar to what the Yondaimes resembled. It was draped over a black shirt, black pants, with black shoes. Even though it didn't look much different, Naruto tried combing his hair and he managed for it to lose some of its natural spikiness, but most of it remained the same. All in all, he looked like the Yondaime, just in black and orange with wild hair and whiskers. Taking in a nervous breath, Naruto knocks on Makoto's door. Not a second later, Makoto appeared and Naruto had a small blush covering his cheeks, seeing what Makoto was wearing. The girl was stunning in Naruto's eyes, and she knew it too from spotting the blush threatening to cover his face. Makoto was dressed in a black kimono that hugged her body, showing off her wonderful curves. The kimono was decorated with green flower petals with green symbols here and there. Her hair was in its usual style and her green eyes sparkled as she stared into Naruto's crystal blue eyes. You look beautiful, Makoto-chan. His date blushed lightly at his praise and the husky tone he used saying it. You don't look too bad yourself, handsome. Naruto grins and offers his hand to Makoto, who gently grabbed it. They both made their way out the building and out onto the street. Where are we heading, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiles, and points into the distance where a festival was taking place. I'm taking you to the festival for some fun, before heading out to eat, he answers, entering the festival with Makoto. The duo played many games at the booths. Naruto even won a prize for Makoto. Ironically, it was a stuffed orange fox with 9 tails, and Makoto gladly accepted the gift. Makoto showed Naruto her strength when she played the ring the bell game, when the bell was knocked off its hinges when she hit it. After playing around for another hour, Naruto led her to a hill not too far away from the festival, but far enough to see the stars clearly. Arriving at his area, Makoto saw another Naruto sitting in a tree, watching the stars silently, while simultaneously watching over the wonder food placed out for them. Sensing their arrival, the clone vanishes, giving Naruto all its memories. Gently taking Makoto's hand, Naruto leads her to the picnic area. Smiling at how beautiful the setup was, Makoto blushes, having never had anyone made her food before like this. Even when she dated other guys, they only dated her for her assets and looks, never for her. Makoto-chan. Hearing Naruto calling her name, Makoto turns to see him staring worryingly at her. You alright? I've been calling your name for the past 5 minutes. I'm fine, just thinking, she answers softly. About what? The shinobi asks. No one has never cooked for me before, it's strange. I'm usually the one who does all the cooking. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy cooking, it's just nice for someone else to do it for a change. Taking a bite out of a salmon sandwich, Makoto smiles brightly. These are delicious. Naruto, the blonde, blushes in embarrassment and eats his own sandwich happily. Eating through their meal, Naruto brings out the cake he had made earlier. A beautiful chocolate cake with white icing on top, shaped like a two-tailed fox, sitting next to a small girl on a hill. Nice design, compliments Makoto, taking the slice of cake offered to her. Take a bite. A happy blush spreads across her face. Delicious, you have to tell me your recipe, Naruto. Naruto laughs hearing these words. Sure. Naruto pauses, watching a light shoot through the sky. Makoto-chan, it's starting. Glancing up at the sky, Makoto saw multiple lights shooting across the sky, lighting the entire sky. The sight was completely beautiful. Hundreds of lights steamed across the sky in a fury of lights. Naruto turns to Makoto, and saw that the lights were alimenting her features, giving her an unearthly glow. Feeling his eyes on her, Makoto turns to Naruto and smiles. Makoto-chan's smile is beautiful, she looks like an angel. Naruto is wonderful, I never met someone like him before, not even my ex-boyfriend can compare to him, she thought in slight amusement. Losing themselves in each other's eyes, the two's head inched closer together. The two were also completely oblivious to the 5 pair of eyes watching them from behind some bushes. They're going to kiss, Usagi whispers lowly to Minako. This is getting great, Minako answers back. Shut up, we're gonna be found out, whispers Ino. I agree, if we're caught we're dead, Rei whispers harshly. Alright girls, we're here practicing our stealth, the point is to stay quiet, while suppressing our energy signatures, lectures Kakashi, silently recording the scene with his video camera, knowing Jiraiya and Tsunade would love to see this, seeing the two lovebirds inches from kissing. However, before the two could kiss, screams echoed through the clearing. Naruto and Makoto glances at each other and bolts for the screaming. Kakashi gives the girls one last set of instructions before they two set off. We should come from another way, who knows what they'll do if we were caught spying on them, they nod and take off for another direction. Down in the festival, Kaolinite with 4 heart snatchers were taking heart crystals from 4 different people. In her hands, Kaolinite already had 4 heart crystals sealed within a clearly visible see-through case, and 4 very pale bodies were scattered in different directions. You two again, Kaolinite sneers. As two again, mocks Naruto, drawing 2 kunai out of nowhere. Looks like you weren't after Hotaru-chan today. I have my orders, Kaolinite growls, collecting the heart crystals, her Yoma had just collected and places them into the container. Shikamaru on the other side of town, Chibiusa, Hotaru, Mamoru, and Shikamaru were surrounded by multiple shadow demons and Yoma, courtesy of Ojiro and Emerald, they newly formed team. Once I get rid of you 4, the prince and princess will be easy to handle, Ojiro states smirking down at the glaring eyes of Chibiusa, Hotaru, Mamoru, and Shikamaru. Ojiro, right? Shikamaru asks lazily. That's me, and you're Nara Shikamaru from the alternate Earth, a shinobi of Konoha, Ojiro replies. How do you know that? Shikamaru demands in confusion. I have my ways, Ojiro answers, ordering the demons to attack the seriously outnumbered Shikamaru, Hotaru, Mamoru and Chibiusa. Naruto, what will you do now? Kaolinite questions curiously. The majority of your forces are here, while your 4 friends are facing down an army of shadow demons, Ojiro and Emerald, there is no chance of victory. Naruto, Sailor Mars, Sailor Moon, the rest of the inner Senshi, Ino, and Kakashi who just arrived a few minutes ago, glares at the smirking Kaolinite. Only we have to do is defeat you and those 4 rejects of Yoma and we can get to them, Naruto said, placing his hands in the release seal. That's where you're wrong, a cold voice said, a look of fear passing over both Kakashi and Naruto, recognizing the voice instantly. Walking out of the shadows was none other than Uchiha Itachi, his Sharingan blazing, and by his side was his partner, Hoshigaki Kisame. As the woman said, there is no chance of victory, thanks for watching.